Macante.
And welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here once again at the Indianapolis Season 2 Sector Qualifier. I'm Main Deck Dan, joined at the desk again by Josh Snyder. How are we doing this morning, Josh?
I am doing wonderful. I am absolutely thrilled that we get to be back here this morning casting the sector qualifier, the second one of season 2. And we've got 64 hungry players this morning just itching to become a sector qualifier champion and lock up quite a bit of points that are available for this top cut.
I hope these hungry players also had a chance to get some breakfast this morning because it is going to be 4 rounds of Swiss, followed by the top 8 single elimination rounds. There's a lot of Star Wars to grind through and a lot of Cad Banes in the room to chew through for all the players, whether they are on this top deck or something that they think can beat it. I think there's going to be a lot that they need to do to fight their way to the top.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Cad Bane, of course, the most represented leader in the room this weekend. Cad Bane Vigilance, the most represented individual leader-base combination. And certainly not a surprise to anyone, I believe, but a decent conversion rate as well for Cad. There was just over 100 players on Cad Bane Vigilance, around a 20% conversion rate. But here in day 2, that Cad Bane Vigilance will be representing 34% of the field. And of course, like it's been the story, Cad Bane, who can take him down, and what have these players cooked up to do just that? Now, speaking of trying to take Cad Bane down, coming into today, there are only 2 undefeated players after 8 rounds of Swiss, sitting at 8-0, and that is one Cad Bane Vigilance player, Tristan Gauntly, and then it is Christopher Patrick, who we did see on stream yesterday on Ahsoka Vigilance. So he has run into Cad, I believe, throughout the day yesterday, and I think he is prepared pretty heavily for that matchup. We talked a little bit about Ahsoka throughout the kind of warm up, getting ready. Dan, I would love to see Ahsoka on top and Christopher Patrick off to a great start. And I actually am looking at his matches yesterday, and it does appear that he took down 3 Cad Bane Vigilance yesterday. So I think that Christopher has certainly prepared for this matchup, made a few tweaks to that deck, and he may be in a pretty good spot today. Maybe Ahsoka is in a good position.
Yeah, that's going to be the question. And it's not just these Ahsoka Tano Vigilance 30 bases, but there are also in this room in day 2 today several Ahsoka Tano Alliance outpost lists floating around. We did get to see one of those on stream yesterday, but never really got to see a lot of the action that Alliance Outpost can enable in that deck. So I'm very curious to see if any of these Ahsoka Tano players have sort of discovered the spice to be able to push through on that matchup. But as you're saying, Josh, it does seem like at the very least, the way that people are playing these decks seems capable of handling Cad Bane. So we do have sort of a lingering question about those, as well as some really cool rogue decks that are still floating in the room. I'm not going to get over that round 8 yesterday where we saw the Armorer absolutely pop off with some insane combos, swinging for 16 in a single attack. That was really cool and something that I feel like Cad Bane would have a tough time dealing with.
Yeah, I think that is an excellent point. I did watch that match. It truly was wild to witness, and certainly one of the more memorable matches of day 1. And it's interesting that you mentioned the armor deck, Dan, because that was actually the only armor in the field, I believe, and it did get into day 2. So 100% conversion rate there for armor. You love to see it, and we'll certainly be watching that one with interest today. And there were some other one-of decks in the field. I believe we had the Luke Skywalker from Ashes of the Empire paired with the 30 HP command base. That got through, as well as that Jabba the Hutt Colossus deck that we also saw on stream yesterday. That was the only Jabba out there with that Colossus deck, or Colossus base, I should say, and it went through as well. So cool to see some of these one-of-one decks getting through into day 2, and we'll see what kind of ripple they can make in the meta of day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. But as we're going to head into our first match of the day here, Josh, I think this is going to be exactly what you want to see happen right now. We have Eric Trunick with the Ahsoka Tano Alliance Outpost version of this Ahsoka Blue list versus Duncan Howard on it's not Cad Bane, but it is still aggression and vigilance. This is Dedra Miro Colossus.
Yes, it is Duncan Howard. Very familiar with Duncan. This is one of the better control players in the game. He really does not like to play anything else other than hard control. So expect a grind in this matchup. And Eric Trunick definitely going to want to push this board as wide as possible and make things very difficult for Duncan in the early game. Going to be an interesting one. Of course, with Dedra, with that early deploy, Dedra can come out and try to clean up the ground arena early if need be. So that is the one plus to Dedra, these control-oriented Dedra builds. It does have that option to deploy early and try to stabilize the board. But on Colossus, of course, Duncan will be starting with a 5-card opening hand as we get ready for game number 1.
The Dedra list does remind me just a little bit in a way of the old Kira control lists where that Kira could come down at any point and you kind of chose when to drop her based on how you needed to control what your opponent's doing. So we'll see how Duncan employs everything here. But, you know, especially just knowing that Ahsoka tries to play out a lot of units, that Dedra leader ability can be pretty impactful. And speaking of deploying a lot of units here, Eric is going to start the game off with initiative with that Neil unit, the cutest boy. Does hit play? You have to wonder if that Han Solo is there to follow it up. Just lets Duncan draw a card on the Dedra leader activation, and there is the Han Solo unit, the strongest turn 1 start I think you can have in Star Wars Unlimited, Josh. Here it comes.
Definitely is, and against this control build, this is exactly what Eric wants. He has found the deadly combo of Neil plus Han, attacking for 2 in total as Han Solo entered ready and gets that experience token on attack. And as we get ready for the next action phase, Duncan with the initiative going to slam down a Sentinel as fast as possible. The Marok coming down, and now Lats Razi for Eric is going to be getting an experience token and dealing 3 damage to Marok, and that sets up this Han Solo to just take out the Marok if he wants to do it.
Or actually, using the Ahsoka Tano, the Neil can swing in for 3. That was a very clever use of the leader ability with that Lats Razi, a perfect combo, which does still preserve the shield on this Han Solo unit, keeps this Han Solo being the real threat on board as he grows on every single attack.
Yeah, that is a big play there. I do love to see that. Keeping the shield token can be quite valuable, and that is 5 quick damage on Duncan's Colossus. And this build, or this board, really starting to build up quite heavily early in game number 1. Duncan once again will have the initiative. We'll see if he has another Sentinel to possibly put down in the way of this ground arena. Of course, Dedra will be able to deploy for Duncan at any point moving forward.
I think a lot of the power of this Alliance Outpost list might be this ability to control Han Solo, make sure that that shield can exist here at any point now as Han Solo gets these experience counters. I do wonder if we're going to see Eric try to remove one to put a new shield on if Duncan goes for trying to finally get this Han Solo off the board. And I don't hate this plan at all, right? This idea that the deck has what we all say is the strongest start in the game. Well, let's just make sure that this start gets to go as far as possible, as this Lats Razi does come in as Eric's first attack, preserving the other units. Of course, with the smaller power, and Neil has the ability to use Ahsoka, but doesn't want to commit to use that leader ability until he knows it's safe. Here comes the Dedra Miro leader flip as well, and a response of a Sentinel, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Love this for Eric. Get that Sentinel in the way. Dedra Miro will have Raid 2 here, as Duncan was able to draw a couple extra cards throughout the game with that Dedra ability. Eric not allowing Dedra to deal that extra damage to the unit. So this Dedra Miro will be a 4-5 on offense, but is staring down the Obi-Wan Kenobi Sentinel right now. Another Sentinel for Duncan as well. Marok coming back into play. The second copy for Duncan here early in game number 1. as it goes back over to Eric. Still has good pressure in the ground arena. Han and Neil still ready, and Ahsoka's action ability has not been used this phase.
No, but a lot of Merrick's in the way is really what Eric is hoping not to have to deal with here. It does really stifle the aggression he can output as his Han Solo unit does have to come in, deal that damage to Merrick, and loses its shield. The Neil can still finish the Merrick off after activating the Ahsoka Tano leader ability. Eric just has to make some decisions. And again, sitting on that Alliance outpost as well, I'm curious how he's going to employ that super flexible epic action to be able to swap a token for another type.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with that Alliance outpost, it is only 26 HP. So Eric is working with less HP, but as you mentioned, he can defeat one of those friendly tokens and generate either a credit token, an experience token, or a shield token, as we do have the Marok being defeated by Neil, both units defeated, and there's another unit to play for Eric, and that when played, or excuse me, the on attack from Neil, allowing Owen Lars to come in ready here. So it is a
There it
0
is.
with Restore 2, and the Alliance Outpost epic action is used to defeat an experience token on Latsrazi and another shield token on Han Solo. So this Han will continue to grow and continue to be a thorn in Duncan's flesh.
Yeah, this is exactly the power of the Alliance Outpost, right? You get this early start, you get this built up Han Solo unit, and you just have plenty of options as you play the game out, as we see from that Latsrazi, to just be able to remove a token from something that just doesn't matter as much to make sure that Han Solo is very difficult to take off the board. And as Eric had given up the initiative there, needed to do something right away. Otherwise, he was at risk of Duncan having a play to take the Han off the board.
On the 5 resource turn now, does Duncan have a way to answer this Han Solo? Does he have some kind of one-for-one removal? The problem is, if he had something like that, will leave him susceptible to the rest of this board, as Dedra has just 2 HP remaining. It looks like Dedra is going to attack first with that raid coming in and defeating Owen Lars' unit. And now that when defeated trigger for Eric, he'll search the top 5 cards of his deck for a force unit and will find Yaddle, so getting some extra value and some card advantage of his own.
Getting that Owen Lars off the board does prevent that Restore 2 from creeping up over time and preserves the Dedra in play. Of course, Eric likely just to go to base with all of the damage here. But the big thing Duncan has to contend with is the fact that Eric has built this board out, and Ahsoka Tano is stronger when the board gets larger. She has more options to put her +2 power buff on. But there's the Imperial Armored Commando, another Sentinel in the way. Duncan has a Sentinel every turn, 3 turns in a row, forcing Eric to just throw multiple units in to get this new one off the board.
Then he follows that up with an Imperial Door Technician. Eric has to get through the Sentinel. Latsrazi attacks in, is defeated, but takes out the shield token, and then Han is going to attack, get another experience token, 4 experience tokens on Han Solo, taking out the Imperial Armored Commando, just loses the shield token, and here comes Queen Amidala, and this is exactly what you want to see for Eric in this type of matchup against the control deck. You know that he's not yet at a possible board wipe, and when you can push the board wide like this, you're sitting pretty.
Yeah, the power of making sure everything you do keeps this Han Solo in play. It's kept the game focused on the Han Solo. And this allows you to even sneak in Queen Amidala unit. This is one of the strongest units in the game. And here, Duncan just has to immediately drop this crushing blow to take that Han Solo off the board. But that's already spent half of Duncan's turn 5 here. And this is the turn when Ahsoka Tano leader is ready to deploy and push a crazy amount of damage. There's no Sentinels in play. A Queen Amidala, 2 spies, and still an Obi-Wan Kenobi. There is so much coming at Duncan this turn with only 3 resources remaining and 2 meager units available on board.
Can Duncan Howard weather this storm? Eric Trudink going to deploy Ahsoka Tano, and it looks like it's Galen Erso that will be plotted out from the resources. And now it'll be interesting to find out what Eric has called with Galen Erso. Whatever he names, that card for Duncan will lose all abilities, as it is going to be one of the spy tokens crashing in. defeating Ahsoka Tano, both units going down. And the second spy token going to get +2 power for the phase from the on attack ability that Ahsoka supported the first spy with.
Yeah, that's a very controlling, I guess, board controlling way to do this. A lot of players just go straight to face with all of the damage from Ahsoka and the supported unit, but clearing that dead draw off the board again is just limiting what Duncan is capable of doing this turn. We did have word that the Galen Urso named Condemn, which was the expected outcome, right? It's the option that most easily shuts down the damage output of Ahsoka this turn, especially with the resources Duncan has remaining right now. And this may really put Duncan into a tight spot as far as stopping this damage, but we'll have to see. Colossus has a lot of HP if Colossus can survive the onslaught here.
Such a heads-up play from Eric Trunick to call that condemn. The writing was on the wall, wasn't it, Dan, with 3 ready resources for Duncan, just waiting for Ahsoka to deploy and slam that condemn. But now the Imperial Door Technician trading with that buffed-up spy, so Duncan was able to heal a couple damage from his base, but then Queen Amidala getting in for 5, bringing that damage total up to 14, and we still have a ready Obi-Wan Kenobi and Ahsoka Tano in the ground arena for Eric. Duncan has 3 ready resources. See how he chooses to use them. Does he have some more removal? Looks like he is holding on to a Let's Call It War, and that may be the next option for Duncan Howard on this turn. There it is. Let's Call It War, firing out 3 damage to Ahsoka, and because Duncan has the initiative, it's 2 damage to that Obi-Wan Kenobi unit as well. It defeats Obi-Wan Kenobi, but now Ahsoka coming in for 5, 19 damage on Colossus, and it's a Leppy lookout to follow that up. 4 more units now in the ground arena for Eric, and Duncan has an empty board. He's really needing to clean things up very fast.
And no Condemn available, or at least not one with any abilities on it here. Duncan is going to go into the 7 resource turn. You're going to start expecting cards like Chimera, but nothing to sacrifice right now for a Chimera unit either. Duncan needs to push this game another turn or so to start to get to the really powerful cards to pull this back. But right now, I think Duncan can, at best, maybe 1-for-1 the board or try to build something out, and a lot of damage is going to come in still on this turn. That Ahsoka leader still on board. The Queen Amidala still on the board as well.
That is absolutely right. Duncan Howard needs to wipe this board quickly. He's 1 resource away from a possible single reactor ignition on the 7 resource turn. Let's see what Duncan has to try and stabilize and get this game continuing into the late stages. It is a lost and forgotten to defeat that 5 power Queen Amidala unit, 3 damage healed from Duncan's base, but the damage is really going to pour in now. 5 damage from Ahsoka, 21 damage on Colossus, and Galen Urso will get +2 power for the phase as Duncan utilizes that last ready resource to use the Dedramiro action ability. 2 damage will be dealt to Galen Urso here, but now the damage really coming through. 3 from Leppy, and it is a Darksaber onto Galen Urso, +4 power, and Galen Urso attacks for 9. It is 33 damage on Colossus, 2 HP remaining.
Wow, suddenly pushing Duncan all the way to the brink here. Duncan has 1 more draw and basically has to be single reactor ignition. You saw Eric took the damage. Instead of giving Duncan 1 more chance to find this out, is the single reactor ignition in hand to let Dedra go to another turn? Or does Eric steal this one away and we go into another game? Let's see what Duncan's first play is. A Sentinel could delay it. There is the single reactor ignition. It's going to wipe the board, dealing 3 damage to Eric's base. Now Eric has to rebuild and get 2 damage onto Duncan as fast as possible.
All right, so Eric having to restart here. But Duncan has used all of his resources, and this is the perfect response, Dan. Another Queen Amidala to put 3 units in play in 1 action, and each of those units, even those little spy tokens, enough to deal lethal in 1 action next turn.
Yeah, that is such a powerful card. Arguably one of the strongest cards out of Secrets of Power. This Queen Amidala unit has been a menace at board building, action efficiency, and just raw stat output since its release here. Duncan needs needs to have another single reactor ignition right now. Of course, Sentinels can do a little bit more now. This board isn't quite as threatening, but still has to be basically a Merrick or an Imperial Armored Commando, followed by an answer to the second spy. I think that's the only way still to persist one more turn. So Duncan needs a couple of key cards right now in order to do it.
Going to start with Lost and Forgotten. It's the second time this game we've seen Queen Amidala lost and forgotten. So she is defeated, and 3 damage is healed off of Duncan Howard's base, back down to 30 on, as 2 damage comes through with a spy token. Lethal no longer showing at the moment for Eric, and it is going to be a crushing blow to defeat that ready spy token. So Eric, once again, so close, but he is going to have to find some more threats as he starts with Galen Urso first. And this could be important in this spot as well. He could call one of those good removal pieces to try and set himself up. He's going to play Han Solo and Obi-Wan Kenobi as well. And I wouldn't be shocked at all, Dan, if he called one of those board wipes.
Yeah, calling single reactor ignition right now on Galen would ensure that that does not get you out of the sticky situation now. That seems like the obvious call to me, but we'll wait and see if we have any new information. And that was really heads up from Duncan to crushing blow the other spy. Of course, with Ahsoka's leader ability, all Eric had to do was deploy any other bigger unit than 0 power and pump that spy up so it was lethal. So very smart play from both players here, just navigating a tough spot for Dedra. She's been able to hold on for 2 more turns, but can Duncan keep it going?
Duncan Howard has the initiative. We are getting confirmation it was single reactor ignition, the card named with Galen Urso. So that board wipe, not an option for Duncan Howard unless he has something like a nebula ignition. That would be something to take out everything other than Han Solo. But this is a very, very tough spot for Duncan. Let's see how he can respond to these 4 ready units, two of them presenting lethal in one action. And it's going to be the 3rd copy of Lost and Forgotten to defeat the Galen Urso. That turns single reactor ignition back on in the future, as 3 damage is healed from Duncan's base and 3 is put right back on with Obi-Wan Kenobi. 33-3 the damage totals, and 32-3 the damage totals in favor of Eric Trunick.
And again, Eric has this Ahsoka Tano leader ability right now. So this is 2 actions for lethal right now. Duncan has 4 resources and needs to prevent both of these units from being able to attack. Starts off with the Dedra Miro and is allowed to draw a card, it looks like. Eric just debates the most efficient and safest way to navigate into this damaging position. 3 damage left to deal. There is a Casca Reeves coming down, making a Mandalorian token, as of course we did have Galen lost and forgotten this turn. And that is going to be the pack it up moment from Duncan Howard, saying, I can't get through that. That damage is coming in. And that does mean Eric takes game 1 on Ahsoka Tano Alliance Outpost, as the players are going to get to their sideboards, find some more answers to each other's decks, and go into game 2.
What an opener for Eric Trunick. Some real key plays there for Eric, and in my opinion, it really started with that Galen Urso on the turn where Ahsoka was deployed. Duncan had left those 3 resources up, had Condemn in hand to immediately condemn Ahsoka Tano leader unit, and Eric, with that beautiful play, plotting out Galen Urso, naming Condemn, and that really stopped Duncan's turn in its tracks. And it allowed Eric to put on really good pressure on that turn, and then throughout the game finding a couple copies of Queen Amidala, including one to follow up that single reactor ignition. You can't ask for much more.
You know, Josh, I was thinking about that turn a lot. I think it was better than good. I think that was a masterful turn. The 3 resources remaining, Eric, I think, knew all of the possible outs, and on the flip, the deploy of the Ahsoka Tano leader, chose to attack the spy into Dedra. And I thought about it and realized if there was an aggressive negotiations in Duncan's hand, which this deck definitely likes to run, that would have allowed the Dedra to trade into the Ahsoka, which could have also put a lot of damage off of Duncan's base starting that turn. So Eric immediately responds with the Galen plot and the support of the spy, eliminating both 3 cost options, aggressive negotiations, because aggressive negotiations was no longer lethal on the Imperial Door Technician to the Ahsoka. It was only based on the hand size on that Dedra, and then the Condemn as well. It was so perfectly navigated, and this is how you're going to see these Ahsoka Tano players pushing through all of these aggression vigilance decks that are in day 2 today in order to potentially perform well and get to that top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Masterful play indeed. And it's what you have to do, Dan. This is what these players have to do to get through these incredibly difficult matchups in the aggression, vigilance, villainy builds. And Eric has done it wonderfully so far. Both of these players 7-1, and the Ahsoka Alliance Outpost. Very interesting, like you talked about, just being so good, trying to protect that Han Solo early, which is very, very important. And it's done well for these players this weekend. There was 5 total Ahsoka Alliance Outpost decks in the field, 3 of them making it into day 2. So a fantastic 60% conversion rate for this particular deck. And Eric showing us why he is here with such a fantastic record as he has the early 1-game lead. Duncan will start with the initiative in game 2 and try to stabilize this board as best as he can to get to game 3. Be interesting to see if Duncan has anything out of the sideboard that is really going to change this matchup. Of course, coming into this weekend, these players had to be prepared for more grindy matches as well. So a lot of players have opted to have a pretty heavy sideboard that leans into the more control-oriented decks like Mandalorian, or even facing off against all of these Cad Banes. So will Duncan have anything that can change the landscape here against this very aggressive Ahsoka Alliance Outpost?
One other thing I've noticed with a lot of these Ahsoka decks into the current meta as well is they've started to lean a little bit more into unit healing effects. I'm starting to see more things like Ezra Bridgers showing up in these lists. Even the Grogu legendary from Legends of the Force, ways to just take damage off. And of course, Dedra's not Cad Bane, but Dedra still has an ability that's contingent on getting damage on the opponent. If you have an answer to it, you can stop her from drawing cards and allow that Colossus to squeeze her hand size a little bit more. So we'll see if that comes up, if that's in Eric's deck today or not. But it is something that I've got to read on the room. A little bit of that is happening.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out for sure, Dan. Going to be another Neil start for Eric Trunick.
Oh, man.
As Duncan going to attempt to deal a couple damage with that Dedra action ability. And looks like this time around it will be 2 damage on the Neil. Does he have the Neil Han start in back-to-back games? He does. Duncan goes, what is going on here? And it is going to be a ready Han Solo attacking in for 2 damage. And this is really the start you're looking for.
This is what you don't want to see on Duncan's side. It's just so much more pressure to have to fight through. Without that start last game, you can imagine how much less damage Duncan's base would have had at that turnabout point in the game when the SRI drops. He just got so close to lethal that he had no wiggle room, couldn't allow anything to exist on board. That's exactly what Eric is hoping for. So we'll see if Duncan on the initiative this game, and with the crushing blow right away on turn 2, much stronger into this than the Americas, gets to immediately drop that and try and turn this game back around as an Obi-Wan Kenobi unit drops on Eric's side.
Wow, that is a timely crushing blow if I've ever seen one. Obi-Wan Kenobi does put a more powerful unit in the ground arena for Eric, so the Ahsoka action ability is used, giving Neil +2 power, and Eric Trunick attacking in for 3 with Neil. So 5 damage on Colossus as we head into the next action phase. Duncan will continue to hold on to the initiative as Eric will once again just want to put as many units in play in the early game as he can. Duncan with the initiative. It is the Tree Remembers coming through to blank and then defeat the 3-cost Obi-Wan Kenobi unit.
Duncan having one answer every single turn in this early game, just leaving that kneel in play. This is really showing the strength of the Ahsoka Tano leader, though. All Eric needs to do is keep 2 units in play at any point, which is, of course, that opening. That's why that's so strong, Kneel into Han in this deck in particular, because it does allow Eric to keep pressing damage in, but gets that Kneel attack right now, knowing the Dedra deploy is coming, and then Eric responds. Here's the Lots Razi with an with a shield counter to put the 2 damage on to Dedra Miro. Shielded Lots now should be able to help clean up the board a little bit, especially just being a 2-power unit allows that Ahsoka Tano leader ability to be used on Kneel on the next turn for an easy clean if that's the way Eric wants to take this route. But just so much flexibility in this Ahsoka Tano list. And honestly, it's funny how it's so enabled by just having a 1/4 in play from turn 1.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. That Neil really turning on so many lines for Eric as Dedra has been deployed, attacks in and defeats that shield token on Latsrazi. And Eric Trunick just going to claim the initiative. And it's 1 HP remaining on Dedra Miro as we go into the 5 resource turn. Latsrazi and Nil still in the ground arena for Eric. Duncan holding on to Dedra. 6 damage on Colossus, no damage yet on that Alliance outpost, as Duncan just continues to work hard at stabilizing here in the early game.
Duncan's deck is packed with powerful cards once he gets to the late game, so it's entirely about weathering the storm. You see, that's why he's using Dedra to attack into the Latsrazi, get rid of that shield, trying to get as much value out of his leader as possible. Basically, consider Dedra just another removal card. She's like a crushing blow in ways, but the more units, the more damage she can output onto the board, the more valuable she is, as she's going to get Duncan to that later stage of the game with a healthier life total on Colossus, get that wiggle room to be able to move around. But here is the Neil attacking in. Neil unit is attacking in and taking out the Dedra Miro leader. So that card is now off the board. Just the Latsrazi remaining as the play passes to Duncan to take an action here.
And it is worth noting that on attack from Neil, so if Eric has a unit with 1 or less power, can enter ready this turn, is going to be a knowledge and defense for Duncan Howard to give Latsrazi -2/-2. That defeats that 3-cost unit. Duncan gets to draw a card, and it is Queen Amidala once again on that 5 resource turn for Eric Trunick. This is what you want to see. This is the bread and butter for Ahsoka on that 5R turn.
I think a lot of cards, as I look at more of Duncan's deck, a lot of cards in this deck are tuned to be able to defeat the Han Solo early. Things like Knowledge and Defense can work perfectly, getting that initiative, of course, which you always do against the Neil Han start to get Han off of the board. But unfortunately, it's just so much pressure. Duncan has the answers, but it's the time that's kind of been the issue.
Time is certainly of the essence in this type of matchup where Ahsoka can deploy on this turn and just bring so much damage. Looking at Duncan's hand, do believe he is holding another Condemn in hand. That's something to keep in mind, but he will start with no glory, only results to make sure to deal with the large threat. The Queen Amidala is defeated. Now back over to Eric. Let's see what he plays into the ground arena. It is going to be that Leppy Lookout. And Duncan, once again, just utilizing his resources very effectively. That Dedra action ability. No damage will be dealt. Duncan will draw a card. And now the Ahsoka ability, because Leppy Lookout was played, Ahsoka gives one of those spy tokens +2 power. And now Ahsoka is deployed. And it is the Naboo Royal Starship that is plotted out this time around to bring a lot of aggression, as we are going to have a support from Ahsoka. This is a 2/4 power swing from that first spy token, because it gets the Raid 2 and Overwhelm that Ahsoka would have as well from that Naboo Royal Starship, thanks to the support mechanic. So Dan, we've got a lot of damage coming in here.
We have a ton of damage coming in. The spy attacking 1/2 3-4 from the raid, 5-6 from the
Oh, yeah,
other
you're right,
raid
6,
given
my
by
apologies.
Ahsoka, and then being able to put that extra damage onto the other spy from Ahsoka's support ability. Yeah, this is a pretty hefty amount of damage coming this turn. And honestly, this was another really well navigated turn by Eric. You saw Duncan tip his hand right at the start of this turn. No glory, only results, left only one resource remaining. Eric responds with that Leppy lookout, forcing Duncan to take the action right now, uses the Dedra, and now Duncan's is completely resourced out. That gives Eric this opportunity, buff the spy with the Ahsoka, and then go into this full play with those 4 resources, setting up that Naboo Royal Starship. Eric knew exactly how to get into the safest spot where, and what Ahsoka loves to, exactly what Ahsoka loves to do, just take all of her actions in a row, the opponent not having anything to do in response, because that's how she maximizes all of the damage coming in here. So it's almost multiplicative with that Naboo Royal Starship as well. It's so strong.
How about that? 2 spy tokens attacking for 6 damage each, and Colossus left in a tough spot, heavily damaged, 24 damage on Duncan Howard's base, just 11 HP remaining. He is still 1 turn away from that single reactor ignition as we go up to 7 resources. And he's going to have something quickly because Eric Trunick right now is showing lethal in the ground arena. There are several Sentinel options. We know that Condemn is in hand as well for Duncan. But right now, this is a massive, massive board for Eric. And Duncan needs to weather the storm at least one more turn.
And did you see the use of that Alliance outpost, taking the shield from the Leppy lookout and putting an experience on Ahsoka Tano instead? Unfortunately, that Condemn does come down, but is Eric ready? Yes, he sure is. There's the Galen Urso naming the Condemn, causing it to lose all abilities. The perfect response in kind to trying to shut down that Ahsoka Tano. Now, Condemn is attached, but it will not do any reduction of her power, and that is just going to be the extension of the hand. Duncan can't fight it, and that is Eric taking this round 9, first round of day 2 on that Ahsoka Tano Alliance outpost.
What an opener to day 2. Eric Trunick playing that match with precision. And even though Duncan, he had some answers early in game 2, he had the early response to the Han Solo this time, not letting it get out of control. But Eric, once again, that Queen Amidala on the 5 resource turn, it's exactly what you want in this type of match. And in the end, having that big explosive Ahsoka deploy turn and taking it as we get into our backup match here in the feature area. It is going to be Grand Admiral Thrawn Data Vault versus Grand Admiral Thrawn Data Vault. We've got a mirror match here.
We have a Thrawn versus Thrawn match, and I can't imagine the master tacticians trying to outmaneuver each other here. We did get a look at Ithiel Archie playing this yesterday on the stream, but looking at the current match, they're in game 2, and a lot of damage is on Jared's base right now, and a lot of units are on board for Ithiel. So Jared is going to need to clear this up pretty quickly and is doing what he can. Here comes the Lats Razi to take out Ithiel's Lats Razi, but there's just so much left in play here as Ithiel now starts swinging into base. Now they are Data Vault. They have 33 HP, but that's a lot of damage coming in really fast as Jared's only response right now is an Imperial Door Technician.
More damage coming through. The Mandalorian token going to attack and defeat that Imperial Door Technician. So 2 damages healed from Jared's base, but the other ready Mandalorian token getting in for 2. 20 damage on Jared's Data Vault. No damage at this point on Ithiel's Data Vault. And it is going to be that reanimated Night Trooper. Is that what I'm seeing that came down there?
That
Night Trooper, I think.
I thought that's what that is. That was very clever of Ithiel though, swinging in with that Mandalorian, taking care of the Door Technician, because currently Jared had already used the Thrawn ability that turn. So had or the Thrawn I think perhaps died before we jumped into the game, but there's no way to double up that restore. But here Jared getting some additional recovery here, additional healing. Traskwalker going to come down, try and turn this game around, try and cling on to something. We'll see if Jared is going to take that recovery or grab a card to hand with the when played of the Traskwalker. Actually, I think just maybe took it to hand. Yeah, took a card to hand there as the Pre-Vizsla does swing in for 6.
Wow, 26 damage on Jared's base now. And Latsrazi is forced to do some cleanup, attacking and defeating the shieldless Mandalorian token. And right now, it is just desperation mode for Jared. And here comes that trooper attacking in, trading with the Latsrazi. And that Grand Admiral Thrawn leader ability will allow the double up on that when defeated trigger. So looking at the top 2 cards of Jared's base and discarding both of them as another copy of Moff Gideon comes down. A Sentinel for Jared, but it's lost and forgotten for Ithiel. A great response for the value engine that is Traskwalker. It is defeated. Jared has nothing left but to claim the initiative as Ithiel crashes in, puts a couple damage onto the Moff Gideon, and then he's got the Latsrazi to get the experience token, defeat Moff Gideon. And Ithiel's going to continue to pour on the pressure in the ground arena, but that when defeated trigger actually going to allow Jared to get 2 non-unique Imperial units from the discard pile thanks to that Grand Admiral Thrawn leader ability. And he picks up 2 Imperial Armored Commandos, so we still have a brick wall incoming in the ground arena.
A lot of Sentinels coming in. Ithiel has felt one step ahead here this whole game, though, really showing his embodiment of the master tactician Thrawn. But there is Jared with the off aspect. Single reactor ignition clearing the board right now. Some damage finally marked on Ithiel's base, and now Ithiel has to recover and push ahead.
And importantly for Ithiel, had that Ant Droid in play, so that when defeated trigger, he's doubling up on it with Grand Admiral Thrawn, drawing 2 cards, so getting some great value as Ithiel will look to replenish the board. Has a handful of cards, and he's going to play his own Imperial Armored Commando, knowing that Jared is holding multiple copies of that unit as well. Ryder Azadi's the play now for Jared. We'll name a card and shut something off temporarily for Ithiel. Let's have restore 1 as well.
We're going to wait and see here what is named with that rider, but we can get that. Then that would be helpful. We got Moff Gideon coming down as well. Another Sentinel on Ithiel's side. And following up with another Imperial Armored Commando, both players holding multiple in hand.
That is absolute madness. Both players with 2 Armored Commandos in hand. This ground arena is going to be tricky to get through for either player. But of course, Jared, the one really right now that's just in this very defensive mode, as we get word that it was lost and forgotten, the card named with Ryder Azadi. So that removal option temporarily offline for Ithiel, but Jared has the Pre-Vizsla. That is a beautiful response to the 2 3 HP Imperial Armored Commandos. They're both defeated. 2 Mandalorian tokens for Jared. Let's see if Ithiel has a big response of his own. It is going to be the Lawbringer, which is nice here because he can give -2/-2 to those Vigilance units, and that is going to take out the 2 Mandalorian tokens.
Yeah, that's going to clean that up and make Ryder Azadi unable to deal any damage this turn either. So you have to see the Tree Remembers taking out the Moff Gideon, removing its abilities, of course, before it's defeated. So no when defeated trigger on that one. But Ithiel does stick a Star Destroyer right now. It is 7 power. It is 1 off of being a lethal attack here. It's going to come in, though. Get Jared all the way to the brink. 1 damage left on the base. How can he respond to this?
Now Jared's units in the ground arena certainly having -2/-2 for the phase. Jared has to have a response for that Lawbringer. What a fight. Jared not giving in. He is going to restore 1 with the Ryder Azadi, even though Ryder doesn't have any power. He will swing anyways and take that restore, but it's Pre-Vizsla for Ithiel to come in and defeat the opposing Pre-Vizsla unit. 1 Mandalorian token created, and Jared has to claim the initiative with now multiple lethal threats in play. Moff Gideon coming down as well.
There are so many threats. Jared needs another single reactor ignition once again to clear this board off, and especially because they're spread into both arenas. So a Sentinel doesn't do it. We know Jared has a lot of Sentinels in hand, but that's not the answer right now. Can Jared survive here?
Going to play salvage, getting back one of these vehicle units from the discard pile. What does he have? It is a Chimera. So the Chimera can defeat one of the units in heal, but Ithiel can attack in for lethal with Pre-Vizsla. And game two goes to Ithiel, a 2-0 win here in round 9 for Ithiel. What a performance.
That was a crazy game state. Jared was trying so hard to get out from it, but Ithiel looked like just had the upper hand from earlier on in that game. And that is one thing you have to be very aware of in Star Wars Unlimited. Sometimes when that ball starts rolling down the hill, it is really, really hard to stop. It's why those early turns matter so much. You'd think, okay, no problem. It's my 2, 3, 4 resource turn. I can weather the storm. It sometimes really, really pulls out of your control very quickly.
It does. And of course, we didn't get to see the beginning of that second game, but once we joined in, it was clearly a very advantageous position for Ithiel because there was already a lot of damage on his opponent's base, none on his data vault, and he had a pretty good board position as well. So things clearly went the way of Ithiel in a big way early in game number 2 in a very interesting mirror match that, as you said, Jared desperately trying to fight back. He had that out of aspect single reactor ignition, but the problem is when you're in that kind of situation, it's a desperation play. You have to make it just to keep the game going. It uses up pretty much your whole turn, and the opponent, when they're playing something like a Thrawn and able to double up on those when defeated triggers, drawing multiple cards, there's just so many cards in hand, and it's so easy to then come back with multiple units in play that puts your opponent right back in the same situation they were just in.
Yeah, and both Thrawn decks just so capable of getting that large hand size. It's one thing when your 1-for-1 removal is going into an opponent who has just a few cards left in hand. They might not have all of those drops. They might just have a single on curve drop and you can kind of keep it going. But Thrawn has so many ways to utilize those one defeated triggers, draw a ton of cards, and gets to the game state that we saw there where both players just had massive hands and could keep kind of refilling the board after there's this answered turn after turn. So really came down to who had a lot more momentum going into that late game stage. And so it did look like Ithiel stole that game away early on and just had to close the door.
Absolutely. What a match. We've got some analysis for you on the screen for some of these decks that were the most represented in the field from day one representation to their conversion rate here into day 2. We talked about Cad a little bit earlier, 21% of the field in day 1, a 20% conversion rate. And this was actually one of the big surprising numbers for me as we go to the second most played deck of the weekend, Luke Skywalker Data Vault. The Luke Skywalker from Jump to Lightspeed, the pilot Luke. This was one of the pilots that most people thought had the best chance into CAD, and you can see it was the most represented pilot deck in the field, and it was an awful conversion rate. There were 32 Luke Skywalker data vaults in the field, and only one went through to day 2. So this is certainly going to probably put Luke on a bit of a downtrend in the coming weeks.
Yeah, this is I guess I don't know if I expected this or not, but one thing I think about the Luke deck is with that new Admiral Akbar unit, it is it is a little bit high rollier. I feel like a lot of the good games from Luke Skywalker come from dropping that Akbar and flooding the board with ships before your opponent can kind of keep control over things. And if you don't find the Akbar, it gets a little bit tougher. And that data vault, again, we talked about this a lot yesterday, Josh, but data vault is sort of a low cost for the extra HP, but when you're reliant maybe on finding a key card to really push ahead in the metagame, it might be a little bit of a liability there. One thing that I took from this right away, though, is I see that Cad Bane Vigilance 30, 21% in the field day one, 20% conversion. Anytime I see conversions lined up with the play rate, my general thought process is, yep, this deck is basically exactly as good as everyone expects it to be.
Yeah, absolutely. It is doing what it does best. It is performing so well. It's converting at a very high rate and still remaining that high representation percentage as well in day two. And as you continue to look down through the chart there, you have Darth Vader, that was the third most represented deck in the field. Not a terrible conversion rate, did convert at 11%, but Director Krennic, very good conversion rate here. Actually, the best of the most played decks in the field, only 5% day one, converting at 26%. We did see at least one Krennic on stream yesterday, and this is a deck that can fare rarely or pretty well into these more control-oriented matchups. It's a deck that, of course, can ramp very well, get some of those bigger threats out early, and really put good pressure on in the late game. As we continue to look down, Lando Vigilance, an 18% conversion rate as well, so pretty good there. And Mandalorian Colossus, this was the deck that we did talk about a little bit. It was the deck that won in Berlin last weekend. It was only 4% of the field, so not a massive meta share, but 14% conversion rate. We do have a few in day two.
I think this is about what I would expect to see at this stage in the metagame, right? With Cad Bane so well known in the meta, these are all decks that have been able to make certain adaptations. We were just talking in the Ahsoka Tano match about some of the cards that are coming in against the sort of damage-based metagame that are helping these decks perform. And all of these are really vigilance-based decks that have been able to make certain tweaks, or in the example of Mandalorian Colossus, just kind of come back because it was naturally already fairly good against Cad Bane. And you're going to see their conversion rates go up right now because, again, it's 20% of that room was Cad Bane on day one. So there was a good odds you were going to go into 2 or 3 of those matches throughout the day. And if you have a fairly solid match, if you can assume you're going to win those, that's already half of your day two required match wins to be able to get there if you can take it against, for example, 3 Cad Banes. So, yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I expect. These are all decks that just have been able to either adapt or have a good matchup to the damage meta. So they're there and they're performing.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And Ahsoka, I think that conversion rate very, very strong. Only 3% of the field converting it, very close to what Cad Bane did. So that is very telling for Ahsoka. It's been a good weekend for Ahsoka. We've seen Ahsoka on stream multiple times, having good success, both the Vigilance 30 HP base and the Alliance Outpost having success this weekend. And our one and only 9-0 player at this point is Christopher Patrick. He did take down the 8-0 Cad Bane in round 9, so our lone 9-0 player going into round 10 will be Ahsoka Vigilance, and he has faced off against 4 Cad Bane Vigilance decks, so it's very clear that Christopher Patrick has something here. Maybe this is his weekend where he is running hot, and maybe this is Ahsoka's weekend to shine and finally get that top cut appearance. And at a 9-0 start, I think Christopher's got a pretty good shot. We're going to see him in the top cut.
Yeah, if anything, I think the story of the weekend, if Christopher continues this hot streak, is going to be the way that Ahsoka has adapted, the way that Ahsoka has seen how Cad plays the game and said, okay, fine, I think I understand how to respond to what you're doing. I'm just going to lean full in on my Neil Han Solo start. I'm going to add in the extra recoveries. I haven't gotten to see the deck list yet, but I've from what I've heard, I've assumed a lot of these are starting to lean in on some of those recovery sources as well and utilize those just to disable the value Cad is trying to build, because Cad is in some ways a deck that is built on the synergies with being able to put that damage onto things. Cards like Cyborg Mech are not good cards, unless you have the ability to put that damage where you want it to go.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. And of course, the Sentinel story is what Ahsoka has to figure out. And how many ground sentinels does the Cad Bane find in that particular matchup? But Galen Urso is something we've been seeing a lot of from these Ahsoka players, Dan, and it really is coming in clutch, whether it's shutting down that condemn, potentially turning off a sentinel, maybe shutting off the shields on those commandos. There's just a lot of versatility there in that particular matchup, and I think it's probably a key part of the success for these Ahsoka players going into Cad Bane this weekend. I do believe we are going to step away for a very short break, so don't go anywhere. We've got round 10 of the Indianapolis Sector Qualifier coming up right after this. Welcome back to the Indianapolis Sector Qualifier. I'm Josh Snyder. I'm joined by Main Deck Dan, and we are getting ready to bring you coverage from round 10 of 12. Just 3 more rounds to go as these players are jockeying for position, looking to lock a spot in the top cut. We've seen a lot of Cad. We've seen Ahsoka doing well. We've got some other decks there towards the top as well. Dan, how are you feeling as we inch ever closer to our top cut here in Indy?
Josh, I have to say it has been exciting to see the results like we saw last round of that Ahsoka Tano list. You know, I'm a fan of the leader, and I think the players have really been cooking with this list, coming up with the best possible ways to play it in. But there are still a few interesting things there. We were just taking a look before this round began at a little bit of some of the conversion rates in the meta. One thing that was not on our chart that I did want to talk about is Darth Maul. I think there's been a surprising amount of Darth Mauls who have actually been moving into that top, that day two, I should say. 6.6% looks like being the conversion, or the not the conversion rate, but sorry, the share of the meta in day two. Actually, sort of even surpassing some of the variants of Ahsoka, not Ahsoka combined, but I think there are more Darth Maul in day two than Ahsoka 30 Blue, and that's pretty interesting. It's a kind of a cool deck.
Yeah, it really is. And how about that converting, I believe, at 50%? I think there were only 8 in the field, 4 in today, too. That's really remarkable. And we talked about it a little bit yesterday, Dan, these aggression, vigilance, villainy force builds, whether it's Towson or Maul. Now, Maul a little less aggressive because, of course, Maul deploys on 6 and not 5 as Towson, but these decks can really be quite aggressive. We know that these particular decks, especially Maul, we saw it on stream yesterday running things like the constructed lightsaber, Darth Maul's lightsaber. And when you start loading up something like that Darth Maul, if your opponent doesn't have an immediate answer, the game can get out of control in a hurry. And it's very tough to deal with these upgraded leaders. There's not something that just immediately defeats a leader anymore, like Rivals Fall, to immediately take out that massive leader. So it can be very tough. And one of the best answers that we have seen has been Condemn. A lot of these players are running Condemn for the pilot decks and these pilot leaders that are tough to deal with, but also these upgraded ground units like Towson or Maul. And having access to aggression, you have an answer, right? You have upgrade removal and things like that Outer Rim Constable. So I think Maul, it's positioned well because it can be very aggressive, but it also has all of those great late game plays that we have come to know over the last month since Ashes of the Empire was released, like Night Sister, Chimera, Previsla, the list goes on. So it can play that late game well, but it can also be rather aggressive. And I think it's a play style that really benefits specific players very well. And I think given the right matchups and the right sequencing, I think it can go the distance.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good call out, Josh, to point out those upgrades that it plays. It's kind of, other than the fact that it needs to play a lot of force units, so it typically plays to ground a little more consistently there. It's one of the unique factors in that deck. Constructed Lightsaber, Darth Maul's lightsaber, being really powerhouse upgrades that when they are given an opportunity to throw one of those onto an early unit and get some attacks in with it, pushes that deck into the sort of the action bullying position a little bit faster. You said it's not really an aggressive deck, and I agree, but it's a deck that says, well, actually, right now, if I attach either of those lightsabers and attack, and my opponent can't answer this in one single action, and I get another attack off, suddenly my opponent needs to scramble because I've already put half of their base total on 2 actions, right? That's a remarkable amount of pressure to put on the opponent to start to handle the board as they're just getting ready to even start to deploy their leader and push that damage in.
Yeah, such a great point. And when you talk about the upgrades, we did see that multiple times yesterday where one of these force builds would put on, say, the constructed lightsaber on a Towson's assassin or one of these cheaper units and start making those aggressive plays. But one thing about Darth Maul in particular is I really like his position into the Imperial Armored Commando. We know this is one of the best new Sentinels in the format. It's being run in every single Cad Bane deck and most of the aggression, vigilance, villainy deck. So if this is a card that you're going to see a lot of, Maul plays very well into it because of that ability to ping off the shield with that on attack trigger once he's deployed or using the force on the leader side. So I really like that a lot, and I think Maul's positioned well and a little bit better maybe than Towson into some of these ground sentinels.
And we looked at the conversions just a little bit ago and did see that Darth Vader had a decent conversion. The Darth Vader yellow deck, the kind of full space combo, just blast off with a ton of ships and end the opponent very quickly. And that in particular, I think, is another matchup that's probably more favorable for Darth Maul than the other Force leaders right now, just because of his capability of potentially pinging off two TIE fighters at once, right? While still maintaining a lot of those kind of power plays like Towson's Assassin to help him eliminate things like the Victor Leader.
Absolutely. It really is a great pairing because you get Or generally, let me back up a little bit. Generally, the force decks do struggle some into those space decks, but when you have things like the Outer Rim Constable, the Condemn, and then you pair that with Maul's ability, as you say, it is so good against things like the Darth Vader deck that have all of these 1 HP units in that space arena. So yes, I think it is much better positioned than, say, a Towson into some of these space decks. But I am excited. Hopefully, we get to see it on stream again today. I know we did see at least one or two Darth Mauls yesterday on stream. Again, insane conversion rate. And speaking of these force decks, these villainy force decks, we talking a little bit about Maul. I believe we had 1,000 convert into day two, but I think there's really something there right now because Dan, actually yesterday at the end of the day one, I got to drive to a local PQ that they were in the top four, see a couple local players that made the top four of this PQ, and guess what took it down? It was Mother Towson Aggression Force, and it was an actual very aggressive build with a lot of these upgrades. So I think this type of play style, there really is something there right now in this meta, and we're seeing that here in Indianapolis.
That's honestly one of the things I love the most about Star Wars Unlimited is that the upgrades are very good in this game. They are strong and they always demand respect and answers. When Ashes of the Empire came out, I was immediately a massive fan of the new Darksaber upgrade. Just for its ability to sometimes steal a game away. You throw that on a Gunji and the opponent can't answer it, and you
Right.
just kind of win the game very quickly. So I love that when everyone starts to settle in into an expected meta, there's always that little angle that someone else can take and go, well, okay, but what if I just throw constructed lightsabers on things? Do you have an answer to that? Can you actually out damage this?
Yeah, absolutely. I love the stories that these upgrades create in these matches. And I know we mentioned it a little bit yesterday when you see some of these units you wouldn't expect to see holding a dark saber or some of these lightsabers. I think it makes things a lot of fun. But we are getting ready. We're getting to the feature area. And hey, look at this. We were talking about Darth Maul, Dan, and it is here. Trent Hustutler at the feature table with Darth Maul on this force base. We're going to be excited to see how he plays against Jonathan Riddle on the Mandalorian Colossus, the winning deck of the sector qualifier last weekend. This should be quite a showdown.
Yeah, I think the upgrades could very well be the tipping point of this match. You think, how does a Darth Maul push enough damage through to take the Mandalorian out before it gets to that control point of the game? And one of the easiest ways would be landing a something like a constructed lightsaber or a Darth Maul's lightsaber on an early unit while the Mandalorian hasn't found the easy answer to it yet and getting that damage on. So we'll see if that is the route Trent is able to take, or if the Mandalorian exerts his massive influence on the game, controls the game, takes that initiative, gets a gigantic hand, and takes it into the late game long enough to win.
And I think we mentioned that this Darth Maul deck is not necessarily an aggressive deck, right? It's not an aggro deck, if you will. But in this particular matchup, I do believe Trent will absolutely want to be the aggressor. We know that this Mandalorian Colossus deck has so much inevitability as the game draws on. And we know that Trent will want to put some good pressure early, push wide on the board, get the Force engine rolling, and absolutely. If we can see some of these lightsabers coming in at the right time and sequenced correctly, I think that Trent can have some good success. And it does look like Jonathan will be starting with the initiative for this opening game.
And looking at Trent's hand here, we do see that line available. There are 2 drops. There is a Karis available. There's a constructed lightsaber in the hand. Trent can try and push it and see if Jonathan has an answer to an early 2 drop, but actually decides that's not what he's looking for. So I'm very curious what Trent wants. There was a perfect curve lined up there with going into even the Casca Reeves unit on turn 3. So Trent just not seeing, I think, the power cards to be able to push through this matchup. And I'm very curious to see how this lines up as we're heading into this. This is round 10 of the Star Wars Unlimited Sector Qualifier in Indianapolis, as these players are vying for those top 8 slots. They're both 7-2 right now, so both players looking to pick up a lot of wins today. Every win matters.
Yes, it does. I do wonder with that mulligan from Trent, maybe trying to be a bit more conservative, not wanting to potentially get blown out by that crushing blow
Right.
early if he was able to put that constructed lightsaber on one of those early Force units. So maybe just being a little bit more conservative. The common line here from Mandalorian, just claim that initiative on the opening turn of the game, use that ability, pay that 1 resource, draw that additional card, and it is going to be a Force unit for Trent to start things out. The Acolyte of the Beyond as Jonathan goes into the second action phase with the initiative.
I think I might have even seen. Oh no, I think that's a lost and forgotten there. Karis Nemec coming down on Jonathan's side as we see the Acolyte of the Beyond swing in for 2, gaining the Force for Trent. So there is a little bit of Force action available now. The Grand Inquisitor is the follow-up, an aggressive unit with hidden that raid 1, able to start punching in more damage. And I think Trent maybe is looking just to get a lot of units on board, more than Jonathan can keep up with here. And we'll see if he's able to pull that off, as the players already are passing off into round or game turn 3. My God, can I come up with the right word?
Oh, it's interesting start too. That Force used pretty early for Trent and that Darth Maul action ability, just putting that damage onto the Acolyte of the Beyond and the Karis Nemec. Of course, that Force can be generated very easily at this point between these 2 units, 1 Force unit, and then that on attack plus when defeated trigger on the Acolyte of the Beyond. First action for Jonathan. It is going to be let's call it war with the initiative. 3 damage to the Grand Inquisitor, 2 damage to the Acolyte, which is enough to defeat it because it was damaged off of that Darth Maul action ability during the last round. So action back over to Trent. Back to just
Huge thing to
1 unit.
understand with this Darth Maul deck is that it does require 2 targets to deal damage to. And the Mandalorian deck doesn't always play that many units to board here, as we see Jonathan employing these events very well, and then often just spending this last resource to take the initiative. And so putting this position now is kind of disabled the Darth Maul ability to deal with that Karis Nemec, because the only way to use it is to hit both Grand Inquisitor and Karis Nemec.
Absolutely, yeah. The Darth Maul action ability has lined up a bit awkwardly early in game number 1. It is 6 total damage already on Jonathan's base as the Grand Inquisitor was able to strike Colossus. Now Towson's Assassin is the play for Trent. Force will be used, -3/-3 to the Karis Nemec unit, but that when defeated trigger, Jonathan going to disclose the Zeb Aurelios, the aggression and heroism aspect needed to create a ready spy token. And we'll see now if Jonathan wants to potentially trade with this spy token, could trade with that Grand Inquisitor if he chooses to do so, but just going to claim the initiative, has that 1 ready resource. to pay and draw the card off of that Mandalorian ability. So staying true to the form of Mandalorian.
Yeah, that's really where the power is. Mandalorian plays kind of down a turn every single turn, playing with a lower number of resources, but always gets to take the initiative and draw that card. And that is really the power of that deck because you kind of ignore that Colossus drawback of having fewer cards to start because you draw so many more than your opponent. As the Zeb Aurelios that was disclosed last turn does come down, wipes the Grand Inquisitor off of the board. So Zeb Aurelios unit now a sentinel in the way of the Talzin's assassin. Can easily clean up a trade between the both. Clean trade 4-4 into 4-4, but that's not giving Trent any real motion here on the game, which is exactly what Jonathan wants. Wants to hold off that damage as long as possible because the Mandalorian deck wants to go to the late game, a swing with the spy token for 2, and now it is up to Trent to figure out how to deploy to keep going.
Now Trent wanting to keep the pressure on. It is going to be the Darth Tyrannus with the Force. He will be able to ambush and defeat that spy token. And of course, the spy has 0 power, so no damage back. And that Darth Tyrannus with a shield token as well. So it'll be a bit more difficult for Jonathan to punch through as Jonathan has the initiative going into the 6 resource turn. Both leaders can be deployed. No units in play, though, for Jonathan, so if that Mandalorian gets deployed, we won't see that support keyword being used this round, as the piercing shot is a fantastic play, defeating the shield token on Darth Tyrannus and then doing the 3 damage to defeat it. Love that follow-up to the servant of Darth Sidious. Now back
Piercing
over
shot is a
to
clean
Trent.
answer to multiple of these 3 HP shielded units in the format right now. As that Darth Maul leader deployed has come down, Harrison Dula on Jonathan Riddell's side. So there is a little bit that's going to, I think, threaten that Hera, but especially going to be this Anakin Skywalker champion of Mortis following that up. That's going to -3/-3 the Hera, and that allows the Darth Maul to attack base and get the final ping on the Hera to take it out. So a really clean response on this deploy turn from Trent that's, I think, going to end him in a pretty solid position. Some good damage dealt to Colossus. Hera off the board as well.
Such a strong play for sure, because Jonathan putting that Hera down, it is a unit that you must respect and it must be defeated ASAP. And with that Anakin, you're able to still get the damage in base, and that is very important. So a 5 damage swing from Darth Maul, putting Jonathan's base damage total up to 11. 1 damage to Harrison Dula, and the Anakin Skywalker Hera unit is defeated. As once again, Jonathan has the initiative. No Mandalorian deploy just yet. Of course, that Mandalorian wouldn't have been able to do much with that 4 power. Not enough to deal with either of these ground threats that Trent has presented. As we get to 7 resources, see how Jonathan wants to start this action phase.
Feels like a pretty all right spot to be in here, but I was about to say it's very easy to turn this back around. Lost and forgotten, cleaning the Anakin off the board. Now it's just that lone Darth Maul leader, and as you were saying, Josh, the Mandalorian leader is available as well. So getting close to parity here, but Trent trying to stave that off with the Merrick unit. A sentinel in the way to try and prevent whatever Jonathan wants to do, and condemning that Mandalorian as soon as Jonathan deploys it as well. That's going to disable that leader and make it an easy target to put some extra damage on each time this Darth Maul swings if Jonathan tries to build anything else out on the board.
That is so tough as well, because Jonathan just claims the initiative, and now with Mandalorian deployed, he can't draw that extra card with that 1 resource because the extra card comes from the on attack ability when Mandalorian is a leader unit. So tough spot. Jonathan wants to be getting these cards, and at the moment, he's not going to get any cards with Condemn on the Mandalorian. So very nice play for Trent, as Jonathan with the initiative going to play the rebellious Hammerhead and does have enough cards in hand to deal damage, great enough to defeat that Darth Maul leader unit. So definitely a step in the right direction for Jonathan.
Yeah, that is the card Jonathan needed because this is going to put an actual threat on board, something Trent has to reckon with at some point here, but also takes care of that leader, which otherwise very difficult. It does look like Jonathan's going to test Trent a little bit, send that Mandalorian in, and see if the disclose is available. Trent's just weighing how to disclose. Does disclose no glory only results in hand, so that is going to minus that Mandalorian and prevent any abilities during this attack. Pretty solid spot to be in, but still now Trent has shown his hand a little bit that no glory is waiting, but does drop a pre-Vizsla this turn. Unfortunately, unable to defeat the Rebellious Hammerhead. It's 1 HP too much.
Is very interesting indeed. So the Pre-Vizsla is just played as a 6/6 unit, not defeating anything. So no Mandalorians created. Trent's unable to go wide on the board. And this is an interesting spot for sure. Jonathan has the initiative and would love to get that Mandalorian back in the leader zone to start drawing some more cards. And at this point, that Maroc is going to keep Mandalorian in play for at least another turn. It only has 2 power and another 3 HP left on the Mandalorian. As Jonathan does have the first action here. Up to 9 resources. And it is another lost and forgotten. This one coming down, defeating Pre-Vizsla unit. 3 more damage healed. Back down to 12 on for Jonathan.
My thought process here was that maybe Trent just knew that no matter what, this Pre-Vizsla had to be answered. He's going to continue to eat away at Jonathan's answers to things, try and get those lost and forgottens used, knowing more Pre-Vizslas will come at some point, can start using this Darth Maul ability, the Merrick allowing him to keep getting the Force right now to get some damage on that Hammerhead. That does mean a future Pre-Vizsla can clean the Hammerhead off the board. See if Trent can kind of navigate to that position, but actually just maybe not wanting to take the time to do that. There's the no glory only results, taking the Hammerhead off. But with that out of Trent's hand now, he's another disclose. There is a Merrick in hand, so still able to disclose to keep that Mandalorian condemned. But that Mandalorian continues to attack into the Merrick to get damage, just like you're saying, Josh. Jonathan just wants that Mandalorian leader to be defeated and get back into the leader zone.
And speaking of those lightsabers, Dan, the Darth Maul's lightsaber onto Maroc, and with it being upgraded, actually loses Sentinel and gains Saboteur. So Jonathan played the 3-cost Bith Brute that does have Sentinel, but now Maroc with the Saboteur keyword able to get through and go straight to base for 6. And the damage total is now 18-2 in favor of Trent as we go into the regroup phase.
18 damage on Colossus, but it is a 35 HP base, so it's not as close as it might seem. Still 17 more to deal, just barely above halfway there on Trent's side, but the resources are growing, and Mandalorian's advantage is going to come to bear very soon if Trent can't get this closed off. And here's the aggressive negotiations going to swing in with that Bith Brute and just handle that Merrick. Take it right off the board. Don't even know how many cards are in Jonathan's hand, but I assure you it was enough.
Absolutely. Was able to draw plenty of extra cards earlier in the game. That, of course, has since been stifled a bit ever since the Mandalorian deployed and was met with the condemn. Jonathan would still love to get that Mandalorian defeated. As back over to Trent. He's got 8 resources to work with, 4 cards in hand here in game number 1 of round 10 in this Indianapolis Sector Qualifier Day 2. It's going to be another copy of that 3-cost Sentinel Maroc coming out. And here's Hona for Jonathan, which can definitely start changing the math a little bit. A 3/5 with Raid 2 and Restore 2. Trent's got some more resources to spend. Let's see how he further pushes this board. It is going to be the Towson's Assassin. And no Force being used here, just going to be a 4/4 in the ground arena.
Trent's always very careful with his resources for everything, deploying some of these units without getting full value all the time. But now Jonathan, about to get more value back from that Mandalorian, does finally attack it into the Merrick, and it is defeated at last. So now that leader ability will be active going to Jonathan's next turn here. Going to be pretty solid now for Jonathan, able to start to rebuild that hand size as Trent has been unable to get quite enough damage, and now staring down that Hana, like you mentioned, Josh, that is a huge game changer in terms of the damage race, so something Trent has to answer very quickly.
Trent with the initiative does at least have the Maroc in the way of Hona currently, but that Restore 2 still very, very viable here, as it is the Towson's Assassin attacking first, putting Jonathan up to 22 damage on Colossus. Now let's see if Jonathan has some kind of response to Maroc or just attacks into it right away with Hona, and actually going to play that Zeb Aurelios. That is going to deal 3 damage to Maroc, leaving it with just 3 HP remaining. But now the Night Sister for Trent, the hulking Inquisitor, an 8-7 with Overwhelm, and Jonathan has to discard a card from hand. And depending on the cost, there will be some damage dealt. So Droid Laser Turret's discarded, cost 3, so Trent can deal 3 damage, divided as he chooses here among these units.
3 damage is enough when combined with the Darth Maul leader ability to take the Zeb off the board. So that's definitely a consideration. But again, that's going to leave the Hana to get an attack off here as well. And has to consider if the damage goes on the Hana, can make it so that exactly if it attacks into the Merrick, then it is lethal to that as well. So some considerations there. It looks like that's Trent's choice, though. And then it looks like Jonathan simply takes initiative, getting to draw off of that. Now here comes Karis from Trent. There's the activation of the Darth Maul ability, getting the pings off there. Attacking with Merrick will get the force back, which sets Karis up for that when defeated ability, but that would be unfortunately just sending it into that Zeb Aurelios. So a little bit of a tricky spot. What is the best way to utilize resources here? And Trent's going to have to figure that out, because everything is going to matter right now as we're getting to that late stage of the game. Mandalorian's going to start having a lot of access to out of aspect villainy cards, those powerful cards from Ashes that'll turn the game around.
Indeed. Bit of a push and pull here. It is going to be the Maroc going into Zeb. So Zeb and Hona both with just 1 HP remaining. It does set up this Darth Maul action ability beautifully on this next turn. So Jonathan, with the initiative, will need to get some value out of these units before they fall to the wayside. And first action going to be the Nebula Ignition, and that is going to defeat all of the units in play. It defeats each non-upgraded unit. There were no upgraded units in play, and Trent has to restart. It is going to be the Devastator. Such a good card in this control matchup. 4 indirect damage into Colossus and a 9 power threat in the space arena. Main decking the Devastator is fantastic in a matchup like this.
And that is perfect right now. It represents exact lethal. Now, unfortunately for Trent, the Mandalorian deck loves to get to take that initiative there, draw an answer to it, make sure he can resolve it. But it does mean the very first action Jonathan has to be to stop the Devastator, or the game is over for the Mandalorian. So what is Jonathan's first response? And yes, the rebellious Hammerhead comes down once again, throwing a ton of damage onto the Devastator, crashing into it and taking it out of the arena.
And Dan, I believe that Jonathan had exactly 6 cards left in hand after that Rebellious Hammerhead was played. So it was exact amount needed to answer the Devastator as Trent plays another massive threat, a second copy of Night Sister into the ground arena, as Jonathan will discard the Let's Call It War. That puts 3 damage onto the Rebellious Hammerhead. As now it's back over to Jonathan. He does still have 5 resources left to work with, but keep in mind an attack from that Night Sister would leave Jonathan with just 1 HP remaining on his base.
This is some nice hand pressure that Trent is activating here. Got rid of 3 cards out of Jonathan's hand this turn, the Hammerhead, then the discard from the Ninth Sister, and now kind of forcing a Sentinel to be played in this arena as well. So there's the Droid Laser Turret. And that also puts 2 units in play here for Darth Maul to be able to ping, getting that shield off of the turret, so that Ninth Sister's still going to hit for a ton of damage if it remains in play. Jonathan has to keep drawing cards to replenish this hand, keep finding options to fend off what Trent has. But it's been a remarkable so far, Josh. Trent has just had ace after ace every single play here, really forcing Jonathan to keep up with the amount of threats entering play.
Do love the play of that Darth Maul action ability. Here comes Jonathan, first action, aggressive negotiations, and there's enough cards in hand to allow that droid laser turret to have a massive attack into Ninth Sister. Both units defeated, leaves Jonathan with the lone unit in play currently, that Rebellious Hammerhead having 3 HP remaining, and Trent has to start the process over yet again, looking through the discard pile, seeing how many options does Jonathan still have? What threats has he seen? What removal options may still be available based on what has been played thus far?
Josh, I'm not sure there's any way to negotiate with a laser turret that isn't aggressive.
That's a great call. Shatterpoint is going to be the play. And Shatterpoint, a great call here for Trent because didn't need the force, didn't have the force, but didn't need it because there was only 3 HP left on the Hammerhead. So that's good enough for Shatterpoint to defeat it. And now it's another copy of Hona for Jonathan. And look at this, out of the airlock coming down, -5, -5. This is a card we don't see very often, Dan, but
No.
it's a perfect answer for Hona.
Yeah, that answers it really well, and I really like that card right now too because again, you combine that with Darth Maul that allows you to get rid of things like Merrick's with that. It's a pretty cool little option here just to have that flexibility into shielded units, into things that are just harder to defeat in other ways. Plus leaders, right? This can actually -5 leaders and allow Darth Maul to ping them away. So yeah, I kind of like this. It's a cool piece of tech.
It really is. Now, Trent with the initiative just going to play that Chimera. Nothing to take out here, but it is a 6 power threat in the space arena. And now Jonathan has his own threat in the space arena, another Rebellious Hammerhead, and enough cards in hand to deal the damage to defeat Chimera. Trent just can't get anything to stick, and he's been so close to closing out the game.
Has been so close. How many times has Trent deployed a powerful unit without its when played? And then how many times has Jonathan put down a Rebellious Hammerhead and just taken a threat off the board as well? These players are going deep into this game, but nobody is giving up yet. Both of them having a lot of continued options to keep fighting. Just this lone Hammerhead unit in the space arena. What has Trent drawn to continue to fend this off?
Hammer time recently for Jonathan Riddell as he looks to continue to not only stabilize the board, but at some point he does have to turn the corner here and start applying some pressure of his own. And I believe he has used up 2 of the aggressive negotiations. It's another Ninth Sister. I believe this is the 3rd copy coming out. The Imperial Door Technician is discarded, so a great option for Jonathan to discard. Had a plethora of cards in hand, so just 1 damage to the Rebellious Hammerhead, and now 5 damage coming in to that 28 HP force base. 26-7. The damage totals right now in favor is Trent, as Trent plays that Treyas Acolyte.
Jonathan, attacking with that Rebellious Hammerhead means that there are answers to Ninth Sister in hand right now. Had no need to take that initiative and was able to take an action just to push for that Treyas Acolyte. Another threat on board, continuing to try and force Jonathan's hand a little bit to answer everything. Going to start with, it looks like the -3. Do we have a -6? Actually, is there heroism in Jonathan's discard? I can't remember if we've seen that at all.
Yes, I know there's a Zeb at least, right? I
Oh,
know
yes,
that
the
Zeb
Zeb.
was defeated. Okay.
Right. Oh, sorry, a villainy. A villainy is what I was thinking here.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Okay. Yes. Yes.
yes, yeah. I'm so used to Anakin being played in the Cad Bane decks right now.
No, that's totally fair. I do believe he had at least the Imperial Door Technician. I'm not sure if
Right,
there
it
was
was
any other villainy cards, but
just
I know he
discarded.
had that
Yes, yes.
one.
Full
Um,
power Anakin there, followed by the piercing shot, taking care of that Ninth Sister. But again, that Treyas Acolyte giving Trent an option now to push damage in. And I wonder if Trent's just trying to get something to gear up and close the game. This could be one of those scenarios where Trent pushes actions just deep enough if this Treyas Acolyte is able to sit on board. But Jonathan's not going to let that happen. Uses the Champion Immortus unit to take the Treyas off. And now Jonathan is in a commanding board position. Trent needs to get more units built up. But as you were saying, Josh, this turn the corner moment, it does feel like it's sort of happening before our eyes right now as the momentum is clearly shifting in favor of the Mandalorian.
This is the way Jonathan has figured out exactly what he needs to do to reach the inevitability of this Mandalorian Colossus deck. It is a Talzin's Assassin for Trent. Force is used after it was generated this action phase with that Acolyte. And it's -3/-3 on the Rebellious Hammerhead. And here comes Harrison Dula. And this could be a massive target right here for Trent, because if Trent leaves this in play and can't answer it, that is a lot of damage that could be healed from Jonathan's base. Whenever Hera deals combat damage to a base, you heal that much from your base, and I do believe there's at least still one more copy of Aggressive Negotiations available to Jonathan.
That's exactly right, Josh. This aggressive negotiations Hera combo is how Mandalorian steals games away. It is such a powerful combo. So, of course, Trent respects it. No glory, only results, removing the Harrison Dula unit from board right now and just going to move things forward here. Jonathan taking that initiative to make sure that he can get an answer. Again, he is still so close to lethal where he has to take every action here to make sure that these units are off board. Is not going to greet any attacks with the Rebellious Hammerhead right now.
First action, Anakin Skywalker unit attacking and defeating the Talzin's Assassin unit. And it still leaves Anakin with 1 HP remaining and no Force unit in play right now for Trent. So he's unable to generate that Force quickly and use that Darth Maul action ability to get rid of the Champion of Mortis. So Jonathan once again in full control of the board. Let's see what Trent has. It is a Ryder Azadi to shut down something that Jonathan may be looking to play in the near future, as that Hammerhead continuing to hammer that 28 HP Force base, 12 damage on Trent's base. And Trent has his own Champion of Mortis unit to defeat Jonathan's clear up the ground arena. And then Anakin on Trent's side will be lost and forgotten. And that damage being healed is important as well. 25-12 in favor of Trent. And it's a back and forth Anakin Skywalker. Here we go. This one will be -6/-6 to the Ryder Azadi. And we go into another action phase. Trent with no units in play.
Yeah, this is Jonathan continuing to maintain control of that board. The board, in fact, looks identical to how it was at the start of that phase as well, despite that back and forth. But of course, less damage on Mandalorian's base. Now 10 HP away from Trent claiming victory here, but now a 5/7 Anakin unit and a 5/7 Rebellious Hammerhead, either arena with a real threat. And Jonathan getting very close to closing this off. And of course, the advantage to Jonathan here is this Mandalorian deck is built to go late. If Jonathan can take game one, then as long as Jonathan doesn't lose game two, that will be in his favor.
It absolutely will. Trent with the initiative going to play a Force unit, the Secretive Sage 2/2 shielded unit, as Anakin Skywalker crashes in for 5. And all of a sudden, the alarm is sounding for Trent. He's down to just 11 HP on base. After that attack from Anakin Skywalker, the Rebellious Hammerhead is threatening another 5. So things looking a bit grim at the moment for Trent, just playing another 2-cost Force unit in Karis. And here comes the aggressive negotiations from Jonathan, the last copy, and it is enough cards in hand to deal lethal. And game one in the books, Jonathan Riddell with the opening win of round 10.
That is exactly how the Mandalorian Colossus wants to play. Watch Jonathan that game 1 for 1, every single thing. Keep that initiative. Always have an answer in your back pocket, handful of cards, and employ those aggressive negotiations to do all of your heavy lifting for you. Jonathan showed exactly why this is the pick into these vigilance, aggression, villainy decks. It can play some of that same late game, but it will just overwhelm you with its cards in hand and utilize that to a massive advantage.
It's just so hard to overcome, isn't it, Dan? Because it's just this unlimited supply of cards. We've never had a deck in this game that can draw the amount of cards that Mandalorian provides. so many options, so much inevitability in the late game. And it's one of those decks where the Colossus base is literally perfect for Mandalorian because you start with one less card, but you can literally just put that card right back in your hand on the first turn of the game. So that 5 HP that you get with Colossus just goes perfectly with this deck. That's why it is a true contender. It won in Berlin last weekend, and Jonathan looking to keep the dream alive with a win here in round 10. Now, if you're Trent, Dan, we've got to be finding some of these. If there's any more copies of things like Devastator or Planetary Bombardment potentially in the sideboard, anything to deal some more direct damage to base in the sideboard, I think you'll want to bring it in here.
I think the issue that you have going into Mandalorian is if the game goes late, it's Mandalorian favored. Trent really needs to just ratchet that pressure up early on while Mandalorian's taking half turns, right? Just using,
Yeah.
okay, take initiative, pay one, draw a card. That's limiting Mandalorian's plays. So the faster Trent can go, the better. But one thing you mentioned there, Josh, planetary bombardment, in my experience, the clincher in this matchup or in any matchup against the Mandalorian because of the low number of units you see Mandalorian playing until the very, very late game. That planetary bombardment often is hitting base for a ton of damage, and that's how you take that pressure that you mount early on and use it to close the game.
Now, as both players look through their starting hands, it's Trent that will start with the initiative here in game number 2 as he decides if he wants to keep. Does look like he has a turn 1 play, does have a force unit in hand. And it looks like he is satisfied with the hand. Jonathan as well. Resource decisions have been made, and Trent's going to kick off game number 2 with that Treyas Acolyte, and then just the standard form, turn 1, claim the initiative, draw that card for Mandalorian.
Exactly what we expect to see, wanting to, like you mentioned, Josh, ignore that disadvantage of Colossus right away. And there is the crushing blow, immediately taking the Trace Acolyte off the board. Of course, Jonathan trying to deny the Force to Trent. The longer the Force can be denied by getting rid of these units that can attack in order to gain it from the Night Sister lair base, then the less advantage Trent is able to mount as Jonathan attempts to deploy some of the deck's smaller pool of units to be able to stop Trent. And there is a droid laser turret. So this does mean that this is an opportunity for Trent to attack with the Grand Inquisitor and get the Force, but not the best thing in the world to have to attack into, just the shield on the laser turret. But we see Trent going for it anyway, just needing that Force to start playing.
Does need the Force indeed. Jonathan claiming the initiative, paying that 1 resource to draw a card. And the Force was just generated, and Trent will immediately use it with the Towson's Assassin when played ability, giving -3/-3 to that droid laser turret. It is defeated. Jonathan has the initiative and staring down a couple 4-power threats on offense on Trent's side of the board. So let's see if he has a way to maybe slam down that Zeb. We saw Zeb early on. It's not going to be the Zeb this time. It will be the Let's Call It War. That's 3 damage to the Assassin, 2 damage to Grand Inquisitor, which is enough to defeat it as the Assassin strikes first in game number 2 for damage. And Jonathan just following up with the Karis Nimic, and it's Ryder Azadi for Trent.
We'll have to see what rider named this time. This early stage of the game, it's pretty tough to guess at exactly which pieces of removal or control your opponent is going to try to employ. Naming, though, Rebellious Hammerhead, I think certainly one of the linchpin cards of the deck, and it was a massive card for Jonathan in the last game, so a good call. Now Jonathan needs to expend resources to get that rider off the board to start to take advantage of one of those powerhouse cards in the Mandalorian's deck.
This time a little bit different than in game 1. Jonathan does have a unit in play on that 6 resource turn, so immediately deploying the Mandalorian, attacking with Karis Nimic into the Assassin. Both units defeated. That support ability giving the on attack as well, so Jonathan able to draw a card as he has the initiative. And the question is, do we see a disclose for the spy token? It looks like the answer is no.
Interesting. No aggression cards in Jonathan's hand, or Jonathan valuing not revealing anything, or is he still considering the option? Yeah, no, it looks like Trent's play. So No disclose on that Karis Nemec on that attack. Trent following up with an Anakin Skywalker unit, the champion of Mortis, entering the ground arena once again, giving a -3/-3 onto that Mandalorian. Gonna disable it just a little bit. That Mandalorian leader not quite as powerful now.
Yeah, only swinging for one if it does decide to attack. It only has 3 HP for the phase as well. Jonathan does still have all of his resources, just going to attack into the base, get that on attack trigger, drawing yet another card. Has drawn 2 extra cards so far this turn. Now it's Ryder Azadi that can attack as well. Looks like it is going to be going into the Mandalorian leader unit, restoring that damage from Trent's base and leaving the Mando with a bit of damage on. Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis, will be hit with Jonathan's Lost and Forgotten. Jonathan healing 3 damage from the base, and now Darth Maul joins the party in the ground arena and will attack into Jonathan's base. The on-attack trigger dealing that 1 final damage needed to clean up the Mandalorian leader unit.
Yeah, perfectly mathed by Trent here to try and get that off the board while starting to finally mount the pressure that he desperately needs onto Colossus. Now, did decide to put the damage on Darth Maul, which is what I expected. Of course, that Ryder Azadi is currently shutting down the Rebellious Hammerhead, and you don't want to make it easier for Jonathan, who does play various cards that can deal chunks of damage to that Ryder Azadi. We saw a lot of them employed in the last game, so you want to make sure Jonathan has to work a little bit to get that Ryder Azadi off the board so those rebellious hammerheads become playable, because of course in the very last game we saw the hammerhead come down and drop that Darth Maul in a moment, and here is one of those, let's call it war, putting 3 damage on Darth Maul and 2 damage on to the Ryder Azadi. Exactly why Trent put the 1 damage on Maul instead.
And it does leave both of these units with just 2 HP remaining. So that will beg the question, is Jonathan running the collateral damage alongside that let's call it war? But Maul's going to gain some HP with the Darth Maul's lightsaber, getting +4/+2, bringing the HP total back up to 4 as the droid laser turret does come down. But as we talked about earlier, Dan, this Darth Maul very good into these shielded Sentinel units because it can ping off that shield with the on-attack ability.
Yeah, and I thought that one of these upgrades was going to come down right away because Jonathan was definitely posturing to be using damage to take both of these units off the board, so that sort of eliminated that as an option. But you're exactly right, Josh. Here, this Darth Maul now can come and ping that shield off, and because of the overwhelm gained, oh, sorry, that's only on the when played when Darth Maul, so that was not used when that was attached to Darth Maul to attack. So he doesn't get the overwhelm right now from that Maul's lightsaber, but does still get to clear that Sentinel off the board, and now the Merrick dropping for Trent as well. So a Sentinel in the way, but Jonathan feeling a little bit of pressure on board, but getting to the stage of the game where he might be able to just simply shrug that off, but we'll see what is sitting in his hand here going into the next turn.
He does have the initiative. Does he have another let's call it war or a collateral damage? Would be perfect to answer both the Darth Maul leader and the Ryder Azadi. It's going to be the Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis. And unfortunately for Jonathan at this point, he doesn't have both a heroism and a villainy card. That would have also done the trick to take out both Ryder and Darth Maul. So just the Darth Maul leader unit defeated, as it is going to be an attack from both Ryder Azadi and the Marak coming through. 12 damage on Jonathan's base after he claims, draws the extra card, and Trent finding a great card in this matchup, the Casca Reeves. And because Trent did have a friendly unit defeated, bringing along that Mandalorian token, quite the pressure in the ground arena.
Oscar Reeves just representing a lot of bodies on board. When Jonathan gets to the point where the out of aspect single reactor ignition might be able to be played, well, that's another story then. But right now, this is a lot of pressure. Again, more threats that Jonathan has to remove, even when they're small 2/2s. We know Trent has upgrades to even take them higher if he wants to. 2 Sentinels in play right now, standing in the way of this Anakin Skywalker unit. It does come in and clear off the Casca Reeves, taking 4 damage in the process. But look how well Trent has protected Ryder Azadi so far. The longer that Ryder can stay alive, the more advantageous it's going to feel for Trent as he gets that attack off once more with the Ryder still sitting behind this 2/6 Merrick Sentinel.
Jonathan up to 14 damage on his base after that attack from Ryder. It is another copy of Zeb Aurelio's unit. Going to deal damage to the Mandalorian, so just popping that shield token. And it does give Jonathan a 4/4 Sentinel in the ground arena, but there is the no glory only results to take control and defeat that Zeb Aurelios. Jonathan no longer having a Sentinel in the ground arena, will just claim the initiative, draw the extra card off of the Mandalorian. And like you said, that Ryder Azadi sticking around, continuing to be a real problem for Jonathan because the Rebellious Hammerhead is so important in this deck.
It is such a powerful card, taking out any single threat in play and existing as just a route, a unit to put aggressive negotiations on. Let's be honest. It's just something that can attack. But there is finally that out of aspect single reactor ignition taking care of the board. 3 damage onto Trent's base as well. Now the board is clear. Trent can rebuild this turn, has a lot of resources to do so. It starts off with a very efficient one. Again, Koska Reeves unit back in play. Mandalorian token enters. There's Merrick, nearly the same board, but missing the key piece, the Ryder Azadi. Jonathan with the initiative now, once again, to react to this board full of threats.
Certainly one of the best responses to that board wipe is Koska Reeves' unit. One of the best ways for these aggression, vigilance, villainy decks to replenish the board with multiple units in one action. Now Jonathan with the initiative has plenty of resources, lots of cards in hand. He has effectively used that Mandalorian leader ability so many times here in game 2, and it's going to be a Nebula Ignition, which will not fully wipe the board. It only defeats the units that aren't upgraded, so the Mandalorian token will stay in play, attack Jonathan's base for 2, leaving Colossus with just 15 HP remaining. Jonathan plays Karis Nemec, and it is the 2-cost Karis for Trent, and now it is another copy of Anakin Skywalker to defeat that Karis Nemec. This time we do see the disclose from Jonathan, disclosing Hera Syndulla and getting that ready spy token.
Trent considers using the Darth Maul, but again, Darth Maul has to ping 2 things, can't just ping a single thing, so that would be a damage going onto one of Trent's cards, and Trent decides, no, it's not worth it right now because we've gotten Jonathan to spend multiple board wipe cards so far. Trent continues to rebuild multiple units every time. Is going to keep forcing Jonathan to have the right response, but here comes the out of aspect Chimera, getting rid of that spy to get rid of the Anakin Skywalker unit as well. A pretty solid response, getting that recover 2 on the base. That does mean that both of Trent's threats can only get back to where he previously was at the start of the turn, and Trent does need to continue to come up with responses, but does feel like Trent maybe can pull this momentum back a little bit depending on what cards are in his hand right now.
I love this play from Jonathan. He's went Chimera into the space arena, had 3 more resources ready. It's Hera Syndulla, and now it's really 2 threats, 2 must-defeat threats in play, one in the sky, one on the ground. And I was about to say we were going to see some fireworks from Trent because I believe he's holding his own Chimera. And of course, taking out Jonathan's would be great, but now seeing that Hera, that's a big problem as well. As Karis gets in for 2, here comes the big play. It is going to be Chimera for Trent. And the question is, which unit is defeated? Is it going to be Hera Syndulla or Chimera on Jonathan's side? Trent will defeat his own Karis, it appears. And it is a tough decision right now. Which one is it going to be, Dan?
It's interesting that I think the Hera could have also been defeated using the Karis Nemec when defeated ability here. If the Mandalorian attacked into the Hera, I think both could have been cleared potentially, but maybe Trent again just like valuing holding on to this force for potential Towson's Assassin or something on the next turn, does decide to defeat the Chimera, but this is a risk now because it means aggressive negotiations can come down on this Harrison Dula and undo Trent's entire game. It was a risk, but it might be paying off as it's just an Anakin Skywalker unit coming in. Trent has another opportunity to get the Harrison Dula off the board before Jonathan steals away the game Trent has spent the entire time trying to accomplish, dealing this damage to base. Does Trent have a response? Just as Mandalorian attack, I think gambling a little bit. You don't have aggressive negotiations, and sure enough, Jonathan does not have that 3 damage into base and just to recover 3.
Jonathan also showing us that he's able to get so much more value in this particular build with his Anakin Skywalker. Once again, the full -6/-6 because he has villainy and heroism in the discard pile. 19-4, the damage totals on the base in favor of Trent as he plays that Treyas Acolyte, but now the piercing shot going to come in, wipe out the shield, and defeat that Mandalorian token. And now Trent will play a Moroccan. Things really starting to feel like it's shifting into Jonathan's favor, weathering the storm of Chimera. Still has a Hera in play, but that Marok is going to get a constructed lightsaber. Does mean it doesn't have Sentinel, but it is going to be +2/+3, and it'll also gain Raid 2, so it becomes quite the threat.
Also, it makes it immune to Nebula Ignition, which is just potentially relevant at some point here, but we'll see. Jonathan with that initiative, a deck full of 1-for-1 removal, and I see the Rebellious Hammerhead in play, but going to start actually with just the Tree Remembers very cleanly answering that Merrick. So this is a great spot for Jonathan to be in. Still a ton of resources available, just contending with the Treyas Acolyte. But that Harrison Dula gets to undo any damage that Treyas does on its own. You see Jonathan feels like he's turned the corner. -3 from the Towson's Assassin on the Harrison Dula definitely helps. But the Anakin Skywalker unit takes the Treyas off the board. So Trent still needs to finish off that Hera and has no force right now to do so.
Yeah, taking off that Treyas Acolyte, very important. Making sure that Trent can't generate the force on this turn to ping off that Hera with the action ability. And now we finally see hammer time for Jonathan. Is the Rebellious Hammerhead coming down, the wind plate ability defeating Towson's Assassin. Trent will get a hold of the initiative now, but that Harrison Dula back up to the full 4 HP and still a crazy looming threat for Jonathan. Does Trent have an answer yet for that Harrison Dula, the Renegade General?
Needs to find one for sure. Again, the longer that Hera exists, the more risky it becomes. That aggressive negotiation's extremely strong. Pre Vizsla is going to take out the Anakin Skywalker unit. So Pre Vizsla unit coming down, dropping a Mandalorian. Another set of threats for Jonathan to deal with this game. Trent not ignoring those when played or not playing things despite not getting the when playeds, just trying to get as much value as possible. Swinging in with the Karis. Now the Force is active. The Rebellious Hammerhead responds in kind, but look how this damage race has already changed. Jonathan is getting closer to parity with Trent on damage dealt. It's still all of his resources this turn for a second Rebellious Hammerhead coming in, blasting that Pre Vizsla unit off of the board.
Wow. Back-to-back turns, Rebellious Hammerhead. Jonathan 100% in full control at this point. Another Anakin Skywalker will clear up that Mandalorian token. There is lethal in play for Jonathan right now. We've yet to see the aggressive negotiations, but we will not have to. Trent extends the fist bump there, and that is going to do it. Jonathan Riddell advancing on to 8-2 here in Indianapolis.
This Mandalorian Colossus deck demands respect, and the players who brought it here, like Jonathan Riddell, are really showing their prowess and their capability in handling the various vigilance, aggression, villainy decks that are sort of ruling the format right now. And Trent plays that Darth Maul deck extremely well. You see him really lining up the math constantly there. Just unfortunately, a matchup that is a little bit tough, I think, to claw your way through because it's so hard to get the pressure needed onto that Colossus with the 35 HP to be able to bully your opponent out of the game. Jonathan just managing to hold on turn after turn, turn the game around in the late game, and steal it back every time.
And in that particular game, the Rider Azadi really did leave a footprint there. It was able to stay on the board for quite some time, and it felt as when the Rider Azadi was in play, Trent was able to kind of control that game and definitely felt as though he had the advantage. He had the momentum. But as soon as Jonathan was finally able to get the Rider Azadi off the board, the rebellious Hammerheads back online, which is such a critical piece to these Mandalorian Colossus builds, once it was there, everything started to shift. And then, not to mention, whenever the Mandalorian can get one copy of Hera Syndulla to stick, it really changes the math. And you could see the math really starting to shift even when we didn't have that aggressive negotiations.
Yeah, that was clearly a powerful card, even without that. But it's a salient threat either way, just like this Mandalorian Colossus deck is. Now we're going to be watching as the matches continue throughout the day. We have two more rounds of Swiss, then into a top cut single elimination. Watching to see if Mandalorian Colossus can make it there. There are more Cad Banes in the room than anything else, so certainly excited to play against more of those. But folks, you're just going to have to stick around and see what happens. We are going to go on a short break and then we will be returning with round 11. You're not going to want to miss it. I've been Main Deck Dan, joined at the desk here by Josh Snyder. Thanks for tuning in. Stick around. We've got more coming real soon.
We are back live from Indianapolis for the second sector qualifier in season two. I'm Josh Schneider, and I am now joined by Tower number 9. And we are really getting down to the wire, Tower. Just 2 more rounds of Swiss remaining as these players desperately looking to lock a spot in the top cut and secure all of those valuable points for the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's an exciting time here in Indianapolis as we have day two, underway, but there's still quite a few rounds of SWU to play today, Josh. We still have several Swiss rounds followed by that top cut.
Is right, and we can see again the meta on your screen. Once again, the conversion rates there on the far right. We talked a little bit about Maul. We actually saw Maul last round fall to the Mandalorian Colossus in a 2-game set. Mandalorian, not the best conversion rate, but it is there, and we know how good that Mandalorian can be against these aggression, vigilance, villainy builds. Krennic also there at the top tower, over 25% conversion rate, one of the more played decks in day one, so been a pretty successful run so far for Krennic.
Yeah, it's interesting, but I think the Cad Bane results are also very strong. Cad was at the top of the day one representation, and he has an even higher share of the day two representation.
Yeah, that is quite the share. A third of day two, Cad Bane Vigilance. Cad has certainly been the deck to beat coming into this weekend, winning the Galactic Championship, having 5 Cad Bane Vigilance in the top cut of Berlin last weekend. And as it stands coming into round 11 in the top 8, of course, a lot can still shift, but right now in the top 8, after 10 rounds, there's actually 6 Cad Bane Vigilance decks up there. So let's see if any of these players can knock these Cads down a peg. The 2 decks that are not Cad Bane right now, Tower, in the top 8 of the standings going into round 11, it's 2 Ahsoka Tano decks, one on the 30 HP Vigilance base and one on Alliance Outpost. So the question remains, of course, Ahsoka was my sleeper pick coming in this weekend. My dream scenario, would love to see Ahsoka take it. Can Ahsoka be the one? So far this weekend, Ahsoka has been putting up some pretty good results, including our lone 10-0 player, Christopher Patrick, has defeated every Cad Bane he's played against, and that's been 5.
Yeah, Ahsoka Tano is a very cool leader, and I think for my money, Alliance Outpost has got to be one of the coolest bases in Star Wars Unlimited. Probably my favorite base. The flexibility that you get with that, with all the different setups that you can do, with your ability to exchange one type of token for another, I think that's a really cool base.
It is. I think there's so much flexibility with it too, and we actually saw it earlier in the day have some interesting uses. There was one instance where that all important early Han Solo unit is, of course, shielded when it comes into play. The shield gets popped, and then defeating an experience token on another unit or potentially a shield token on another unit to reshield the Han Solo so that it's more difficult for your opponent to defeat and it can continue to grow. And that seems to be one of the more important aspects of the Alliance Outpost in this Ahsoka build, but certainly more use cases. We saw Ahsoka be buffed up earlier to 7 HP with an experience token. So there's a lot you can do with it.
Yeah. And I think that we'll have to see what happens with the upcoming Homeworld set. But I think there's a very interesting note for Alliance Outpost. The weakness tokens that are going to be a feature of the next set can potentially be exchanged with Alliance Outpost for positive tokens if the opponent puts them on your units. And so that strikes me as a really interesting one. There's a ruling that tokens on a unit are considered owned by the player who owns the unit, I believe. That might not be the exact wording. So if your opponent puts weakness on your guy, you can use that alliance outpost to change the weakness into an experience if you want.
That seems like a pretty good exchange if you ask me, Tower. I think, as we talked about, lots of flexibility with that base. One that we saw actually a good bit of with Chewbacca in the Lawless Time meta. Haven't seen that build quite as much recently because Chewbacca, well, it's pretty tough with all these crazy Sentinels running around in the ground arena. But we are going to go ahead and head down to the feature area. And we've got John Morris versus Alejandro coming in, another Ahsoka Tano. So Ahsoka Vigilance showing back up, and Darth Maul Vigilance Force also showing back up. And I believe we
Yeah,
are set for quite the fireworks show in this particular matchup, Tower.
yeah, that's right. And this is going to be an Ahsoka Tano, I believe, 30 HP Vigilance. So we're not going to see that Alliance Outpost in action here, but should be an interesting match regardless. On the topic of that Chewie Alliance Outpost deck that you were just discussing, Josh, I do think that we'll have to see what happens. I think that depending on potential balance changes, that could end up being in a stronger position because you mentioned the Sentinels being a problem for it. I do think that's true to at least some extent, but another factor that's really not great for that deck is Cad Bane is really good at taking out shields, and that deck is great at making Chewbacca the leader unit deploy quickly and then giving him a bunch of shields. And in a world where maybe Cad Bane suffers some setbacks, I think Chewbacca might be in a better spot. But we're not going to talk about Chewbacca now. We're going to talk about Ahsoka Tano and Darth Maul as the players make those critical early resource decisions.
Alejandro Regal, player known for aggressive decks. He loves these aggro builds, and right now, really the best one in the format in terms of aggressive decks is Ahsoka, and he is piloting it very well here this weekend in Indianapolis, facing off against quite the competitor in John Morris, a former sector qualifier champion. So he has been in the bright lights of these feature tables at the sector qualifiers, and he's going to have a chance to make another run here in this event. But very likely for both of these players, a must win situation to keep those hopes alive of the top cut, as John Morris does decide on that mulligan. And Tower, one thing we know for sure about these villainy force builds is they are so good at really controlling the play in the ground arena. And of course, that's where Ahsoka wants to be. So, will John Morris be able to get the force early and really try to take over with things like that assassin and the Darth Tyrannus?
There's the fist bump, and we're starting things off.
It is a Gunji for Alejandro and a Atreus Acolyte for John. So both players starting with the early force unit.
I am
The
a big
initiative for
fan
Alejandro.
of vanilla units, units that don't have any text, just a good, cool stat line. And Alejandro has now led off with two of them. First we have Gunji, and then following up with those Marines.
And the Marines coming down with 4 power means that the Ahsoka action ability is in play for Alejandro if he wants to use it. The Atreus Acolyte trading some damage with the Gunja unit, both units taking 2 damage, and Alejandro just going to take out that force unit, leaving Gunji with just 1 HP as John Morris going to slam down the Grand Inquisitor. Action back on Alejandro. He will just claim John passing. And let's see what Alejandro has for that Gunji. Very susceptible right now to that ping from that action ability on Darth Maul.
Yeah, it's an interesting setup here, Josh. The Grand Inquisitor unit that John played you might think, "Oh, this lines up really badly." He played a 3-4 and the opponent has a 4-4 in play with the Massassi Group Marines. But if those Marines were to attack and defeat the Grand Inquisitor unit, that would leave both of Alejandro's units on 1 HP and therefore set up to be pinged off by Darth Maul's leader ability. Let's see what Alejandro chooses to do in light of that threat.
It's going to be 4 to base with the Massassi Group Marines. First damage of the game on a base. 28 HP for John and that force base. And here it is, that action ability force used with Darth Maul. 1 damage to both of Alejandro's ground units. It does defeat Gunji. And now an early Naboo Royal Starship. Not the best curve play for Alejandro, but nevertheless, if it sticks in play once Ahsoka comes out, it becomes quite a good unit. It is Towson's Assassin in play. Force used for John. -3 to the Massassi Group Marines. That paired up with that ping from Darth Maul is able to defeat it. And just like that, Alejandro's ground arena cleared. Not really where he wants to be.
Yeah, it's interesting here. The force tokens used very effectively, and Alejandro playing that Naboo Royal Starship is kind of a slower paced play. I wouldn't say it's terrible, but that's really a card where I think what you want to be doing a lot of the time is playing it via the plot keyword, where you don't have to play it from hand, and you can then get an immediate result with Ahsoka. Having to play it out here might have indicated a weaker sort of mid-game draw for Alejandro, but he's still able to threaten some damage in space, and it looks like that's just what Alejandro is going to do. 2 damage to the base, 22 HP remaining on that Vigilance Force base for John Morris.
Action back over to John is a constructed lightsaber onto Towson's Assassin. So the Assassin now a 6/7 stat line, but also has Raid 2 because it's a villainy unit, so will attack for 8. So now John's the one that is applying big pressure, and this damage race is going to shift dramatically in the very near future. Looking at Alejandro's hand, he has the play that these Ahsoka decks generally want, that Queen Amidala, but unfortunately, it's not going to do anything this turn to slow down all of that damage, which is 12 being shown for John Morris.
Yeah, the constructed lightsaber I think this is a card that I really got wrong, Josh. When this card was first shown, I thought this is not really that good. And since then, it's been a very successful card for both heroism and villainy builds. I think I was too focused on +2, +3 not being that great. I was like, there's 3 cost +3 lightsabers, and I'd rather have those. But the constructed lightsaber has proven to be quite effective. And I think my disdain for it was ill-founded when it was first previewed.
That constructed lightsaber so good with these Darth Maul builds, as well as Towson having some great success with that card as well. Queen Amidala is played for Alejandro. It's the Force being used by that Maul action ability. 1 damage to each of the spy tokens that the Queen brought along with her. But another 4 damage to Alejandro's base with the Grand Inquisitor. The Force generated once again, and it is 16-6, the damage totals in favor of John right now. And he is showing again a lot of damage on board, but Alejandro with the initiative, Ahsoka can deploy. And keep in mind that Naboo Royal Starship is already in play, which means Ahsoka will get raid to an overwhelm, and anyone that she supports will as well.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation. John is actually looking to have kind of taken the advantage and become the aggressor in this matchup. But Alejandro is not out of it yet. Ahsoka Tano is known for extremely explosive leader flip turns, and that might be what we're about to see. I think John is just barely off of lethal right now. I think he has 13 damage on the board. and needs 14 damage to win the game, but his own Darth Maul leader could deploy this turn, which would then give him enough damage for lethal. Alejandro himself may also have enough damage for lethal once Ahsoka Tano shows up. Should be an interesting and crucial turn. I wouldn't be surprised if the game ends this turn one way or another.
I think that's a good point for sure because John will absolutely be representing lethal. And we know that with Ahsoka being deployed, supporting one of these units, for instance, that Queen Amidala, as it stands, would attack for 7, could buff up something else by +2 because of the Ahsoka on attack ability being given to Queen Amidala. And then, of course, Ahsoka could then swing for a massive amount. But it's really interesting because you have to think about the race, but Ahsoka can also be one-shot by the Towson's assassin. Alejandro is going to deploy Ahsoka. Jar Jar Binks, Misa Propose, is going to be plotted out, giving +2/+2 to one of these units. And even if he gives it to Ahsoka, that Towson's assassin can still attack for 8. So the assassin is threatening to one-shot Ahsoka regardless of this buff that could come from Jar Jar. Where does the buff go? Looks like Queen Amidala may be the target. We'll get
Yeah, so Queen
+2/+2 for Faith.
Amidala now swinging for 7. Actually, wait, it would be I believe it would actually be 9, is that right? Because she'll inherit the Naboo royal starship as well?
Yes, that is
Uh,
absolutely right. It would be 9. And it is just going to be an attack into that very threatening Towson's assassin that had 7 HP. It does defeat the assassin.
and now I do think Alejandro needs to lose something to avoid Queen Amidala taking damage in return. Presumably her ability being used here to sacrifice another unit, but I'm not sure that Alejandro has actually removed one. Now he has ample potential targets. He could debuff, or he could lose the Jar Jar Binks unit, who is Naboo and official, or he could lose either of those spy tokens, or actually, I believe the Naboo Royal Starship would itself also be a valid target. But I think Alejandro may have forgotten to actually remove a unit here.
Is a good point, Tower. And in response, we saw out the airlock from John, -5, -5 on Ahsoka, which means with just 1 HP remaining, Darth Maul's action ability able to defeat multiple options here. Ahsoka's got 1 HP, the spies have 1 HP, Jar Jar as well. So it is going to be 1 damage to a spy and Ahsoka. Ahsoka and the spy both defeated. Massive play here from John to keep control of the big Ahsoka deploy turn.
Yeah, and we do have a buff still on that Naboo Royal Starship, so it can swing to base for 4. But I think this is not necessarily the result that Alejandro wanted. That out the airlock big debuff on Ahsoka really curtailed the effect of her leader flip there. The Ahsoka Tano leader unit
Here comes
not
Darth Maul
necessarily being
deployed
that great.
on attack trigger. Tower is going to take out the other spy and Jar Jar. These 1 HP units just lining up so well for Darth Maul. And now the question is,
No.
where did Darth Maul attack?
I think they may have just realized that. I think they may have just realized the mistake with the Queen Amidala unit earlier, and are now maybe discussing how to proceed. I think the cleanest thing to do would be to say that you had defeated the Jar Jar Binks unit, which would make sense under the circumstances because it was the one option to absorb that damage that was not ready. But then in this case, John would be able to send the other ping somewhere else, and it looks like we're saying, okay, Jar Jar was already dead. The second ping from Maul is going to head to that Naboo Royal Starship instead.
Very good. All cleared up now. Getting that damage sent to the right place, but that is a great call out. to keep the queen from being damaged earlier. One of those units that shared a trait needed to be defeated because the Towson's assassin did have 6 power, so it would have been enough to defeat the Queen Amidala unit outright. And Maul is just attacking into base, so it's 21 damage on Alejandro's base, and there is another 6 damage still showing in the ground arena. And that means
Now,
that John will have Alejandro in check next action phase.
Alejandro does have the kneel unit, a very strong option, and that allows him to play this Han Solo unit and have it come in ready. But that's just not going to be enough damage. You know, Han can attack and get an experience with the on attack effect, but that's just 2. And Alejandro would be able to win on the next turn, I believe. So, or John would be able to win on the next turn. So Alejandro here, it really looks like he has not managed to regain the initiative on that important flip turn and is now in a spot of trouble, going to take the initiative here and see what he can do to try and turn things around. But John Morris is poised to win in one action, and it looks like Alejandro does not have an answer.
No, he does not. We'll scoop it up in game 1. And John Morris, our sector qualifier champion during a lawless time season, taking game 1 here in round 11, trying to keep those top 8 hopes alive against Alejandro and Ahsoka. So we talked about it a little bit, Tower, coming into this match. These Force decks, so good at fighting in the ground arena. And we saw that play out really perfectly for John Morris in the opening game. The Towson's assassin really puts a big hamper on Alejandro's game plans. And then when you put that lightsaber on it, then it becomes very, very difficult to deal with. And John was able to deal with the early plays. The Darth Maul action ability really lined up well into those early units. And then John was able to flip the script, become the aggressor quickly with that constructed lightsaber.
Yeah. And now John Morris versus Alejandro Regal. This is gonna be interesting. You know, normally Ahsoka Tano might be considered a more aggro deck than Darth Maul, but John Morris was able to gain the advantage in mid game, and when it came time for the flip turn, he had some control elements to shut down the Ahsoka Tano leader unit, but was also able to keep up the pressure and ultimately win the game early in the next turn. We're going to see whether or not Alejandro can be more aggressive in this next one. You know, we saw that the Neil unit on on the 6 resource turn. That Neil into Han Solo combination would have been a lot scarier if Alejandro had been able to activate it on the first turn instead.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I think that Neil unit is among the best cards in this set, and you know, there's only a few specific lineups where he's gonna be really effective right now because that ability to make another unit come into play ready can be really strong, but it only works on units with 0 or 1 power. And there aren't necessarily so many of those that people are playing at this time. But I think this is a card to really watch out for, Josh, because as more sets come out and more units are added to the game, there are going to be more options for things that Neil can potentially bring into play ready. And you know, we're currently in the preview season for the upcoming Homeworld set, and they've already shown a few cards that seem like they might be extremely good with Neil. So I think that's a unit that we can expect to see more of in the future. You know, there's an upcoming Chewbacca unit from Homeworlds that's a 0/5 but gains raid 1 for every exhausted resource you control. There's a what's that card called? There is another upcoming unit. Um, I think this one is actually from Icons rather than Homeworlds, but there is an Avar Chris unit that is a 2 cost 0/5 that has raid 1, gains raid 1 for each other friendly unit. And if they keep printing more cards that have a low power statistic, but have a bunch of raid or have some other useful ability, like maybe they exhaust to do something good, I think that Neil will only grow in power. And I think we could be seeing a lot more of him in future sets. He's already good for this Ahsoka Tano Vigilance deck. That Neil into Han Solo is a really scary turn one. But I think, we could be seeing more combinations than just that rearing their head in the future.
I could not agree more. I remember at the Galactic Championship last month talking to some of the designers and also just some of the players in general. And one of the key notes was how powerful Neil is and how excited many are for the future of this card because it's only going to grow in its power level, as you said. And the one unit that stands out to me immediately in the next set, Homeworlds, is the new Chewbacca unit. That's that 3 cost
Yeah.
unit with 0 power, and it gets +1 power for each exhausted resource. So that could be kind of a crazy play between Neil and that card. So yeah, I think there's a lot of potential for Neil. It's a fun card, nevertheless. Like you were talking about Alliance Outpost earlier, and Neil is just one of those cards that just has so much flavor. It's a lot of fun, and players are really enjoying it. But we are getting ready for game number 2 here in round 11 of the Indianapolis Sector Qualifier. It looks like Alejandro satisfied with his hand. John says, I am not. I'll ship it back. Take the mulligan as John is up 1-0 here in round 11, looking to lock up a 9-2 record against Alejandro and this Ahsoka build. Maul was able to dominate in game 1, and we'll see if Ahsoka has any response here in game 2. And we also saw some interesting cards come out there in that opening game tower. One of the cards being out the airlock. It's something that we haven't seen too much of recently, but we've now seen it on stream a couple times already today, and it was very handy in shutting down that Ahsoka.
Yeah, honestly, I think Out the Airlock is a pretty solid event. So it's a 5 cost vigilance event and give a unit -5/-5 for this phase. One of the things that this card really has going for it is that unlike some other vigilance removal cards, it works on leaders. That's just what we saw from John Morris in the previous round. Um, Looks like Alejandro is going to start off, very similarly with the Gunji unit, and that 2 cost 2/5. This time, John Morris leading off with a secretive sage, so a different option for getting the force token, but definitely a strong one.
Now Alejandro with the initiative playing Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's a sentinel for the phase, but John Morris slamming down that Darth Maul's lightsaber that we have discussed so much in these Force builds. The constructed lightsaber doing work in game 1, and now it's the Darth Maul lightsaber being put onto the secretive sage. That is now a 6/4 shielded unit that can completely run through Obi-Wan Kenobi. Alejandro is going to use that action ability with Ahsoka, giving +2 power to the Gunji. John attacks in, defeats that Obi-Wan Kenobi. The shield is gone, and Alejandro says, I cannot leave this 6-power force unit in play. So Gunji with 4 power because of Ahsoka just initiates the trade. We go into the 4-resource turn. The board's cleared, but what an interesting start to game 2.
Yeah, that this is an example of a situation where the players' roles kind of reversed from what we were discussing earlier. I think Alejandro wants to be aggressive, but under the circumstances that Darth Maul's lightsaber forced him to play more of a controlling role and get that powerful upgraded unit off the field. But now with an empty board, Alejandro needs to rebuild and try and put that pressure back on.
Alejandro tried to rebuild with Neil, the cutest boy, and immediately met with John's Darth Tyrannus. John had the Force, so Darth Tyrannus had ambush, was able to ambush and defeat Neil, and then get the shield token. So now essentially a 4/2 with a shield token as that 1 damage put on Darth Tyrannus, but Alejandro just 3 resources remaining. Does have that when played ability from Neil if he wanted to use it, but it's just going to be the Lats Razi coming out, and it is going to be a shield token on Lats to deal 2 damage and defeat the shield token on the Darth Tyrannus.
Yeah, so lots of Rousey, a very, very powerful card for the vigilance command aspect combination. And another card that has some nice flexibility with the option to either come into play as a 2/1 shielded that does 2 damage to an enemy unit, or a 3/2 thanks to an experience, but without the shield that then does 3 damage to an enemy unit. In this case, it's just going to be the shield, and that shield could potentially be pinged off by Maul's leader ability, but Lots would still be able to potentially trade with that Darth Tyrannus unit. And we'll see what John does. A minus X effect would be a great option for dealing with Lots here. Let's see how John plays this.
Certainly a question right now for John, because Latarazi is set up to take out the Darth Tyrannus, but the -3 from Towson's Assassin, force being used, and you called it. That's exactly what John needed, just being able to subtract the HP on Latarazi defeats her, and now Alejandro is going to follow up with Owen Lars, getting the 0-3 unit. Does have Restore 2, but right now, John is not concerned with Owen Lars as Darth Tyrannus will attack into the base. First time we've had damage dealt to a base here in Game 2 as Huang comes out for Alejandro, and that is going to do it for the phase. And right now, John, a little bit more pressure in the ground arena, and his ground units are a bit more threatening at the time being over Alejandro's.
Yeah, relative to what we saw in the previous game here, Josh, Alejandro is, I think, once again at a bit of a disadvantage going into the leader flip turn. If we look at the units that are in play, both players have 2 ground units, but the ones in play for John Morris are more powerful. However, unlike what we saw in the previous game, Alejandro is not facing a lot of pressure in terms of just immediate base damage. So, I think his position is maybe a bit better than what we saw last time, where John was really pouring on the damage and maybe poised to win the game on that turn or the next, as we indeed saw. But Alejandro has inflicted 0 damage on Josh's base, or I'm sorry, on John's base, Josh. So has a fair amount of ground to recover if he wants to win this one.
It is such a difficult spot for Alejandro. The last place he wants to be is 0 damage on his opponent's base on the deploy turn. You're wanting to be counting actions to lethal, and he's not anywhere close to that step at this point. As Ahsoka can deploy, will be a question of does he have anything to plot on this turn? We know Jar Jar Binks and Naboo Royal Starship, 2 great options, as well as Galen Urso. We have seen Galen be fired out by these Ahsoka players throughout the weekend. And here is Ahsoka Tano will be deployed. The Naboo Royal Starship going to be played this time through its plot ability and Jar Jar Binks. So does have both of them. Alejandro going to do some work here with this action. Jar Jar Binks going to give Ahsoka Tano +2/+2 for the phase. And now Ahsoka is going to support the Owen Lars. Attacking in will have Raid 2 because it is getting the abilities that Ahsoka has. And that will trade with the Darth Tyrannus, and Alejandro getting to use that when defeated ability to search the top 5 for a force unit. And it does look like he has found a couple, Ezra and Yaddle.
Yeah, and I believe there's the reveal. The Ezra Bridger unit there is the choice, and this is really a classic Ahsoka Tano leader moment here. The play pattern of flipping Ahsoka on 6 resources and then having both the Naboo Royal Starship and Jar Jar Binks from plot is really efficient. But John Morris has a great answer here with a copy of Condemn.
Condemn so good into Ahsoka. And unfortunately, no ready resources for Alejandro, so we know that he can't deal with it during this action phase. Does attack into base, but the disclose is there for John to give Ahsoka -6 power as John uses the Force, dealing a damage to both the Naboo Royal Starship and Jar Jar Binks. Jar Jar is defeated, and now Darth Maul is going to attack for 5, dishing out some more damage. 2 damage on that starship now, 1 on Ahsoka. And John is in complete control yet again as we get into the later stages of this game 2.
Yeah, and Josh, an interaction that could be really important here. I don't know if Alejandro is running it, but I've heard discussion of using the Ashes of the Empire card Reforge in these Ahsoka Tano decks as a counter specifically to Condemn, which can otherwise be a huge problem. So Reforge defeats an upgrade on a friendly unit and then allows you to search your top 8 for an upgrade that you can play onto the unit instead. It would be a great option here to deal with that copy of Condemn, but I don't know for sure if Alejandro has it, and if he does have it, it might not be in hand. Let's see what he can do here.
Definitely needs a way to free up that Ahsoka right now. Won't be doing anything at all. That +2/+2 from Jar Jar was only for last phase, so at this point, Ahsoka wouldn't even be dealing that 1 damage that she dealt last time around. Alejandro has the first action. It's going to be Latz Razi. Latz is going to get a shield token, dealing 2 damage to the Talzin's assassin. Takes care of the 4 power ground threat on John's side of the board, but now John, his action to take, his leader not even damaged at this point. Maul ready to continue to pressure. And with 6 ready resources, we could see some explosive plays, maybe even a lightsaber on that Darth Maul.
Yeah, let's see how this one goes. The Darth Maul leader here still swinging for solid damage and pinging as well. Now, where was the ping sent here? Okay, it looks like it's going to be 1 damage to the Naboo Royal Starship, and then the shield token defeated from Lots. There's that Ezra Bridger that we saw earlier. This is the Vigilance Command Ezra that can heal a unit when played. And it looks like the Naboo Royal Starship is going to be the unit that gets the heal here.
Brings the Naboo Royal Starship back up to 4 HP remaining. John going to play down Marak, that 2/6 Sentinel unit out of Ashes of the Empire. One of the best Sentinels right now, as the Royal Starship will attack for 2, bringing John's base up to 3 damage on. But now Alejandro, he's fully exhausted outside of that Ahsoka, and you better believe that John can disclose to make sure Ahsoka is not doing any damage whatsoever. And to make matters worse, there's a Sentinel that Alejandro has to deal with as well. So John's still in good position, and it looks like John is going to claim the initiative. And he can put good pressure on first action right away if he chooses to do so.
It's a tough spot here for Alejandro. The that Merrick Sentinel unit is so powerful. The 2/6 stat line is able to, this Ezra Bridger unit can swing for 5, but that's not enough to get past. And John Morris, I think, sees that he has the advantage and is, rather than trying to control his opponent's board more, is putting pressure on the base. Another swing from Darth Maul, 13 HP left now for Alejandro.
That attack makes sure that Latz Razi will not be able to attack this phase, defeating Latz with that on attack trigger. Another damage to the starship. Here comes the Obi-Wan Kenobi protective Padawan. Will put a Sentinel unit in the ground arena for Alejandro as well. Obi-Wan Kenobi gets Sentinel for the phase when you play a Force unit, including himself. So this could be something that continues to gain Sentinel over time. It's going to be John using the Force. Talzin's assassin coming out, -3/-3 on Obi-Wan Kenobi. And that does mean just 2 HP remaining. So this Marak is lined up to defeat it and clear that ground arena back up. Back over to Alejandro. 5 resources to play with. Ezra Bridger and Naboo Royal Starship still ready. It's going to be nothing left to fear onto the Starship. It will get +2/+2, and it will defeat Marak in John's ground arena. Definitely wanted to deal with the Sentinel, and that opens up Ezra to potentially go to base or control this board a bit, but he won't be able to do it because there's another condemned tower.
Oh, Alejandro really suffering from even the first copy of Condemn here on the Ahsoka Tano leader, and now a second Condemn. Just when it looked like Alejandro had opened up a path to doing some real damage, John Morris has a very clean answer, and I don't know if Alejandro is running those copies of Reforge, but he had better draw them fast if so, because the base HP is being depleted here.
It
Tough
absolutely is.
situation here for Alejandro against John Morris.
John representing 9 damage in the ground arena at this current time. John also has the initiative, damage total 17-7 on the bases in favor of John Morris. Looks like first action once again reaching for that leader unit. Darth Maul will go to base. 22 damage on Alejandro's base, and 1 damage to both the Naboo Royal Starship and Obi-Wan Kenobi. And Obi-Wan Kenobi by himself right now with just that 3 power, it's not even enough to defeat the Talzin's assassin.
Look at the hand, though, Josh. I think we see a copy of Galen Urso for Alejandro. Galen Urso could be played here and name Condemn to disable those negative upgrades that are currently causing Alejandro so much grief. This could be a big opportunity for Alejandro to get value out of the units that are currently being suppressed. But John Morris previously showed a copy of No Glory Only Results, which could quickly defeat Galen Urso. So Alejandro may have to try and play that Galen after John has already spent some resources this turn.
It's a great point. No glory only results. Alejandro knows about it. Will attack for 2 in the base, and here is Chimera. Not going to defeat anything, just putting another lethal threat. All 3 units for John Morris threatening lethal. Alejandro has a ton of work to do. If he slams down the Galen Urso here, he can deal with the ground arena, but it would allow John to claim the initiative, and I don't think he's going to be able to also deal with that Chimera in the space arena.
Yeah, I mean, he'd have to have, like, maybe if he had Galen and then also a copy of Direct Hit, he could deal with this. Galen, I mean, does Alejandro possibly have lethal is the other question. He has potentially quite a lot of damage here between Ahsoka and Ezra. There's the Galen Urso play. I believe he's named Condemn. Let's see what Alejandro can do here.
Fortunately, I
Ahsoka
don't
leader
think it's
unit swings, buffs Ezra. So we're looking at, I think, 12 damage between the two of them, but that is not quite enough. Alejandro would need 4 more.
is not enough to close out the game. He's 4 damage shy from dealing lethal. He can't deal with both arenas. There's the fist bump. And our sector qualifier champion from a lawless time, John Morris, is going to advance on to 9-2, keep the dreams alive at another top cut appearance in a sector qualifier. But Alejandro wouldn't go away quietly. The Galen Urso coming a little late to the party there to shut down the condemns. But the real story of game 2, absolutely the condemn, as that really did just stifle everything Alejandro wanted to do. And it led John to a pretty clean victory. 2-0 for John here in round 11.
Yeah, I think that was an interesting one. Like you were saying, Josh, I think the MVP of that match was clearly Condemn. Caused so many problems, and while we did see Alejandro able to answer it eventually with Galen Urso, and even come pretty close, it was ultimately too little too late. Needed to find an answer to that Condemn earlier on. Now we're going to the backup match with Joe Ponticello versus Matthew Kaklinka. The players here are 1 and 1, and it is Cad Bane, Vigilance 30 versus, I believe that is Director Krennic from A Lawless Time. And the Krennic deck also on Vigilance 30 HP base.
And coming into this game, 17 damage on Matthew's base right now. Joe with only 4 damage on his base, but the board is slightly favoring Matthew at the moment. It looks like Previsla came down, got some really good value, able to defeat a couple units because there are 2 Mandalorian tokens in play for Matthew. Action on Joe at the moment. He's got a ready Cad Bane leader and an Ogdo Bogdo in the ground arena. So Cad Bane is going to attack and defeat Matthew's Director Krennic leader unit. And that on attack trigger for Cad Bane will damage Ogdo Bogdo. And that means that Ogdo will be able to attack now that it is damaged. And that is exactly what we will see. 5 damage going into that 30 HP base of Matthew Kuklinka. He's got 8 HP remaining, and he is staring down lethal. So Matthew has some work to do as we go into the next action phase.
Yeah, Josh, this is another case. We've seen this several times over the course of the weekend here. There are quite a few situations where the Cad Bane leader can actually get value from using his ability to put damage on his own units, whether that be to enable Ogdo Bogdo to fire off a ping with the Rancor Keeper in play, or even to put some damage on a friendly unit to allow it to swing for more damage itself via grit. Um, that Cad Bane leader ability, very powerful, and the on attack with a very similar effect for the leader unit, also strong and flexible. Sometimes you want it on your opponent, sometimes you want it on your own side.
Starting out this turn for Matthew, playing that craving power onto the resupply carrier. It gets +2/+2 and deals 6 total damage to the Justifier. So the space unit for Joe is defeated. As the action over to Joe, attacking with Cad Bane into Matthew's base. 26 damage on, 4 HP remaining, and it's Previsla on Matthew's side that takes the damage from Cad's blaster this time around. But Matthew still has 4 ready resources. Looks like he has a credit token as well, and that Previsla is going to attack into the lethal threat of Ogdo Bogdo. And because of that Cad Bane ping, both units are defeated. How does Joe respond? It is going to be Casca Reeves with a Mandalorian token because he has had a unit defeated. And that is going to be good pressure for Joe. Casca has Sentinel and can try and protect that Cad to represent lethal next turn.
Yeah, Matthew Kuklinka here now in a tough spot. May have to just take the initiative. No, it looks like continuing the battle here. One of those Mandalorian tokens attacks into Casca Reeves, loses a shield but does 2 damage. But Matthew Kuklinka will have to not only stop Casca Reeves, but also the Cad Bane. The Cad Bane leader would be lethal if it gets to swing. I think we see a Moff Gideon unit here though, which is going to allow a Sentinel play to maybe hold back Joe Ponticello's aggression for a moment here.
Absolutely. Also getting that Imperial Door Technician out and defeating it with the Krennic ability to heal 2 damage from base, get another token. So back down to 24 damage on base is Matthew, and it's 10 damage on Joe's base. And now Joe has to deal with that Moff Gideon Sentinel unit. Let's see what he has getting into the late game. Matthew now has swung the advantage of the board slightly into his favor. Still hanging on here, just trying to stabilize and claw his way to
Yeah,
victory in game 3.
we're getting into the late game, and the late game is where these Director Krennic decks kind of want to be in some cases. You have a very powerful top end with Director Krennic, and the thing is, the Cad Bane Vigilance deck is not exactly bereft of strong late game plays itself. So Matthew is by no means out of the woods just yet, but if he can keep holding Joe off here for a moment, Matthew may be able to gain a powerful advantage in the end game.
Joe's going to crash his Cad Bane leader unit into Moff Gideon, and with the on attack ability, will be able to send 5 damage to Moff Gideon, defeating it. That does allow Matthew to get that Imperial Door Technician back into his hand from the discard pile, and another Sentinel immediately coming down as Matthew is able to play that Casca Reeves, getting another Mandalorian token. 3 tokens now in play for Matthew. The Casca was Sentinel, and Joe, for the time being, just showing that ready 2-power Mandalorian token unit. Not quite enough to get through the Casca Reeves.
Yeah, Casca Reeves is a very powerful unit from this Ashes of the Empire set. And 4 conditional sentinel is solid with the ability to generate what you need to fulfill that condition by making a Mandalorian token to give you. Oh, and look at this though.
That is a massive
Pre-Vizsla
play.
triple kill. All 3 Mandalorian tokens for Matthew Kuklinka defeated and replaced by 3 Mandalorian tokens on the other side of the board for Joe. That is a huge swing. And additionally, with no more Mandalorian tokens in play, Casca Reeves loses Sentinel. Matthew's board now doesn't have a token unit to enable Sentinel, and Pre-Vizsla can potentially attack and defeat the base in 1 hit. It looked like Matthew was really stabilizing, but Joe has an excellent play there. Let's see what Matthew Kuklinka can do to respond.
Max value Pre-Vizsla for Joe Ponticello. Just has to find 6 more damage. On Matthew Kuklinka's side, he's got 5 ready resources, and it looks like just 1 credit to work with. Could play something that costs up to 6. It's going to be no glory, only results to take control and defeat that Pre-Vizsla, which was the only 1 action lethal unit in play for Joe. But now
There
over to
is an
Joe.
there's an argument here for using the credit for the Imperial Door Technician. That is what we're gonna see. I think he maybe actually had 2 credits with the die representing another one because he then uses Krennic's ability, defeats the technician again, and creates another credit as well as healing 2 damage from the base. So Matthew has got out of the immediate threat of a 1 action lethal by defeating Pre-Vizsla and then healing the base as well, but he is by no means fully stabilized, with the ground arena looking very unfavorable. You know what would be really strong here, Josh? If Matthew Kuklinka could find a Pre-Vizsla of his own.
Yeah, these Pre-Vizsla wars, if you can follow up your opponent's Pre-Vizsla with one, it generally is very, very good against all of those Mandalorian tokens. So Joe Ponticello with the first action, going to deal 4 damage to Matthew's base, 1 damage to Casca Reeves. And let's see what it's going to be for Matthew. It is going to be Lawbringer coming down, and that is going to give -2/-2 to all of those Mandalorian tokens. Just like that, Joe had lethal in the ground arena, but he's got lethal in hand as well. Devastator, 4 indirect damage. Joe Ponticello to 9-2 in round 11. What a finale.
Yeah, that was an exciting one, Josh. Matthew Kuklinka in a defensive position, managing actually to hold Joe's aggression back for quite some time there, but ultimately Devastator with the 4 indirect damage and the ability to control where your indirect damage goes, allowing Joe to close that one out. I think the Lawbringer play there was very good. That was really solid for Matthew Kuklinka, and it actually looked like he was poised to potentially wipe Joe Ponticello's units off the board completely. But with that Devastator ready to send damage directly to base, it was not to be. Cad Bane taking down that one, and Joe Ponticello still in contention for that top cut.
To see a great game, a great 3-game set. You talked about Devastator, really one of the great closers in the game right now in Premier, and also that Lawbringer, such a good option for any deck that can run it, because when you have all of these Casca Reeves and the Pre-Vizslas running around, there's Mandalorian tokens everywhere, and because they do have an aspect icon, the Vigilance aspect, the Lawbringer can come in and just wipe them all out. That's what we saw, but unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough. That's going to wrap up round 11. Just one round to go in Swiss to find out who is advancing on to the top 8 here in Indianapolis. Stay tuned. We've got more action right after this.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the premier sector qualifier in Indianapolis. This is brought to you by Star City Games. I'm Tower Number 9, joined here by Dan from Main Deck, and we are about to bring you the 12th round of Swiss play here in Indianapolis. Dan, how are you doing?
I am doing great, Tower, but I am not out there competing, grinding for those last points, stressing about whether or not I'm going to make it into top eight, which is the position that some players in this room are in right now, because this is it. The last round. These are win and ins. These are players trying to make their mark on SWU history and fight for that lion's share of these organized play points, for their position on the leaderboard, their invites to Galactics. Everything is kind of on the line for these players.
That is right, Dan. This is the final round of Swiss play. The players that are still in the main event have battled through 11 rounds, about to be 12. Then we're going to have the cut to top 8. Now, one thing that I think these players do have going for them is that everyone who has even made it this far, even making day 2 at all, is already putting you in a spot where you're earning some qualifier points towards the Galactic Championships in 2027. But I'm sure players would like to earn even more points by better placement and perhaps a spot in that top 8 and an opportunity to try and take down the whole event.
Absolutely. And we saw at Galactics last year the incredible or this year, sorry, last Galactics a few weeks ago, the incredible promotional cards that were given out to players on that leaderboard. So there is a lot of value to taking down this sector, let alone the prizes on the table today for these players. So we're going to see players kind of giving it their all in this next round to try to make it in. As we take a look at some of the standings going into this round, we do see, as players expect, there are a lot of Cad Banes at the top here, but still a pile of different decks that are still trying to compete and make their mark, make their way through and fight against these Cad Banes, contend with the constant damage to try to get through and defeat them to take down this sector. Tower, what are you most excited to see, or who do you favor right now going into this last round?
I like to root for the underdog. I think that the whatever the weirdest decks that are still in play here, that's what I want to see up there. I don't know how many of them are. I don't know how many of them are still kicking, but yesterday we had some stuff that we weren't necessarily expecting to see. Rio Durant. I believe it was even Rio Durant with the thermal oscillator that we had on stream yesterday, or we had that Rose Tico leader, and I would love to see a very rogue deck making it far in this event.
Yeah, taking a look at the standings, I think it might be a little bit unfortunate for people rooting for the Rose Ticos and the Rio Durants. A lot of the decks that we're seeing contending with Cad Bane are some more of the usual suspects. We have these Ahsoka Tano lists. There is that Darth Maul that we just saw in the last round still kicking around here. Boba Fett, any methods necessary, kind of in the wings here. But one thing I want to point out is there are a couple of these Lando Calrissian blue decks. These are really, really potent decks with that ability to rip a lot of the damage off that Cad Bane is dealing and go to that very threatening end game with the power of the credit tokens. So I do expect to see a little bit of that making it into the top 8 at the very least.
Yeah, that's a very interesting deck, especially given that the Lando Vigilance builds are actually running kind of some of the same end game cards as Cad Bane. We're seeing these decks playing Chimera for 9, for instance, and using Lando's credits to kind of make up for the aspect penalty, which is really interesting. And even those Mandalorian decks are sometimes playing Chimera for 9 with no credits to make up for it. Chimera is just such a powerful end game card that even the heroism decks are playing it these days, Dan.
Yeah, exactly. It clearly has made its mark on the game. And Tower, I was just doing a little bit of math on our standings right now. And here is an interesting statistic for you as we're waiting for our pairing for round 12. There are currently 13 players with a 9-win record. And of those 13 players, one of them is not playing Vigilance, and it's number 13.
What a statistic, Dan. That's wild.
Yeah, that's really does show you the state right now of the Vigilance decks in the metagame. Clearly, if you're not playing Vigilance, it is a little bit more uphill for you right now, as we did see with the conversion rate on, for example, those Luke Skywalker decks. But the other Luke Skywalker I meant, because as we head into this round, we are going to see that very 13th place Jacoby Veranda on this Boba Fett Data Vault list, the only non-Vigilance 9-win player against Alex Holmes on the new Ashes of the Empire Vigilance Data Vault Luke Skywalker deck.
Yeah. Let's see. Like I was saying, Dan, I like to root for the underdog, and apparently, Boba Data Vault might be the underdog as the only non-vigilance, the non-vigilance contender here. That's really funny. It is worth
Yeah.
noting not all the vigilance decks are on all the same cards. So I think that we have seen, we've seen that out of aspect chimera being played in the Mandalorian decks and the Lando Calrissian decks, but as I understand it, that isn't something that's as common in like the Ahsoka Tano builds, for instance.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I think one thing that we're just going to be watching for in this matchup is if we saw some Boba Fett being played yesterday. We saw that Vigilance Boba Fett that was actually doing quite a bit of work, but Yakibi here not choosing to go with the Vigilance route. I want to see what that Data Vault is bringing to the table to help him contend with what Alex has, and this Luke Skywalker Data Vault list, one that we're pretty familiar with as well, and also going to run that deep end game that you were talking about. Tower, the Chimeras are likely going to be here as well. So uphill fight, right? But I kind of agree with you. I want to be in Boba Fett's court right now just to see if he can make it.
Yeah. Boba Fett jump to light speed actually has a really interesting story. I think for a while, this was one of the most overrated leaders in the game. There were a large number of people who were playing Boba from jump to light speed, despite him getting very poor tournament results. And this persisted for many sets. It was almost a running joke with some players how that Boba Fett leader was popular but was not getting wins. However, once rotation arrived, things really changed. And all of a sudden, that Boba Fett leader went from overrated to really putting up some good results, especially in conjunction early on with we saw that Lake Country base, which people had kind of counted out, and Boba Lake Country was doing some real damage. In this case, though, it's actually going to be Boba Data Vault that we see. So that is, another over 30 HP base, but one that does not require losing an aspect.
Now we're going to see Jacoby with the initiative here, starting with that Cyril Karn, going into Alex Holmes on that Yaddle as a first turn play. Of course, initiative with Cyril Karn always feels really good, especially when combined with the Boba Fett leader ability. Who are we favoring here in this particular matchup, Tower?
Yeah, looks like we're going to see Yaddle versus the Cyril Karn unit there. And we do see the disclose ability being used to force a discard or do some damage. And Alex Holmes opting to take the discard here rather than losing his Yaddle unit and discarding a copy. What do we have there? I believe that is nothing left to fear that was lost. So certainly a good card, but not one that would be necessarily usable at this phase in the game.
It is a card that might help Alex control that space arena once Yakubi tries to start getting the ships out to potentially pilot onto with that Boba Fett leader. But Alex does drop the rider Azadi here. We'll have to get a call from production at some point about what that rider did name. But clearly not going to be this prototype TIE Advanced, which does drop as the first ship. And yes, it is Topple the Summit, a pretty easy one to name here to make sure Boba Fett can't do his very devastating plot combo turn.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Dan. I think that we've seen a few leaders make really good use of the plot mechanic, but not all of them. And one of the leaders that I think has certainly benefited hugely from plot is this Boba Fett from Jump to Lightspeed. In general, I think that plot has been pretty strong with some of the pilots, but they're not the only ones. The Ahsoka Tano leader that we saw earlier today has also been a huge beneficiary of plot, especially with her deployment turn on 6 resources lining up so well with a potential plot play for both the Naboo Royal Starship and that Jar Jar Binks Misa propose unit. But
Yeah.
here with Boba jump to lightspeed, the plot cards that we need to worry about are Topple the Summit and a very strong combination. And then to a lesser degree, I think that Sinta Kaz is actually pretty strong with Boba in some states as well.
Yeah, especially when that Boba flips to ground. But as we continue on to the game, that hunting aggressor was developed by Yakubi, so it almost looked like a complete lane dodge happening as Alex Holmes responded, putting the legendary Mandalorian unit into the ground arena. But that hunting aggressor can really ramp up a lot of the indirect damage that Boba Fett deals turn after turn. So Alex Holmes does get a T6 shuttle into the space arena, a sentinel unit that's going to make it a little bit tougher for Yakubi just to freely deal with things. Of course, when that Boba Fett deploy does happen, lots of ways to get that cleared off, exactly as you're saying, Tower, with the topple the summit. But a zeros now, Yakubi going back into the ground arena to try to contend a little bit more with what Alex is dropping as well. Both players just kind of like jockeying position, deciding whether to attack base or ground, and the board is really getting pretty thick right now. Alex Holmes decides to clear it up. Mandalorian into zeros.
Yeah, and that the shield token on the Mandalorian unit was already used to absorb an attack from the hunting aggressor. The T6 shuttle 1974 here really posing a significant speed bump here to the threat that the Boba Fett deck can present in the space arena.
We're going, however, to the 6 resource turn very soon. Just getting to this point now where we're looking at what is here. If Yakubi has that top of the summit still, the problem is the Rider Azadi is in play, ready to prevent it from having from being able to be played. So this is a bit of a tighter situation. That means that without that top of the summit, it's difficult for Yakubi to get this Boba Fett, as the leader does deploy as a pilot, to clear off that T6 shuttle. So Yakubi does decide simply to put 2 damage on Yaddle, 2 damage onto the T6. Now, kind of setting up to be able to start to clear the way. But exactly like you're saying, Tower, the speed bump is a significant problem and plays to Luke's advantage in the late game.
Look at this. The T6 shuttle here, that space unit can attack, and Alex can immediately use Luke's ability to heal it. And with that heal from Luke Skywalker, it is now out of range of the TIE advance there. Nice play there.
Yeah, having that Luke ability is really messing with the thresholds that Yakubi is trying to kind of narrowly meet for maximum value with all of his plays. And meanwhile, this Rider Azadi continues to attack, getting the restore on Alex. Look at how much pressure. This is not how Boba Fett wants the game to go. Wants to have a lot more pressure on Alex's base. But IG-2000, excellent play here, clearing the T6 shuttle now, so the Boba Fett leader can get a significant attack back in, as Alex only develops an Obi-Wan Kenobi Sentinel unit in the ground arena, and a Benthic 2 tubes from Yakubi, just getting one more option into ground. But really maintaining that space presence is going to be the key to Yakubi being able to get the pressure on Luke before he can stabilize.
Yeah, it's a very interesting situation here, Dan. The big thing that look at that hyperspace disaster. Massive play from Alex Holmes.
Huge. Having that hyperspace disaster in the main in a data vault deck and finding it, that is the moment Alex was building this game towards. And suddenly, I don't know exactly where you're going with that, Tower, but whatever it is, I think Yakubi has lost control of that situation following a disaster in hyperspace.
Yeah, no, what I was gonna say is that Alex Holmes's Luke Skywalker deck has a very large amount of healing that it can start doing once we see the Luke Skywalker leader hit the board.
Yeah.
Because on his leader side, Luke Skywalker can heal units after their attack. But when he flips as a leader unit, he actually makes it so that after an attack, you can heal your base. And it applies to every single unit that you have in play. It's like a huge amount of restore being added, essentially. So, I think we're now potentially going to see that Yakubi able to do some damage here. I think that's a collateral damage being played for 2 damage to Luke and 2 to the base. But Alex Holmes, in addition to the restore that he already has, can potentially heal 6 points of damage from Luke's ability if all his units get to attack here with Luke still on the board.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This Luke Skywalker deck is meant to go late into the game, and ideally for Alex, keeping Luke out as long as possible, like you're saying, Tower, is really the key. So Jacoby really needs to find a way to get that Luke off the board. The more turns that it exists, the more healing that can be done. And Alex has so much control over whether, like you're saying, that is to units or base. Right now, just making sure the ledger is adjusted much more in his favor, getting 21 already to Jacoby's base, sitting now at 11 on his data vault. Just a benthic 2 tubes in play to defend him. Jacoby is in a rough spot.
Yeah, I think that Jacoby here. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's over, Dan, but it's really looking bad at this point. Alex able to do a huge amount of healing. Now, one interesting thing that Alex did there that I thought was nice was that when the Luke Skywalker leader unit attacked, Alex put the healing on the Luke Skywalker leader unit instead of on the base, making it harder for Jacoby to get that powerful leader unit off the field and stop all the healing coming in from the rest of the board.
We saw that happening once again, exactly as you're saying, with Alex attacking with that Luke and healing the Luke. However, Jacoby had it set up perfectly. Devastator alongside that Boba Fett trigger lets Jacoby choose to deal the 5 indirect damage directly to Luke, just enough to clear it even through that healing. However, it's a little, maybe too little too late. 32 damage dealt to base, and here is a Kelleran Beck from Alex Holmes. 1 damage left to deal, and a giant board about to set up with Jacoby taking initiative. Needs to have a response to this right away. The entire board needs to be under control in one action.
Unfortunately for Jacoby here, I don't think there's a hyperspace disaster for the ground arena, which is what he would need at this point
A
because
turbo
Alex
laser
Holmes has
salvo.
such a strong yeah, no, that's true. A turbo laser salvo here would be able to wipe out that ground arena. That would be very strong. Not sure whether or not Jacoby is playing it, but it could be very effective here. We do see a Casca Reeves, however.
Oh,
Um,
the problem with turbo laser is actually the Mandalorian with the shield that just dropped, though. Turbo laser
did
is no
did
longer.
did Alex lose a unit? Oh, he lost the Luke Skywalker leader, of course. And it looks like we have a yeah, it looks like we do have a planetary bombardment there, but it is not enough.
Yeah, that's just too many stats on board that were dropped. Planetary was getting very close because it does have that 12 damage when a capital ship's in play. And of course, Devastator allows it to all be dealt wherever you want. And then a 13th from the Boba Fett trigger. So it was actually very close to being able to control the board. But that is Alex Holmes on Luke Skywalker Data Vault taking game 1 here in our final round of Swiss for these two 9-2 players. It's a bit of a tight spot for both of them to try and make it in.
Yeah, this is, of course, a win and in, and Jacoby is so close. If he can pick up another game win, he will have made the top cut. Alex Holmes, on the other hand, or I'm sorry, if Alex Holmes, who won the last one, can do that, and it's Jacoby who will have to win 2 in a row if he wants to make it to the cut. Both of these players in pretty good spots, I think, but we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, we'll have to see going into this now. It's going to be Jacoby with the initiative. That is going to be a boon, of course, when you have these aggression decks, these decks that are so dependent on getting the right action at the right time, which is what Boba Fett certainly can be. You want to start with that initiative, get just that little bit of push into your favor here as far as the action economy is concerned. So we'll see if that matters. But of course, sideboards here. We already saw Alex Holmes with that hyperspace disaster in the main. You have to wonder if there's more in the side as well with that respect towards the space decks in the format. We're
Yeah,
gonna
interesting scenario here. Luke Skywalker from Ashes. I think a leader that was not necessarily the best positioned in the meta, but has actually a lot of power, and I think could easily be one that we see more of in the future, depending on potential shifts. The ability to heal your base with every single unit that you have attacking is very powerful.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is one of the stronger vigilance sort of control like leaders that we've seen because as we saw in the meta pre-rotation tower, you remember Home One. Who doesn't remember the original legendary Home One unit from Spark of Rebellion? When that would drop, that ability to get a restore one, even just one on every single attack could very easily pull the game back into your favor. And when I read that Luke Skywalker and Ashes of the Empire and thought, oh man, this is a home one, but what if it was ultra juiced up? You could restore
Yeah.
two on your base or on the unit that attacked. You see that flexibility, that ability to pull the game back in your favor. He's the ultimate stabilization leader. I think just waiting for the right set of cards to take over.
Yeah, these abilities that allow you to heal across a wide board, we saw it, as you were saying, Dan, with Home One. I believe the Coronet space unit from Secrets of Power offers a similar ability, and that
Mm.
that can be very strong in the right circumstance. And with Luke, you can actually heal two. Now we do have a bit of a correction here. I believe Alex Holmes is actually 8-2-1 here, not 9-2. So it may be that he is battling for standings here. I'm not sure that 9-2-1 makes the top cut, but you know, the standings are worth a large amount of qualifying points, so still very worthwhile here.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is really the hope of Jacoby to try to get his shot at perhaps making it in. But this does mean as Jacoby is playing down in this match, he's the bottom of the standings chart. We did mention he's 13th here, the bottom 9-2. So it is going to be tight either way for these players, but both just play to the best of their abilities and try to make it there. As we finish sideboarding, we're getting ready to head into game two of round 12 here at the Sector Qualifier in Indianapolis, presented by McClunky Gaming and hosted by Star City Games for a fantastic weekend that it's been Tower. Lots of incredible Star Wars Unlimited.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Dan, and we're about to move into that game too. I think the deck's being cut there, and now they're drawing those initial hands. And Star Wars Unlimited has some very interesting choices in the pregame procedure. Not only do you have to think about what cards you are going to be, not only do you have to think about what cards you're going to be resourcing, you also have to consider, is it time to mulligan or not? And sometimes the decisions can be very hard, especially the resource decisions. Making the right resource choice is crucial in Star Wars Unlimited.
Absolutely is. And we are going to start by seeing both players keeping their hands, resourcing, and Jacoby getting a tie bomber in play. It's a pretty significant amount of indirect damage pressure. Alex responding with a Hu Yang. Nothing currently upgraded on Jacoby's side to get the real value from that. And of course, minusing the tie bomber doesn't do anything anyway, as this guy is just purely relying on the on attack indirect damage, activation of Boba Fett trigger as well. So a lot of damage coming in already.
Look at this little play from Alex
Mm.
Holmes here. I like this. Alex chooses to put 1 point of the indirect damage onto his Hu Yang unit, knowing that he can then use Luke Skywalker's leader ability to heal that damage when Hu Yang makes an attack.
Yeah, I love that. The keen activation of Luke, the really maximizing your resources, then a Obi-Wan unit played from Alex, followed by that droid missile platform on Jacoby's side. So look at the space aggro, all this indirect damage and a hunting aggressor to follow it up, increasing all of those sources of damage. Alex needs something like a direct hit really quickly to start to remove some of these from board. What are we going to see? I think that might be a tree remembers in hand, so that's a pretty solid option right now into several of the ships on board, but Alex really needs to respond because this damage is going to mount crazy fast.
Yeah, Alex Holmes here, definitely in a spot where he might want to have a hyperspace disaster, but won't be able to play it for several turns. There are some major threats in that space arena. Tree remembers, though, a great answer to the droid missile platform here, not only defeating it, but also making it lose all abilities for the phase so that when defeated effect will not go off for another chunk of indirect damage. Solid counter there from Alex Holmes.
Yeah, very, very good play here. Now, this is what's powerful. TIE Bomber attacks 4 indirect damage due to hunting aggressor. Activation of Boba Fett leader ability, 2 indirect damage as well from hunting aggressor. It just increases every source of indirect damage by 1. So you see a ton of damage already coming in, but Alex is doing a decent job holding on to a T6 shuttle as well that maybe slows some of this down. But look, it's just the indirect from the TIE Bomber every single attack. So many choices that Alex has to make and is going to start to spiral out of control a little bit here. This is very frightening. In the meantime, Jacoby building up still to that Boba Fett deploy.
Yeah, very interesting here. Alex Holmes continuing to mitigate some of the incoming indirect damage by putting it onto his units and then healing them with Luke. It looks like he's actually this time he's gonna put even more of the indirect damage onto his units. Maybe just trying to preserve HP on base here, knowing that that Boba Fett flip turn is imminent.
Yeah, that's what you have to do in this matchup. You want a lot of units with big HP stats because when they get the start with the bomber, the indirect damage is just so fast. And this justifier actually going to justify its place in the deck here, punishing Alex, taking care of the Hu Yang, getting an advantage onto that hunting aggressor as well. So Jacoby really trying to set up to be able to clear that T6 shuttle easily on this turn, get it out of the way for the potential leader flip coming soon.
Yeah, now Alex does make an attack here and uses Luke's ability to heal the damage from that Obi-Wan Kenobi unit, but we're really looking at a dangerous situation here, especially with Topple the Summit not being blocked by Galen Urso this time. We could actually see that powerful card make an appearance right now, Dan.
We very well might, as the Boba Fett leader is deployed, puts the damage onto that T6 shuttle plus the
There it is.
Obi-Wan. There is the topple, the summit, leaving Obi-Wan with just 1 HP. So not a lot of space to put indirect damage on here. And Alex needs to respond very quickly. That hunting aggressor has both the Boba Fett pilot on it and still that advantage token. So it punches in for a ton and is not the only threat on board.
Yeah, and this Topple the Summit interaction with the Boba Fett leader from Jump to Lightspeed is maybe the strongest plot interaction in the game. So when that Boba Fett leader deploys onto a vehicle unit, um, you have you have this ability to deal some damage. I believe it's 4 damage that you can spread out as you like among your opponent's cards.
Correct. Yeah.
And then you follow that up with Topple the Summit, which then does a further 3 damage to each damaged unit. And that can be a massive swing in the game.
Yeah, it was a 10 damage spread as that Boba Fett deployed here. Now, Alex is trying to pick things back up. Direct hits on the Justifier and then deploys a Yaddle, but look how much damage he's taking now. That hunting aggressor still buffing the TIE Bomber's indirect damage, but now smashing in for a ton of damage on its own due to that Boba Fett pilot. This is a position that Alex is going to need to pull out of really quick. But I was about to say that hyperspace disaster is exactly what Alex needs to once again balance the ledger on this, try and take this game late enough. But here comes the Night Sister coming down, forcing a discard as well. Jacoby is not giving up on this game.
Yeah. Alex Holmes in a position, potentially looked to have a huge amount of healing this turn. We could have seen the Luke Skywalker leader flip and then the attack from that Yaddle unit giving restore to other Jedi units, plus the Luke Skywalker ability. That could have been a huge amount of healing, but Yaddle was removed by Ninth Sister. Alex is going to be able to recover a significant amount of damage from base. There's 4 healing across those 2 units, but this game is very much still alive. However, this is an interesting scenario in that I think Alex can actually outrace his opponent in this situation.
It's possible, but you see what Alex did here is sent both of these units into base here, knowing that Jacoby's first action, very easy smash into Luke with the Ninth Sister at the very worst, right? Overwhelms for just 1 damage there, but does clear off that leader, has the initiative. Alex says, okay, I'm going to make you spend your attack to do that, but at least just try to balance the damage ledger. But this is the better action that Jacoby has with that craving power that pumps the Night Sister up more and still takes that Luke off board. So if Alex wants to race, he needs to get rid of the Night Sister. We do see, I think that's a Bo-Katan in Alex's hand there. It does look like it to me. So that is a solid card, but not against a gigantic Ninth Sister. It really isn't doing a ton.
Yeah. This is an interesting scenario here. Alex Holmes definitely at a disadvantage on this board, but with a lot of resources left to be spent here. Continuing to put pressure on the base. There's a lot more pressure on the other side of things from that ninth sister, buffed with craving power. One more attack could end the game here. Can Alex Holmes respond?
And a Von Reg's
No.
tie. Yeah, he just gives
Alex,
it up.
yeah, it looks like that's it for Alex Holmes. I think he actually had to take the initiative there with no ability to answer that threat immediately. Looked at the next two cards and then just started packing things up there. That is going to be a win. It is going to be a win for Boba Fett. And now, we're going to see if Jacoby can win this game 3 and take down the match after a pretty brutal game 1 and getting hit by hyperspace disasters both times. But this time he had what he needed to recover.
Yeah, that Night Sister doing a ton of work. There was an interesting choice Alex had to make there on that turn. Again, we were talking about it with the Luke Skywalker leader deploy, Obi-Wan unit, Luke Skywalker unit available to attack. Very possible for Alex to send both into the Ninth Sister, but then you look at the damage left on base and you think about Jacoby's potential still to just close the game out. You're so far behind in the damage race. I do like Alex's decision. It's a gamble, right? But you send these units into base and you just say, look, if he doesn't have something like a craving power, he still is just going to have to slam into my Luke on the next turn. Otherwise, I'm going to kind of be able to pull this out. Like you were saying, Tower, he does have the potential to race as long as that Luke is in play. Unfortunately for Alex, just lost the gamble on that as Jacoby picked up a craving power, threw that onto the Ninth Sister, and now went out of range of all of what Alex had left in hand, partially thanks to that hand pressure the Ninth Sister put on him.
Yeah, Ninth Sister, a card that, has definitely attracted a lot of attention in some of the more control oriented decks, but can be very solid for Boba Fett here as well.
Just
And,
getting to
we're
this late
about to
game, yeah.
see game 3. And one question that I have in mind here, Dan, is will Alex Holmes once again find the hyperspace disaster? Because that card has been crucial in both of these games, even if it wasn't enough to get Alex the win in the second game that we just saw.
Tower, it is a data vault deck, right? It is a 10 card larger minimum deck size. Harder to find the exact cards that you need, but I really do think that Alex might be sideboarding more copies in right now to try and make sure that he finds this. And the respect for space decks could be the difference maker in getting Alex that sort of higher position on the standings at the end of this round. But if he doesn't find it, just like you're saying, that has been the only thing that kept Alex in the game going into that sort of leader flip turn and beyond. So it could be crucial.
Yeah. Now we are about to see what happens here. The war of two data vault decks. One of them with Boba Fett, one of them with Luke Skywalker. Who will prevail here?
Going to see our initial resources starting with a Mina Bonteri unit in the ground arena. There's that TIE bomber once again. It did a lot of work in the last game. Looks like Jacoby is trying to copy his plays from the last one, see if they work once again. Looking at the hand, BT1, I I think that was a collateral damage in hand perhaps as well. So I was just trying to see if we have the follow-up ships that we get to see hit play once again. I'm not sure they're here this time though.
Yeah, should be interesting to see how this one plays out. And look what's in hand there, Dan. I believe I see the hyperspace disaster.
Yeah, but before we even get there, blue leader coming in, just getting an ambush on the TIE bomber. So kind of setting up to clear it on its own. And if Jacoby doesn't have all of those space units this time, maybe the hyperspace disaster isn't even as strong as it sounds. But yeah, I mean, I think things are looking pretty good for Alex right now, as it looks like Jacoby takes a bit of a weaker turn, not spending all resources, just getting the BT1 into ground. Ooh, might be tough. Might be tough to get the kind of pressure that he needs to stop Luke.
Yeah, on the other hand, it is possible that we're seeing ground be the focus on purpose to avoid a potential hyperspace disaster, which might prove to be a prudent choice, if so, because I believe it's waiting in the hand there from Alex.
Yeah, I agree, and that's some of the best plays you see from these Boba Fett decks when you see them just deploy the leader to ground and try to dodge Alex's or the opponents at in any situation, the preparation for the space units. But we do see, of course, the blue leader clearing the TIE bomber. It's free to do, so definitely do that. Then there is indeed the collateral damage, getting some damage onto blue leader and base, plus the ping from Boba Fett leader's trigger. BT1 and Mina Bonteri still ready to jump into action here in the ground arena. See how these players manipulate this board state.
Yeah. Now that collateral damage, to be honest with you, that's a bit too early. It's a bit too early, Dan. You want the cards like that typically to be a closer or to be removing enemy units from the board. Playing something like that on your 4 resource turn and not having any units to develop, that is really not where you want to be. I remember this is something with the old pre-rotation Sabine Wren decks. There was a very similar dynamic where For a Cause I Believe In was one of the best cards in the deck, but you did not actually want to play it until later in the game.
Right, of course, you want to have dealt enough damage where it becomes the closer and the opponent has to play around like the second one hitting or something, right? But here we've seen Jacoby just having kind of suboptimal turns twice in a row now, finally getting something decent, punishing one, coming down, taking that blue leader off of the board. So you clearly see Jacoby knew that, okay, this turn's not great, but I can set up, I can get this punishing one down, get things starting to clear off, but Alex has all resources available. And as you mentioned, Tower sitting on the hyperspace disaster can kind of let space go just a little bit. The luxury afforded by both Data Vault and the Luke Skywalker leader. But instead actually says, no, let's fight for it. Nothing left to fear on Mina Bonteri, just enough to clear that punishing one.
Yeah, and Mina Bonteri's restore definitely playing an important role in this game. Mina Bonteri active since the start, healing the base. And we're seeing Alex putting damage onto Mina when these indirect effects go off and then healing it with Luke. This might have been the strongest start that we've seen yet from Alex Holmes.
Yeah, this feels like it feels so funny to say there's a Mina Bonteri in play, so it feels like a dominating position. But just look at what Alex has denied from Jacoby this whole game. Gazanti Assault Carrier does drop a 4/6 in space. It's a hefty body to be able to put Boba Fett on, but now contending on the ground arena with the Queen Amidala unit dropping along with her contingent of spies. This is a ground arena that suddenly is ramping out of control. And of course, the more units, the more healing for Luke Skywalker. Jacoby knows that, clears those off with the Boba Fett leader deploy onto the Gozanti. But unfortunately, onto an exhausted unit means no attack with that Boba Fett this turn, and giving the opportunity to Alex potentially to respond.
Yeah. And I think, we know there's at least one response with hyperspace disaster. And there it is. We've had 3 games in this match. We've had 3 hyperspace disasters from Alex Holmes. And with that, the board here completely wiped. Let's see what Jacoby can do to rebuild.
Kobe desperately does need to do that. Starts with a droid missile platform as he begins to take the damage from Alex Holmes in the ground arena. Mina Bonteri unit swinging in. Benthic, 2 tubes placed in the arena. Now, with Jacoby almost out of resources, Alex feels safe, puts the Luke Skywalker unit into play, and now Queen Amidala unit, Luke Skywalker unit joining forces. Mother and son swinging in, dealing a ton of damage, and of course healing Alex down to 0. 0 to 21 going into the next turn.
Alex Holmes turning the corner here with the powerful Luke Skywalker leader flip here. And even though those spy tokens were quickly defeated, Alex is still able to put out a lot of damage and a lot of healing. Now look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Jacoby swings that Benthic 2 tubes unit at Queen Amidala, only for Alex to redirect that damage to Mina Bonteri, who is indeed an official.
Yeah,
People don't always see those opportunities to use Queen Amidala's ability with things other than the spy tokens, but that is a very solid play from Alex, as it also allows him to draw a card with Mina Bonteri's when defeated effect.
yeah, that's huge. And of course, preserving the 5 power Queen Amidala unit. Gigantic craving power on the droid missile platform does finally get rid of it. No matching traits to be found any longer in the ground arena, but still that Luke Skywalker. And now followed up by Kelleran Beck, one of the strongest endgame cards here. 7/7 entering play and now digging in 7 more cards, finding another unit 4 cost or less with that 1 resource open. What does Alex followed up with the T6 shuttle just to put another roadblock in the way? It's all coming up in favor of Alex in this
This
game.
has
Does
got to
Jacoby
be
have
it, Dan.
anything? Not at all. Yes, exactly. That is going to be Alex Holmes taking our round 12 here on that Luke Skywalker Data Vault List Tower. What a match.
Very well played to Alex Holmes there. I think you can tell has some experience with that matchup, putting the indirect damage on his units and then healing it off to mitigate the incoming threats. Obviously, having hyperspace disaster in all 3 games definitely helped. But we also saw just the power of that Luke Skywalker leader flip. With the ability to generate a huge amount of healing across your entire board. Very well played by Alex here, and a solid victory in the last round of the event.
Absolutely. Now we are going to head to our bonus match, just see what's going on in here. 2 more of our 9-2 players. Here we have Nigel Foster on Cad Bane versus Andrew Cox on that blue Lando list. Looking like Nigel up a game. Lando's supposed to be good into this, but Nigel must have had a good game 1. We're in game 2, though. Look at the damage dealt here. Lando in a bit of a better position. Home 1 in play. However, Nigel has Anakin unit, Ninth Sister unit, and the Cad Bane leader. So there is a lot going on in this game.
Yeah, pretty crazy board state here, actually, Dan, with both players having multiple powerful units in play and a substantial amount of damage on both bases. Let's see what happens here.
I
Could be interesting.
Yeah, a solid hand size aggressive negotiations actually could be a clincher for Nigel. We're just jumping in, so we don't have a read on where Nigel's hand is right now, but it is something that you have to be aware of. But Cad Bane typically doesn't build a hand big enough to really push any of these units quite to lethal and has to have a response to that home 1. It is currently lethal in the space arena, so that unit does have to be dealt with. We'll see exactly what Nigel is able to do with the initiative going to this turn, or see if we're going to go jumping into our game 3 straight after we've joined this bonus round.
Yeah, very interesting situation here. Nigel, I think, it needs to. Oh, look
That's
at
the
that
one.
single reactor ignition. There's the reset. He needed to somehow defend, and that's a great option for doing it. Now, the problem is, with all his resources spent on the first action, Andrew Cox will have an opportunity to rebuild Casca Reeves with that Mandalorian token. And I believe that is a Barris Offee unit joining the Casca Reeves unit there. And, Nigel may have cleared up the initial threats, but certainly finds himself in a bit of a rough spot once again. And that is one of the things that we see sometimes with the board wipe cards in this game, Dan. Compared to some other card games that are out there, these resets like the single reactor ignition or the pre-rotation super laser blast, they really cost quite a lot.
They're
And
so
often the
expensive. Yeah.
opponent has a real chance to rebuild after one of those cards is played, at least if you play it early on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just the action economy of Star Wars Unlimited that really kind of changes how that all operates. So now we see Andrew Cox playing Bo Katan alone, going to get that Merrick to be very small. And it looks like it's just going to be that pack up, no response from Nigel, meaning Andrew Cox does take game 2, going into game 3 for these 2 players. A lot of players out there watching the stream right now wondering if that Lando deck has what it takes to take out another Cad Bane, but clearly some incredible play from Nigel so far in this event, 9-2. A lot on the line and going to be going to the end, giving it their all to try and make it in.
Yeah. So that was yeah, that was an interesting situation here. I think that you don't necessarily always see the Lando deck with a large board into a large board from Cad Bane like that. But it was an interesting situation. Super Laser Blast resolved it momentarily for Nigel, or I'm sorry, not Super Laser Blast, single reactor ignition. But Andrew was able to quickly rebuild, answer that Merrick unit, and ultimately get the win. However, Nigel did take down game one, which we didn't see. So we are moving on to game three, Cad versus Lando.
Yeah, sometimes those boards build
And
out as players really they deem themselves the aggressor in the matchup and they think they can make it there. And sometimes you're right until your opponent has the right response here. But starting this game off, Nigel starts with an HK-47 and Lando starts by simply building a credit using that Lando leader ability.
credit tokens can be very important for Lando Calrissian. In particular, if you do not have a credit token when it's time for the leader deployment turn, I've actually seen players decline to deploy their leader in order to wait until they do have a credit and get that powerful discard one credit and bring in three, essentially going up 2 credits. It's a very powerful play for Lando Calrissian, and it can really allow you to get into the stronger late game plays that the deck has to offer much faster.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we see Andrew continuing to build credits to wait and see what his opponent plays, then gets that Ezra Bridger down. Cad Bane activation deals a damage to it, then takes the initiative again on Andrew's side. Both players do need to play a little bit quick. 15 minutes left on the clock. It's possible for it to grind a little. So, wanting to make sure that they have enough time to close the game off. Obviously, a draw's not what you're looking for right now in this game. Players are trying to win and get into that top eight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so Kanan Jarrus here. Very solid unit, even without the bonus that you get from having some of the other aspects. And importantly, this Kanan Jarrus unit not only can bounce something, but also has the Spectre trait, and that means that the Ezra Bridger unit that Andrew has in play here can give an experience to that Kanan Jarrus on attack.
Yeah, this Lando list is actually full of a lot of little niche interactions that people kind of tend to forget about, I think. And that's definitely one of them. Getting to be able to even get any experience off of that Ezra Bridger has been uncommon in the game for a while. As we see Nigel just continuing to build out that board with small drop units, that Merrick taking a little bit of damage now, HK-47 Rancor Keeper, and then the Cad Bane activation. But initiative continues to remain on Andrew Cox's side, still sitting on a credit token, getting ready for the Lando flip coming in here. And of course, a lot can happen once those credits start to multiply and he starts to look at some of those giant end game plays potentially to clear up some of the damage. But before we get there, Bo-Katan's Gauntlet entering the space arena now, threatening Nigel, saying, if you do take out any of my units other than this Gauntlet, going to get a Mandalorian token.
Yeah, restore one on Bo-Katan's Gauntlet. Nice to have 4/5 in space. Nice to have, but I think the real reason people play this is for that ability. Each other friendly non-token unit generating Mandalorian tokens when defeated can be really impactful, and we're going to see the first of those generated right now as Andrew Cox attacks with that Ezra Bridger ground unit, uses the on-attack ability to send another experience token to buff his Kanan Jarrus unit, defeats the Merrick. It is a trade, and that does mean that Bo-Katan's Gauntlet, with that when defeated effect for the rest of your board, gives Andrew Cox a Mandalorian token as well.
These are just more bodies to work with, so Andrew can continue to try and threaten what Nigel is putting down. These extra Mandalorian tokens can really go the distance here. We see Nigel activating the Cad Bane leader just to take the shield off of it. But don't forget that Ezra did get another experience onto this Kanan Jarrus unit. So Kanan Jarrus just swings in, takes care of that HK-47, keeping the board very firmly into Andrew's control, still sitting on that Lando, getting ready at some point to get a lot of credits and play something giant. Actually getting ready next turn can potentially flip Lando out and have enough credits for that Bo-Katan unit that can absolutely change the tenor of this game, especially with that Rancor Keeper now taking a couple damage.
Yeah. Rancor Keeper here generating some value. We saw the attack. Rancor Keeper was able to attack and defeat that Mandalorian token after the shield was removed. And then because the Rancor Keeper took 2 damage and survived, that was an extra point of damage sent over to Andrew Cox's base by the Rancor Keeper's text. Now, though, even with that justifier in play from Nigel, Andrew is, I would say Andrew's board is a bit stronger at this phase. What do you think, Dan?
I think it is obviously the Kanan quite a bit larger than the Rancor Keeper, and having not used that Lando Calrissian, obviously both leaders are very powerful when they enter into the arena, but Lando having that credit escalation gives Andrew just a lot more play whenever he's ready to play something a lot stronger and really shift the momentum. And you watch this game and you're really looking for that momentum shift. That's what's so strong about the Lando Calrissian leader. The ability to get something out early enough where it's just so hard for the opponent to contend with. Now, we do see Nigel using that on attack. Obviously, a pretty nice answer to the Bo-Katan's Gauntlet, swinging that in. I don't know if, yeah, I think we just see an Anakin Skywalker unit in Andrew's hand. That Bo-Katan unit would be so incredible into Nigel's current board, but I think Andrew's just missing it to be able to do the really big pop-off with Lando, but we still might see that Anakin Skywalker unit swinging in. Andrew could even use that Lando once more to try and fish for a villainy card to fully power up the Anakin. We'll see if that does happen.
Yeah, and we're seeing an interesting dynamic here as well, where there's been some ping damage to base from the Rancor Keeper, but there's also been some restore on Andrew's side with both Bo-Katan's Gauntlet and the Kanan Jarrus unit there able to heal. And now we are going to see that Anakin Skywalker that you were discussing earlier, Dan, played here by Andrew Cox and removes the damaged justifier with the -3/-3.
Nigel Snap condemns the Lando. Lando is just going to force the reveal. Gets to see the pre-Vizsla. Now, that is condemns interesting. It's a lot weaker on Lando than a lot of other leaders because Lando's big thing is kind of that when deployed ability here, but still kind of disabling another threat, getting this Cad Bane out here. So now Nigel can try to regain control of this board, but Andrew's still sitting on a ton of credits and looking to draw some of that late game. I see the Chimera now in Andrew's hand. And that might be the line, especially with that Lando leader being condemned right now. Really nice target to be able to drop that out, but has to be aware now that that pre-Vizsla has been shown that that's a really good follow-up to the Chimera on the next turn.
Yeah, we are moving into the end game here for sure, Dan. The players are now they're going to be up to 7 resources, and they all, in Andrew's case, we also have a big pile of credits thanks to Lando Calrissian's flip here. And both of these decks have very powerful late game options. And I think we may see some of those in action shortly.
The Barris Offie being the first play here, actually getting some nice restore of that damage that was dealt to the Anakin. You start to see how this Vigilance Heroism deck is able to try and contend with that constant Cad Bane damage, because now it's not a clear, easy attack here for Cad. Cad just goes to base and pings that Anakin once more. But Andrew's still sitting on a lot of resources and credits, a lot of action available, and having a decent board still.
Yeah. Barris also giving 2 advantage tokens there to Anakin, and those immediately pay off with Anakin able to attack and defeat the Cad Bane leader unit there.
Yeah, definitely feels like a pretty good spot. Andrew still keeping these nice units on board, the solid presence, sitting on a lot of good cards in hand, just waiting for the right opportunity. Reveals the pre-Vizsla once again. It's still there, but now a Ninth Sister coming down from Nigel, so forcing a discard. And Andrew's hand, I think, is stocked with mostly higher cost cards right now, Tower.
Yeah, we see a Casca Reeves, that would be 4 damage, which is still a fair bit. A Lost and Forgotten, which would be 6 damage. It is gonna be the Casca, and so that is gonna be used here to defeat the Anakin Skywalker, unit and to have 2 damage left over that can then be sent to Barriss Offee. Damage is adding up here.
It does look like using these credits to get that lost and forgotten, get the Ninth Sister off the board, a little bit of recovery. It's actually hard to call the game right now. It really can be either player's game as they keep jockeying back and forth. I think Andrew wants to see that Pre-Vizsla drop before he goes for the Chimera, so is willing to wait a little bit, but that Bo-Katan might have been a really nice pickup now, going into just the resources with that credit to be able to play it.
Yeah, should be very interesting, and I do also think that, the power of Ninth Sister there is pretty evident. Even with the immediate answer from Andrew Cox, that was still actually a 3 for 1 because Nigel plays Ninth Sister, forces Andrew to discard cards, that's 1, uses the discard to deal damage and remove a unit, that's 2, and then Andrew plays a card to deal with Ninth Sister, that's 3. So a lot of
Mm.
advantage on that play there from Nigel.
No doubting the power of that Ninth Sister right now. Incredible ability. HK-47 unit coming in, 2 damage to that Barriss Offee. Just going to clear it off, get a ping from its trigger as well. So deals 1 to base. It's a lot of a standoff right now for these players where Nigel waiting for that pre-Vizsla to drop, but there's no reason for Andrew waiting for it to drop. There's no reason for Nigel to drop that pre-Vizsla quite yet. But of course, the Bo-Katan is one of the best responses to the pre-Vizsla, bringing a lot of Mandalorians to the party. Gonna
Andrew's
just
gonna
drop it
play
right
out Bo
now.
early though. Does
Yeah.
clear Yeah, so that is gonna clear the HK-47 unit. I think Nigel did a good job of stalling there. So we saw Andrew, like, attacking with the condemned Lando Calrissian leader unit, but Nigel simply uses Cad Bane's ping, forces Andrew to make the play. We do see the Bo-Katan, and again, even with an immediate removal, that's still a 2 for 1 for Andrew because Bo-Katan defeats that HK-47 unit with the when played effect, and then Nigel is forced to spend a removal card to remove the Bo-Katan unit as well. But like you were saying, Dan, I think you might kind of be hoping for more out of the Bo-Katan Kryze unit in this situation.
I think so. And I think just the way you watch Nigel play right now, he knows that pre Vizsla being deployed at the right time to answer something like this Chimera is going to be the key. So here the Chimera finally does come down. This unit is going to defeat both the Lando Calrissian leader as well as the Anakin Skywalker unit that was just deployed. Now setting up for Nigel to potentially respond immediately. Pre Vizsla can take out that Chimera and bring a Mandalorian onto the ground arena, then leaving it to Andrew to try to respond. Now, Andrew would be in the position to be able to play another Bo-Katan if he can find one, but we're at that battlecruiser stage of the game tower. Players are just going to keep playing these gigantic powerhouse units back and forth, trying to clear each other's board. And exactly like we said, there's the Pre-Vizsla, there's the Mandalorian.
Yeah. That chimera for Andrew Cox, I think he has to have known that Pre Vizsla was coming after the number of times that Nigel disclosed that copy of Pre Vizsla for Condemn. But Andrew has a good response here with the Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis
Mm-hmm.
unit now able to give out -6/-6 when played because of the copy of Chimera in Andrew Cox's discard pile. So that cleanly answers Pre Vizsla. And then we also see the Kanan Jarrus unit going into play, sending the Mandalorian token back to hand, which just defeats it because tokens don't go back into hand. And, despite that big pre Vizsla play, Andrew Cox has regained control of the board.
Very quick response. And now all Nigel has to follow this up right now is American. This is kind of what this game becomes about, and why I mentioned the clock earlier, because when this game goes late like this, it's waiting for a player to break. It's just continuing to put gigantic haymaker plays on board, and the player who has to relent first can end up losing that game, but it can take a long time. Now, this Merrick might just be stalling for actions. Lando actually deciding to be used on Nigel to try and get rid of cards from the deck. Andrew recognizing, I might just have to mill this out at this stage of the game.
Look at the clock though, Dan. They have less than 3 minutes left in the round unless there's a time extension. I don't know if they have time here to go for the mill game plan.
It is challenging, but I think Andrew just has to have all of the options open. Again, these players desperately don't want this match to go to a draw. One player winning has a chance to make it into the top 8. So this is a pretty big moment. These players are playing quickly, deploying more threats to board. We saw the Onyx Squadron boot in the zeros as well as Bo-Katan's Gauntlet enter. And now we're just waiting to see who can come out ahead. Swoop Bike Marauder 4-4 with that on attack draw card. This is a draft card, but showing up in this list.
Yeah, I think for Lando, the Swoop Bike Marauder sees additional play in particular because if you make a credit on turn 1, you can play this unit on turn 2. And then the inefficient stats for a 4 cost don't matter as much because you're really bringing it out against enemy 3 costs. And the on attack ability can generate a lot of value if the opponent doesn't handle this unit quickly.
Yeah, it's a very cool new card to see played in this list. Now, these players start attacking Bo-Katan's Gauntlet into base as well as the zeros coming in. There's a lot of threats that are about to be answered as the Chimera does drop on Nigel's side, gets the recovery from the Onyx Squadron Brute. Now, taking care of Bo-Katan's Gauntlet. This is a new threat looming in the space arena for Andrew to deal with, but Andrew does have a significant amount of damage in the ground arena. Starts with that swoop bike attack to draw, try and find some more options.
And did we see was that a direct hit that was drawn? I think he may have just drawn into an answer for that Chimera. I don't know for sure. I suppose we're about to find out.
That would be spectacular, but is sitting on a pre-Vizsla at the very least, plus his own Chimera unit. There's a lot of actually answers in Andrew Cox's hand. It's just about how to deploy these properly as the clock is ticking. He's looking at the pre-Vizsla. Is this the option? Getting rid of those two, actually, getting rid of that token unit does remove the Sentinel from Casca Reeves as well. So I think that's a fantastic play from Andrew Cox right now. A lot of damage on board, but the players need to play fast, take this to the next action phase if they want to get one more after this.
Okay, I think they made it where I think they're starting the next turn.
They have to get through the
I don't
regroup.
know. Yeah, it depends on if there's any time extension and so on. Of course, this might not be the exact time for this match. The players have certainly picked up the pace, trying to bring this to a natural conclusion. I believe if it's a draw, both of these players are out. But, this is a situation where either player might reasonably hope to actually win this match. So we will see what happens. A lot of time pressure here, intense situation in the final round of Swiss play.
It does depend on if Nigel has an answer to the board. Nigel, with an answer to the board, can win in one more action phase. Andrew, right now, can win in this action phase. And that's kind of
Absolutely.
the difference. Yeah, that's the difference that they're trying to play for right now. But Andrew's board, pretty big, pretty hard to deal with. It just takes an SRI, a single reactor ignition, but we saw that in the last game. Does Nigel have it in play? I don't know. I think he would have ripped it off there, so I don't think so.
Yeah. Let's
Chimera
see what
still
happens here.
looming in the space arena, causing some restore every time a unit is defeated like that. So is going to push things a little bit away from Andrew. Now that we are in time here, players are just going to make sure they're making some good plays, playing just not having to go at breakneck pace necessarily. There's that direct hit you called out, Tower, though. That does get rid of the Chimera.
Yeah, Nigel now in a lot of trouble. Needs something dramatic to try and recover this board state. He has not a single unit on the field, and Andrew Cox has lethal in the ground arena. What can Nigel do? It's just the handshake. Andrew gets it.
Andrew takes it on that Lando Calrissian Vigilance deck in the final round there, the final turn of overtime, manages to clinch it out, getting the record that can secure him a spot in top 8. Incredible game, super down to the wire, and extremely fun to watch, Tower.
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. That was a crazy one. You know, the tension of the time pressure really adding to it as well. Both players making some big plays, but ultimately it was the Lando Calrissian deck that was able to win largely largely on the strength of some of those splashed cards from Villainy. We saw both Chimera and Pre-Vizsla being played in a heroism deck to great effect.
Yeah, when you have enough credits, you can buy your way through any aspect penalty, and Lando employs that super well in that deck. It's such a creative deck, that full sort of a full vigilance package. Nothing really that's raw cunning. Some decks do run a couple copies of some just cunning cards in there, but they're dicey, right? Because you want that accuracy on hitting those credits on the Lando flips. You just call vigilance every time, and it's created a really unique deck in the metagame that is positioned well. It can answer those Cad Bane decks, even if the game tends to go a little late to get there.
Yeah, and I do think, you bring up a very good point with wanting to play lots of vigilance cards, sometimes even 50 vigilance cards in order to ensure that Lando can generate credits consistently. Now, there is an argument for, oh, maybe you want to play like Liberty, for instance, which we saw as one of the top end bombs for Lando decks in the Lawless Time meta. But if you're making your deck around the vigilance aspect, and Liberty may be a strong card, but I feel that its role as a really powerful closer has kind of been eclipsed by the really powerful vigilance villainy cards that we've seen in Ashes of the Empire, and which these Lando decks seem to be happy to run out of aspect.
Yeah, exactly. It's a creative bit of deck building that is enabled by how powerful the vigilance cards are in Ashes of the Empire. So we'll have to ultimately see where all of these players ended up making it when we do get our cut to top 8. But folks, that was round 12 of the Star Wars Unlimited Season 2 Sector Qualifier in Indianapolis here on McClunky Gaming. Thank you so much for joining us for the Swiss round of the event, but do not leave your seats because the real action is about to begin. We're going to be heading into this single elimination top 8 very soon. I've been Main Deck Dan, joined at the desk here by Tower number 9. We've had a fantastic time and there's more to come, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you all really soon.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the premier sector qualifier in Indianapolis. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Dan from Main Deck, and we are about to bring you the top 8 of this exciting sector qualifier event. Dan, what do you think about what we're seeing here?
I think I'm feeling a little bit blue today, Tower. How about you?
There is a lot of vigilance in this top 8. There is a lot of vigilance in the top 8. In fact, there's
Yeah.
a lot of vigilance all throughout this tournament.
Yeah, we were. I was just doing a little bit of analysis and even looking at the standings, the top 50 players, and we are seeing so much vigilance. It's about 90% of the players in the top 50 this event playing vigilance in some capacity in their deck. So, yeah, I mean, props to the players. The I think 5 players who are standing strong at the top of these at least the top 50 of this sector qualifier with their non-vigilance decks, but there's definitely something in the water in the room here today. It's a lot of vigilance all the way.
Yeah, and I think it shows the strength. Of course, Cad Bane Vigilance 30 is an extremely powerful and successful deck. It was the most represented deck in the event. It was the most represented deck in day 2, and now the most represented deck in the top cut as well. And its share of each of those has been increasing.
Yeah, it certainly has. We saw incredible conversion rate. Actually, just taking a look at our quick day 2 conversion, once again, incredible conversion rate of a lot of these vigilance decks. Right, we did see some decent ones. We saw Darth Vader Cunning sliding in there, definitely looking good. But yeah, ultimately, when we break it down here, folks, in the top 8 here today, we have 5 Cad Bane Vigilance decks, 2 Lando Calrissian Vigilance decks, and then we have the one Ahsoka Tano deck at the table that we're about to be going into here to see how it performs. Taking a look quickly at those standings there at the top of that leaderboard, Ahsoka Tano, Christopher P. And as we go down here, the one thing I thought was very funny was that only one player missed the memo on playing Fortress of the Great Mothers today. 7 Fortress, 1 Shield Generator Complex.
Yeah, and of course, Forge the Great Mothers versus Shield Generator Complex. All of these are, those are functionally the same. These are 30 HP vigilance bases. I believe the Ahsoka Alliance Outpost deck didn't make it. It was a 30 HP Ahsoka. But yep, 5 Cads, 2 Landos, 1 Ahsoka, and every player in that top 8 running a vigilance base. So should be
Yep.
interesting here. We're about to see Christopher Patrick playing Ahsoka Tano versus Cade Haggard playing the Cad Bane Vigilance deck.
Yeah, 2 decks that you all, if you've been watching this weekend, you should be quite familiar with. And we've seen, like we've talked about a lot, those adaptations in the Ahsoka Tano lists, a little bit more healing sometimes in these lists to try and take down those Cad Banes, but really just relying on that gigantic burst flip turn, dealing a ton of damage to the opponent very quickly, and then making keen use of certain cards. We've seen a lot of the adaptations of the Galen Ursos, Ryder Azadis in here to try to shut down one of Cad Bane's main routes to preventing that damage, which would be that Condemn upgrade.
Yeah, and one interesting thing that I'll say also about this meta here, Dan, is that in the past there's been a bunch of discussion of potential space-based strategies as a counter to Cad Bane, and those really haven't been very successful today.
No, and I think part of that is due to the fact that that card pool for this Cad Bane Vigilance deck just allows for it to still contend pretty well in the space arena. Of course, Cad Bane's ability is arena agnostic, right? It can go to either arena, deal that damage out there, and then you have things like the Battered Hallcraft coming in, finishing those off, events that can easily hit the arena as well. There's just a lot of ways for Cad Bane to say, yeah, I don't really care what arena you're in. I'm still going to make life trouble for you, as he does continue to still push a decent amount of damage back at the opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in some ways Cad Bane is often discussed as being a control deck, and I don't think he's I don't think he's necessarily as much of a control deck as people think. I would say, maybe you'd put him in the soft control category, but he's like a soft controller, a big mid range. He's definitely not. one of the more ponderous control decks that really takes a long time to turn the corner, Cad can start pushing damage to base very quickly.
Yeah, and I think there's sometimes a little bit of just miscommunication about that because he's certainly, while I don't think he's one of these hard control, we see this command vigilance decks like the Director Krennics that just go ultra late. The Aura Sings when you get a chance to see those. Um, but instead it's more of he's a deck that generally takes the control role in a matchup. In any given match in Star Wars Limited, typically one player is playing the sort of aggressive pace setting deck and the other player is better off trying to manage the board, and that does tend to be Cad's role, but that doesn't preclude him from putting that base damage on as these players get their opening hands here in this is our first round of quarterfinals here at the Indianapolis Sector Qualifier. Christopher Patrick on that Ahsoka Tano Vigilance deck versus Cade Haggard on the Boogeyman Cad Bane Vigilance. Players looking at their opening hands, and we do already have Christopher Patrick deciding, yes, sir, these are the cards for me, putting down 2 resources with that initiative. Cade just making a final decision right now.
Yeah. And we are about to get started here. Let's see what happens in this first match. The top cut. There's the fist bump. It's going to be Christopher Patrick with initiative. And he's leading things off, I believe, with Neil there. This could be a very strong start if he has a Han Solo follow up, and he does.
This is the optimal start for the Ahsoka Tano deck. It puts the most stats on the board as that Han Solo unit does swing in. Of course, Cade has that response, putting the damage on with Cad Bane to remove the shield from the Han Solo. Cade's going to set up to try to remove that very quickly, but it's just so many stats for Cad to work through.
Yeah, now that Onyx Squadron Brute from Cade is a solid card. 2 for a 2/3 that can potentially provide some healing later on. One play that we've seen multiple times this weekend is a player using Onyx Squadron Brute as the friendly unit that you defeat for Chimera, which then puts you in a position where you actually get 4 healing at once instead of just 2.
Yeah, that does feel pretty strong here, as does the Ahsoka Tano leader ability on the Neil, getting a punch up into this Merrick. So Cade's still working on dealing with that Han Solo unit, but we've seen this play a ton with that 3 damage. It combines perfectly with the Lats Razi unit getting an experience and then dealing 3 more. So Merrick is dealt with. Cade has removed nothing from board so far, and there's a lot of threats coming in that he'll have to deal with pretty quickly to gain control of the game again.
Very clean answer here from Christopher Patrick. That Merrick Sentinel is one of the probably most powerful early game defensive units that's out there right now. But Christopher Patrick handled it very cleanly. The question, though, looking at the hand, I see an Imperial Armored Commando for Cade Haggard. Christopher Patrick may have been able to deal with the first Sentinel, but let's see what happens with the second.
This is exactly how this game plays out. Of course, I'm sure Christopher Patrick has played through this Sentinel line multiple times. See if the hand is dealt with that, but often you see this Neil coming in, getting rid of that shield. So the Neil unit is now removed, but that does mean that Imperial Armored Commando is free to be taken out by that Lats Razi on the next turn. Cade passes the action by just simply doing an attack with the Onyx Squadron Brute into base. Of course, Cade is happy if he can trade for 2 units with that Armored Commando, and Christopher is just going to respond by putting 2 more units into play. Costco Reeves unit entering play, getting that Mandalorian token.
Yeah, very solid here. And Christopher Patrick likely, I think, to take that trade you mentioned there with Lots Razi. That's exactly what we see. Imperial Armored Commando off the field. The door is open here for Han Solo, but before he attacks, he gets buffed by the Ahsoka Tano leader ability because Casca Reeves at 4 power is stronger. So then Han gets to swing, give himself an experience, and hit for a total of 6. Extremely strong start for Christopher Patrick.
Yeah, the pressure is mounting on Cade, which makes that Ahsoka flip turn so much more deadly. But we do see that Cade picked up the Condemn. The Condemn can really cleanly answer Ahsoka Tano on the next turn. Of course, starting with a no glory only results to finally remove that Han Solo. But wow, trading 5 resources for a 1 resource unit feels kind of rough, but it's just what has to happen here. The question is going to be for Christopher if that Galen Urso has been found and is in the resources to plot out, name the Condemn, and really seal the deal here on the Ahsoka flip turn. We'll see if that comes up.
Now we're going to see Ahsoka's leader ability used yet again, buffing the Mandalorian token here. Cade uses Cad's leader ability to ping the Mandalorian token, but it gets in for 4 damage. And now we see, I believe that is the legendary The Mandalorian unit there,
Sure
showing
is.
up with that shield. Not necessarily as effective against Cad Bane as in some other matchups, because Cad's easy sources of ping damage make it so that that shield token doesn't tend to stay in play very long.
It still is a decent chunk of stats here. And of course, Ahsoka likes to have these high stat units to be able to support pumping stats onto lower stat units like that. Casca Reeves could get buffed up, but wow, a kill switch from Christopher, just immediately disabling that Cad Bane flip that Cade began this action phase with. So that's already putting the action back onto Cade, still keeping up these resources for a potential Galen Erso or Naboo Royal Starship plot that can happen, but Cade needs to start taking actions here. That Onyx Squadron Brute can push the action a little bit farther before Cade has to commit resources. But the question is, does Cade need to respond with something right now? I don't think he wants to. I think holding on to that Condemn is going to be the better play, but if Christopher has Galen, it might just completely counter Cade's turn.
Christopher Patrick feels like he is in almost total command of this game thus far. He had very clean answers, has managed to push through the sentinels that Cade set up against him. And now Cade in a spot of trouble, thinking about his next move. He actually just is he scooping it up? He is.
Yeah. Yeah, Cade just gives it up right there. That was too much pressure. I mean, you think about this 19 damage already dealt. The Ahsoka Tano leader is flipping this turn. The amount of damage already on board was lethal. So it was in such a dire spot. And Cade said, yeah, look, even with this condemn, man, I don't think I get there at all. I think he just succumbs to the immense pressure of that Ahsoka Tano list. So what a fiery, lightning fast start to our quarterfinals here, Tower.
Yeah, Christopher Patrick didn't even need to deploy Ahsoka Tano to win that game. Just the threat of it, apparently enough to make Cade Haggard concede. And this is actually an interesting thing. Right now, we have they're running the top 8 untimed, and I think that in the Swiss rounds, I think that some players might actually be better served by conceding earlier on in games that are very unfavored. There's kind of this concept of scooping for time, where you give up a game that's currently being played in order to get more time for the later games in the match where you hope to turn things around. And that can actually be an important strategic decision. But in an untimed top 8, I think conceding early, maybe even then though, maybe Cade is saving his morale here and just going to the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. Cade might just say, "Look, I just need to keep my mental right." Cade has been playing a long weekend so far, 12 rounds going into now this quarterfinals. Why expend the mental energy here on a game that looks clearly lost? Just gonna scoop that up, go into the next game, and with the initiative now for Cade, hoping Christopher doesn't get that Neil Han Solo start, but even if he does, that initiative can maybe help seal the deal, get rid of that Han Solo before he starts to rocket off. Once again, that unit from Lawless Time has just proven to be immensely powerful in this new Ahsoka Tano deck.
And now we are going to be moving on into game 2. Christopher Patrick with a very quick victory in game 1. Let's see if he can repeat that performance and take this Ahsoka Tano deck into the top 4, or perhaps Cade will be able to stop him here. One other factor with the relatively quick concession, sometimes you might have sideboard options that really change a matchup and want to get to those quickly. I've heard in other games of people even conceding without playing any cards, in order to avoid showing the opponent what cards they're playing. Um,
That's
I think
crazy.
that's less effective in Star Wars Unlimited, of course, where the opponent can see your leader in base. But you might have a situation where you think your post sideboard matchup is much better than your pre sideboard matchup.
Definitely here, and we see Christopher Patrick getting this Rider Azadi as the players have simply put a couple of these smaller units, the Gunji, the HK-47 on either side. Now, we'll wait to hear what Rider Azadi named, but starting with the Ogdo Bogdo from Cade, Rider did name Merrick, so that did shut down the Merrick from Cade's hand, and a very common early name from Rider, but this Ogdo Bogdo is going to be a super powerful threat because this is a unit that can deal with a lot of Christopher's plays and not end up taking any attrition style damage on those attacks, thanks to that recover 2 every time he attacks and defeats a unit.
Yeah, Christopher Patrick might have blocked the Merrick play, but Cade Haggard had another unit to potentially send in. Ogdo Bogdo here, now poised to start doing some major damage to Christopher Patrick's board.
Of course, Ryder Azadi does clean up the HK-47, but it means Cade can simply now drop this. Casca Reeves gets a Mandalorian token with the shield on it to back up. The Casca Reeves unit now has Sentinel because a token is in play, which does mean Gunji sending into the Casca to deal 2. And there's the Ogdo Bogdo. Gonna eat up that Ryder Azadi unit. It's off the board. And of course, the Ogdo gets to immediately just heal the damage that Ryder dealt back. Now, Christopher deploying finally that Han Solo unit that was in the opening hand, following it up with the Lats Razi to close out the deal on the Casca Reeves.
Yeah, now it's interesting here. I think Cade Haggard, with the initiative, there was a moment where Cade had fully cleared the board there, thanks to that Ogdo Bogdo ground unit. But now Christopher Patrick was able to rebuild, get the only Sentinel on the board cleared via Casca Reeves. But at this point, with the Ryder Azadi unit defeated, the Merrick that Cade had in hand earlier is now available to be played once again.
Yeah, that Sentinel could be a real threat right now. Of course, Ogdo Bogdo is not a great match. This unit doesn't love dealing with the shields because he can't defeat things when he attacks into things with shields. But that Merrick that is coming down exactly like you called out, Tower, great call. Cade's getting that into play now as a Sentinel to force Christopher's hand a little bit on acting with these units. He needs to find an option to deal with that Merrick because anytime a shield is lost on one of those units, Ogdo will easily clean up the unit off the board without taking any damage, without even breaking a sweat.
Yeah. Now Christopher Patrick using 5 resources, it looks like. It's going to be nothing left to fear.
And that's
Nothing
it.
left to fear, but lots Razi, because we had the shield token instead of the experience. Not able to clear Ogdo Bogdo here, but with the bonus stats, Lots can trade with Ogdo Bogdo with a normal attack now that Merrick is off the board. However, Cade did clear the shield beforehand. Now Han's shield also gone after an attack from after an outer rim constable hits the board, defeated an upgrade when played, and Christopher Patrick takes the trade there with thinking, I could attack with Han, get the experience, but the Mandalorian token would just defeat me. I'd rather get that outer rim constable off the board.
Both players deciding that playing for board right now is going to be the option, which is always a little bit of a tough spot. It's something Ahsoka can do, but Ahsoka loves when her board gets to build instead, like that game 1, like we saw Christopher Patrick perfectly employing there. But of course, can't let that board get out of control. Those Sentinels start to mount, and the damage becomes very hard to deal with as Ahsoka is trying to get to board. But we see an Ahsoka flip on an empty board, not going to support anything. But getting this double plot, Jar Jar Binks and Galen Urso units about to enter play. We'll get to hear what that Galen Urso names as well as get just that buff onto Ahsoka. I mean, Condemn, very likely card to name here, Tower. What do you think?
Yeah, I think, Condemn, I think might well be a strong pick. We could potentially name some of the later game cards as well. Not entirely sure. Hopefully, we'll have that information shortly. This is far from the strongest Ahsoka Tano flip that we've ever seen, but Christopher Patrick's still making good use of plot with the Jar Jar unit there and Galen. Galen did indeed name Condemn. We have it from production here.
Ahsoka does come in to base, dealing 7, giving a buff onto the Galen, meaning that if Cade wants to try to attack into that Galen, will take a little bit more damage. on it, which is exactly what's going to happen. Of course, getting that off the board, but at least punching that damage back onto Cad, which means that Jar Jar would be a clean clear for that Cad. So, of course, Cade has to remove it, sends in the Mandalorian token, and there's the condemn exactly as Cade would want, getting that onto Ahsoka. Now, Cade has taken a dominating position
I think
in this match.
I think I may have seen, I don't know for sure, but I caught a in Christopher Patrick's hand. I think he may actually have a copy of Reforged Condemn,
No
but the
shot.
problem is it might be too slow. Even if he cleared the Condemn, Cad Bane could trade with Ahsoka unless Christopher were to find another upgrade with Reforge that gave Ahsoka additional HP here.
Yeah, getting
This is a
getting
tense
to
moment.
this is a reforge that's available. I don't know if there are any upgrades though.
Kill switch on on Cad Bane leader unit. That's actually a really big play because now not only does that mean the reforge is open, it means that Cad Bane would not be able to defeat Ahsoka in one hit anymore. Uh, because the -1/-1 from that kill switch will debuff him out of range. Ogdo Bogdo from Cade Haggard. Is it indeed going to be the reforge from Christopher? No, not yet, at least. A
Looks
copy
like
of Gunji enters play.
Christopher is just action padding right now, waiting for Cad or Cade or Cad to exhaust all of the resources here. And there's the Rancor Keeper. So now you're going to see that reforge happen because the way appears to be clear. Getting rid of that condemn on a friendly unit now searches the top 8 cards. And I don't know if Christopher's deck plays anything like a Darksaber right now, but obviously just one resource available. So I don't think you're really spinning this into much, just using it to clear that condemn cleanly.
Yeah, I mean the dream scenario is that with the 4 resource discount from Reforge, you're able to bring in a big upgrade to replace the opponent's negative upgrade. It looks like Christopher Patrick has indeed missed here. But I think he's probably happy to have that condemn off the field. The door is now open for Ahsoka to do some major damage. Cade Haggard attacks into Ahsoka with BT1, misses the top deck for the extra 1 damage, and Christopher Patrick swings Ahsoka to base, but with that damage on, Ahsoka can now be removed on this next turn.
Yeah, this is a turn where Christopher made a little bit of momentum, right? Got a little bit more going here, put some more pressure on the base, but still so many units on Cade's side, and of course this Cad is easily able to clear trade in for that Ahsoka Tano unit, and now the Ogdo Bogdo also has a damage on it from Cad Bane leader's trigger. We have Gunji then trading in and the Ogdo trading back. So the board suddenly completely clear on Christopher Patrick's side. And of course, that Rancor Keeper triggers players making sure that wasn't missed.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, the dynamics between the 2 games are so different. In game 1, Christopher Patrick was in total control, but now Cade Haggard is really holding Christopher back here. We've seen fairly solid answers to almost everything. And here, the Queen Amidala unit, one of the spy tokens, quickly defeated by a Rancor Keeper. And then we see No Glory only results defeating that Queen Amidala unit. Christopher Patrick is able to keep a spy on the board, but now that spy is facing off against 2 Rancor Keepers and an Ogdo Bogdo unit. The situation looks quite bad for Christopher Patrick here.
It's a lot of board to deal with, and just a single 0-2 spy token that just sends into base 2 more damage, of course, easily cleared by one of the Rancor Keepers. And now, when Cade decides to, putting any non-lethal damage on unit will trigger both Rancors to send the damage in. And just a Naboo Royal Starship from hand into the space arena. That feels like one of the less optimal plays to be making right now. It does feel like the writing's a bit on the wall for Christopher Patrick going into this turn. That's an Ahsoka Tano activation just as a soft pass to get Cade to act a little more. Zeros coming into the ground arena as well. What are Christopher's last resources going to be spent on right now?
Christopher Patrick may be hoping that Ogdo Bogdo would make its attack, but it isn't the case. Cade brings out that Zero's unit. We see the Obi-Wan Kenobi protective Padawan entering play, only to be immediately defeated by Ogdo Bogdo. And now there's a CAD ping on the Royal Starship plus IG 2000 for another ping. Christopher Patrick really in trouble. He's managed to deal 16 damage to his opponent's base, but Cade has a strong command of the board.
You saw Cade just playing that control game. Like you were saying, Tower, earlier, this is a deck that takes the control role, and when it can pop it off, it maintains control now and is just ready to take this into the late game. Now, the late game is not where this Ahsoka Tano deck wants to play. Ahsoka Tano is such a deck that's so focused on that momentum in the early game and taking advantage of that flip turn. But you're not going to see that happen here, unfortunately, as Cade has taken that full control, starts to send in the damage into Christopher Patrick's base. Now, Cade getting ready to close the door on this one and go to that game 3.
Yeah, it's a tough situation here, I think, for Christopher Patrick. It does seem that Cade is turning the corner here. Christopher still has inflicted more damage on Cade's base than Cade has to that of Christopher, but look at the unit count here.
Yeah, and that's changing very quickly. That Ogdo Bogdo still sitting there as a 5 damage swing. And look at the resources used. Christopher's already used 5 here. Cad Bane still sitting on all of them, getting that extra damage on the Starship. One more damage, and that Naboo Royal Starship will be defeated at the end of turn when that Nothing Left to Fear falls off as well. And you're going to see exactly that. Here's the TIE Dagger Vanguard putting that damage onto the Starship. So we just have to wait until end of turn for it to end up falling into that discard pile. And of course, a Rider Azadi coming down, but that is exactly what Ogdo Bogdo is happy to clear off the board. Once again, Cade knowing, this is an untimed round. Let's just play safe, take it into the next turn. And unless Christopher Patrick has something here, no, he doesn't. He's going to pack that up. And this quarterfinal game is going to a game 3 as Cade Haggard takes it on Cad Bane.
Christopher Patrick had a very quick win in game one, but in game two, Cade Haggard was able to control things much more effectively. And we saw some nice patient play there, intentionally holding back that Ogdo Bogdo unit, making other plays, developing other cards, attacking with other units, giving himself the time he needed to allow the Ogdo Bogdo unit to clear whatever Christopher Patrick would develop in the ground arena. Ultimately, a strong victory for Cade Haggard. And now we're moving on to game 3, and this one will decide which of these players advances to the top 4.
Absolutely. It's all going to be on the table now for these players. Ahsoka Tano, a lot of the players hoping that this list can make it there against the Cad Bane menace, but 5 Cad Banes in top 8. There's going to be a lot of Cad Bane to go through to get there. And that said, of course, all of these Cad Bane players clearly very skilled in the position to try to take it to the top, make their name in history, saying, look, this is the best deck, and I'm going to be the best player on it.
Yeah, should be very exciting to see which of these players can prevail. These are both very strong players. We've seen each sort of play to their strengths in one of the games of this match, and now in game 3, we'll see which one will end up in the semifinals as this Indianapolis sector qualifier moves towards its conclusion. Very exciting event here.
Absolutely. Even though there's a lot of vigilance, we're still seeing some really cool back and forth play from each of these players and each of these decks. Now, taking a look at the opening hands, Christopher Patrick on the initiative, getting to take the first turn. Does he have that Neil unit, Han Solo unit start, that powerhouse play, the big stats on the board? I think the way he's thinking about this, we're not seeing it quite yet.
Yeah. Christopher Patrick with the initiative. Let's see what he chooses to do here. I do think that the Han Neil start worked great in our first game, but here that's not going to be what we see. I believe that's a copy of Yaddle, and Cade Haggard pings Yaddle with Cad Bane's leader ability, then develops an HK-47 ground unit.
Absolutely. HK-47 in there now, ready to start dealing damage. Of course, combined with that Cad Bane second, Ping can clear the Yaddle, but the Yaddle attacks first, putting the Yaddle to 3 damage, so no longer can be targeted by the Cad Bane. Cade's going to need to find another way and just sends the HK-47 into it. So Christopher did effectively create a trade there out of what might have been otherwise a favorable swing for Cade, as the players just simply now take initiative and pass.
Very odd. It looks like both players missed their turn to play. That's not something you see every day.
I thought I saw an Obi-Wan Kenobi unit in Christopher's hand, but I do see the Lats Razi, so at least Christopher may be just waiting to try and respond to Cade's play, but Cade simply does pass here, and that is a Galen Urso coming down from Christopher Patrick once again. We'll just wait to hear what is named here, but obviously what some of these Sentinels are off in the early drops here. It's certainly not Ogdo Bogdo. Actually, that Galen's on Chimera right now. Christopher just wants to disable that play.
On Chimera, that yeah, okay. That's,
Oh,
trying to set things up for the end game perhaps.
hold on.
It
We have
does
a
surprise me a bit. I think you might have, in that situation, I might have said, oh, okay, wait, we're getting a correction here. That was actually, I think, the previous Galen that was played late in the last game. I wonder if it's like Imperial Armored Commando here or something. That would make sense as like a play that would be
it's
possible on
Shield.
that same turn.
It's actually
You named
Shield.
Shield.
Yep, I
Okay.
love that name. It removes all abilities from the shield token upgrade. So that's a really fun one. However, Cade did respond with an Ogdo Bogdo. This 5/5 can easily clear Galen Urso unit off the board here. But Christopher's going to deny that. Nothing left to fear for Galen as he removes that Ogdo Bogdo from play. Now Cade needs another response, starting with Casca Reeves, getting the Sentinel built out when that Mandalorian token enters.
Yeah, but this is a bit funny here, Dan, because with Galen Urso disabling the shield token, we could potentially see this Galen trading for both of these units, I believe. So we still have the temporary buff. Let's see here. We still have the temporary buff. So we're going to have that to defeat Casca. Oh, but with the Cad Bane ping, Galen Urso's defeated when the buff goes away, so we don't have time to potentially attack that Mandalorian with the shield being disabled.
Correct. That nothing left to fear was actually a bit of a liability because it made Galen's remaining HP higher than 1 after attacking into that Casca. So Cad Bane was able to get the ping that at end of turn when nothing left to fear fell off. Then Galen Urso unit also fell off. And here once again we see that Ahsoka Tano leader being flipped alone into that ground arena. And unfortunately for Christopher, it wasn't too successful on the last one, but we'll see if it gets there now. Galen Urso once again dropping another card needs to be named. Condemn is in Cade Haggard's hand, and it's the common play to name the Condemn on that Galen Urso. So we'll see exactly what happens here as that Imperial Armor Commando does drop as well, just like you were saying, Tower. That was on the way.
Yeah. If the shield tokens were being suppressed, that would be very solid.
It is
And
Condemn that was named with the Galen Urso. So that is a
yeah,
Mandalorian swinging in.
I think at this point, you do sort of have to think about different options, but the Imperial Armored Commando is going to be a major obstacle here for Christopher Patrick.
Definitely is. Now, Cade uses that Cad Bane leader ability, pinging on to that Galen Urso. Cad can deploy this turn. Hasn't happened quite yet. Cade biding time, has that Sentinel waiting for Christopher actually just to take initiative here. And now the Cad Bane comes in, swings in, takes out the Ahsoka Tano leader, pings onto the Gunji. Cade in already. A solid position here. Can't play, or at least doesn't have any effects on any condemns that are played because of that Galen, but does have the Sentinel Imperial Armor Commando protecting the Cad Bane leader and a Mandalorian token right now.
Christopher Patrick's going to have his work cut out for him to get out of this one. Cade Haggard once again in control of the game. That Ahsoka Tano leader not even getting a chance to attack. I mean, I suppose Christopher could have attacked into the Imperial Armored Commando, but the Ahsoka Tano leader unit would have been defeated in exchange for just knocking a shield off. I think Christopher thinking, making Cad swing into Ahsoka and take some damage is worth more than that shield.
It's remarkable how much more decisive that game one was for Christopher Patrick here with that Neil unit, Han Solo unit start, but now Christopher really kind of floundering to try and establish a board, sends the Gunji in to that Imperial Armored Commando, but because of the Cad Bane ping, it does end up being defeated on that attack. Now the Armored Commando swings back, Cade Haggard starting to get damage on base, and Christopher just needs to find something reasonable to play with these resources.
It looks like a bad situation here for Christopher Patrick. What can he do to try and get out of this scenario? Well, he doesn't probably care so much about suppressing condemn at this point. So, I mean, we could see I believe that we could potentially see Galen Urso trade with the commando. That would at least kind of open things up for potential future units, but it doesn't exactly leave Christopher Patrick in a commanding position. He hasn't inflicted a single point of damage on Cade Haggard's base stand.
No, it's very challenging, and knowing what the end game of the Cad Bane deck looks like, you have to know there's a lot of potential problems on the way, but you're exactly right, Tower. Sending that Galen into the Armored Commando at least opens the door a little bit. Cade likely, I think, to push off any action here, able to simply use this Mandalorian attack to wait for Christopher to commit anything to board and get that really advantageous position of getting to respond to whatever happens. We're gonna see if that's the route that gets taken here. Yeah, there's that
Five,
Christopher Patrick play.
Keller and Beck. Keller and Beck could, this unit can generate a lot of value. The situation could be worse, but I don't know. I mean, Cade Haggard has a plethora of removal options that could handle this Keller and Beck unit in his deck. The question being what he has in his hand. And what will the additional unit from Keller and Beck be? It looks like a copy of Ryder Azadi. That could be big. If Christopher Patrick names the right thing here, he could really trip Cade up.
Think the issue is that there's too many cards that need to be named. Look at the size of Cade's hand and look at that. There's a no glory only results. That condemn is still in hand. And there is the no glory being played on the Keller and Beck, just leaving that Ryder Azadi. And now initiative taken for Christopher Patrick. Damage coming in from Cade as the Mandalorian and Cad Bane units swing in. And an Outer Rim Constable developed for Cade, just a stat body on board there. But when combined with Cad Bane's leader swing, can clear out the rider on its own. So certainly feels like a decent play right now. Of course, this Ahsoka Tano upgrade deck we've seen does not have a lot of upgrades in it, so no reason to use it for anything other than stats.
Yeah, and we're hearing here Christopher Patrick named Chimera, probably the best of the potential options that Kate Haggard had, but unfortunately, it was not the one that was actually in his hand, and no glory only results cleared that Keller and Beck unit very cleanly. Christopher Patrick now in big trouble and actually maybe pushed into a more defensive role where Cade Haggard has done significantly more damage to Christopher's base, and yeah, Christopher is attacking to clear that Mandalorian token rather than doing anything to try and push damage to Cade's base. He knows now that he needs to deal with some of these units and clear things out if he wants to turn this game around. And it's going to be a tough hill to climb, I think, Dan.
Yeah, that Cad Bane leader comes in, 4 more damage to base, 1 more ping on the Galen Urso. Cade still sitting on a Tie Digger Vanguard that can clear out the Galen at any point, but especially having put that Ryder Azadi down to just 1 remaining HP. Look at that pre-Vizsla in Cade's hand right at the start. Anything with 5 HP or more can be immediately deleted alongside the Rider. And we see, unfortunately, exactly that. That is an Obi-Wan Kenobi Sentinel. There's the pre-Vizsla unit slamming in. It's going to destroy both of those, bring out 2 more Mandalorian tokens. Cade has a dominating board now.
Queen Amidala allows Christopher Patrick to rebuild somewhat, develops a powerful unit and 2 spy tokens, but I mean, it's significantly weaker than getting a pre-Vizsla unit and 2 Mandalorian tokens, Dan. Christopher Patrick in real trouble, and Cade playing it a little safe here, using the Outer Rim Constable to clear one of the spies rather than pushing more damage to Christopher's base.
Yeah, Cade has nearly lethal in play already. It's a lot of damage that can come in. That nothing left to fear. A nice play from Christopher to be able to remove the pre Vizsla, but Cade responds immediately. No glory only results to remove the pumped up Queen Amidala unit. Now just a spy, but the spy is enough to take out the Cad Bane leader. Still, though, look at the advantage this Outer Rim Constable that was developed a little bit ago. Now just pushing in 3 damage to base, 2 shielded Mandalorian units left. The kill switch to take out the already exhausted Constable, just trying to get as much value as possible. Hu Yang is not maybe going to be enough, though, as these Mandalorians continue their tirade, their attacks in.
Now, this Hu Yang on attack ability can debuff one of these Mandalorian tokens because shields are upgrades. So that would be an option for Christopher Patrick to slow Cade down somewhat. Cade no longer having lethal for this next turn, at least not with what's on board, but that Merrick is going to be a substantial obstacle for Christopher. Let's see what happens here.
It does feel a little bit like treading water. I mean, you're right, Tower. It does do something right now, but I'm just not sure it's going to do quite enough. As that damage does come in on that Merrick from the Hu Yang unit. Going to make one of these Mandalorians somewhat useless, but the other token is still in play, and I see a Ninth Sister looming in Cade's hand that can be decisive.
Kelleran Beck again from Christopher Patrick. Let's see what he can find in the top 7 cards of the deck. He'll likely be able to develop at least one additional unit here via this Keller and Beck ability. And it could actually be quite powerful because he has several leftover resources in addition to the discount. However, it ends up going, I believe that is another copy of Ryder Azadi.
It is indeed another rider coming down. You have to imagine Chimera is being named once again. Like you said, Tower, that is the most salient threat, the strongest card potentially from Ashes of the Empire. Christopher follows up the Cade's attack with a Mandalorian with a Gunji. There's the activation of the Cad Bane leader ability. Yes, indeed, Riders naming Chimera, but not Pre Vizsla, who comes down and removes that damaged Keller, and Beck puts another Mandalorian token into play as the players pass into the next phase there. And that is going to be it. Cade Haggard takes the quarterfinals on Cad Bane Blue.
Christopher Patrick had a really strong performance in game one. In game two, Cade Haggard took the advantage, was able to control things. And in game three that we just saw, Christopher Patrick just not able to find much purchase. I think at the end of the game, Cade Haggard still hadn't taken a single point of damage on the base. Christopher was fighting hard, but that was twice in the game where, Christopher was able to play that Ryder Azadi unit, but unfortunately named a card other than the answer that Cade was holding in hand. First, we saw, I believe, Chimera named only for there to be no glory, only results as the removal option. And then the second time, I think it was Chimera again, only for there to be pre Vizsla. Now, tough situation for Christopher, but it's going to be Cade Haggard who moves on to the semifinals.
I mean, pretty representative, right, of the power level of villainy vigilance. There's more than one threat that you need to name with cards like that. And when you have a hand like that built up from controlling the game for so long, Cade just always had another route around. Actually, I think never even having the Chimera in that game. So easily taken by Cade, although that first round certainly scared him. You saw absolutely crazy power coming off of that Ahsoka deck from Patrick. So Patrick was the top seed going into top 8, clearly super skilled, but did just run into the Cad Bane control in those latter 2 games. Now, we did have another match. Unfortunately, our backup match did finish, but a little bit of news for the people who want to see what happens to Cad Bane here. Ian Klein, extremely well-known player in this game, did win on the Lando Blue list.
Yeah, very very interesting match. We saw also in that game one the power of what Ahsoka can do under the right circumstances, with Christopher putting together a very quick victory. However, Cad Bane stopped him with Cade winning games 2 and 3. We're going to be moving on to the quarterfinals, but or I'm sorry, we're going to be moving on to the semifinals, but we are playing untimed here. Now, the backup match that we had already concluded. We had a victory, as you mentioned earlier, Ian Klein winning, I believe, with a Lando deck. So we have at least one non-Cad Bane making the semifinals, but I believe some of the other matches are still taking place right now.
Yeah, we do have the bracket so far for your update here, and Carlos did take the third match in quarterfinals. That's another Cad Bane coming in. So it does look like for our semifinals tower, we've got Cade on Cad, we've got Ian on Lando, Carlos on Cad, and then the winner of the Tristan versus Taylor match. And that is going to be a Cad Bane versus, let's see here. I'm looking at the wrong round. I've got to get Taylor's Cad Bane versus Cad Bane. Actually, that's a Cad Bane mirror match as well. So guaranteed to get 3 Cad Banes into semifinals. For people who want to see Cad lose this event, you're hoping on Ian right now.
And I believe we are going to have our next match here on stream is going to be Cade versus Ian, which actually should be starting quite soon. And so we're gonna see what the non-Cad Bane hope for this event can do with Ian piloting into Ian is going to be piloting Lando into Cad Bane, and if he can win, we will have at least one non-Cad deck in the final. But if Ian were to be defeated, we're going to be looking at a Cad Bane mirror in the top two.
Definitely, there are going to be some sparks flying here, folks. So you're not going to want to go anywhere. This will be a very, very quick break and then into that semifinal round and then beyond to the grand final. So all of the excitement from the Star Wars Unlimited Sector Qualifier here in Indianapolis is about to come to a head. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back really soon with some more exciting action, and we'll see you then.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Premier Sector Qualifier in Indianapolis for Star Wars Unlimited TCG. I'm Tower Number 9, joined here by Josh Snyder from Next Gen Gaming SC, and we are about to bring you the semifinals, and we're going to be covering the one non-Cad Bane player left in this event, Ian, who is playing the Lando Vigilance deck. Josh, what do you think about this matchup?
I think it's one that Ian Klein is very prepared for. This particular build is something that him and his team cooked up going into the Galactic Championship with the Cad Bane matchup in mind, and they have been performing well into Cad. Unfortunately, didn't work out super great for his teammate Andrew in the quarterfinals, as Andrew did fall to a Cad, but Ian was able to get through Cad. So this is one of those matchups. It is not heavily favored one way or the other, but I think that Ian is very prepared for it, and we'll see. There's now just one Lando Vigilance deck, and there are three Cad Bane Vigilance decks left in the tournament. We'll see if Ian can be that lone non-Cad Bane deck. Can he come out on top and give Lando its first win of season 2?
Yeah, I think that a lot of viewers are probably hoping for Ian Klein to succeed with the Lando Calrissian deck, a very interesting deck, one that we saw at the Galactic Championships, maybe in an earlier form, but both players here, I believe, are playing some very powerful villainy cards. Chimera, Pre-Vizsla, these are cards that, of course, excel in Cad Bane, but I believe Ian Klein likely playing them in Lando here as well.
Yeah, definitely. This Lando deck, with that ability to generate so many credit tokens, you can offset that additional aspect penalty on things like Chimera and Pre-Vizsla. And this deck has certainly shifted ever since the Galactic Championship. We had one of Ian's teammates, Nikki Morgan, actually get into the top cut of the Galactic Championship with this particular build, but there have been several changes since then. They have moved away from the multiple 2-cost units that they had in the deck. And Ian, after talking to him a little bit earlier, he said a big part of the success this weekend has been the shift into that 4-cost slot. They're actually running a lot more 4-cost units right now in this build, cutting out some of the 2-cost units, so the curve a little bit higher. So maybe won't fare as well into the aggro matchups, but when you know you're facing a lot of Cad Bane and a lot more of these decks that are ready and prepared to go to the late game, you have better plays. You're not drawing those dead cards as much in the late game. And Ian said they've also included a more powerful late game looking to really go long in these matches. So I think he's prepared, and I think he's got what it takes. But Cade Haggard, of course, on a roll right now. We actually had two of Ian's teammates in this top cut. Christopher Patrick, another one of Ian's teammates, and just fell to Cade Haggard. Cade taking down Christopher Patrick and Ahsoka. So can Ian get a little bit of revenge here in this match as Ian is ready to go and Cade taking that mulligan?
Yeah, I think it should be interesting to see here, Josh. And one of the disadvantages to playing a deck that is widely considered the deck to beat is that other people have been working on plans to beat it. And as you were discussing, I think Ian Klein certainly is coming prepared into this matchup, but we'll see whether that's enough to combat the Cad Bane menace here. Cade Haggard with a very solid comeback victory that we just saw in the quarterfinals. Had a really brutally bad game one. Ended up actually conceding quite fast in that game, but had much better performances in game 2 and 3. Got the win. Showing some grit there, and now we're gonna see what he can do. If Cade Haggard can win this, he's through to the finals, which will then be a Cad Bane mirror. But if Ian Klein wins this, he'll be facing off against another CAD player to see who takes down the whole event.
Ian Klein, actually the runner-up of last year's Galactic Championship, said that he's generally not a superstitious person, but card games make him a little bit superstitious, and he actually hasn't cut his hair since that last Galactic Championship when he came so close. Not sure when he does choose to cut his hair, but nevertheless, we are up and ready to go. Game one of the semifinal feature matches underway. It is Owen Lars for Ian Klein and HK47 for Cade Haggard. You do have that early Lando action ability. This is a deck that runs all Vigilance cards, so early in the game when you are naming the Vigilance aspect, choosing your own deck to mill that top card, you're guaranteed to get a credit. As we get into the second action phase, that credit is going to be used. Kanan Jarrus going to bounce back the HK47. It's Maroc for Cade Haggard, and that ping will continue for Cad Bane. Both of these ground units for Ian Klein early with 1 damage.
Yeah, interesting situation here. This is something that the Lando deck can do in a quite relevant way. If you make a credit on turn one, on turn two, you can play a four cost, as Ian just did, which can potentially generate a lot of value. We've seen that earlier as well with a card that I think not everyone expected to see, the Swoop Bike Marauder, actually seen a fair amount of play for these Lando builds. But in this case, the bounce from Kanan Jarrus is a very clean answer to Cade's turn one play.
Back-to-back Sentinels now for Cade Haggard, the Maroc into the Imperial Armored Commando. Ian Klein going to generate another credit token off of that Lando action ability.
And this is a bit
Now,
of an interesting situation in that if you bring out multiple Sentinel units, there's actually a bit of a downside to that. Certainly these are both very strong cards, but if you have more than one Sentinel in play, the opponent gets to choose which one to attack. So by developing multiple Sentinels, Cade actually gives Ian more options than if he had played a non-Sentinel unit at this phase, which is a little interesting.
Ezra Bridger now the play for Ian Klein after the Owen Lars did get defeated. But getting that win defeated trigger to resolve Ezra Bridger. And I know you were talking about this a little bit in that last match when you and Dan were casting the quarterfinals. Ezra does have some good synergy there with that Kanan Jarrus being a Spectre unit. Ezra can give out some experience tokens in this situation. Cade Haggard with the initiative going into this 5 resource turn. It is going to be the Tie Dagger Vanguard, maybe. Thinking
Yeah,
it
we could.
through.
The TIE Dagger Vanguard would be available to ping off the Kanan Jarrus unit here, but it looks like Cade Haggard's going to lead with the Imperial Armored Commando attacking into Ezra Bridger, inflicting 4 damage and losing the shield token there.
It does mean that that Tie Dagger Vanguard could defeat either one of these ground units that Ian Klein has presented. Both of these Vector units. Action back over to Ian Klein. 1 HP left on both of these units. He's got 5 resources, 1 credit token to work with. Of course, he wants at least 1 credit token going into Lando's deploy turn. It's going to be a trade now. Ezra Bridger for Maroc. And here's the Tie Dagger Vanguard to clean up that ground arena. But Anakin Skywalker will come into play for Ian Klein. -3 on the Imperial Armored Commando, enough to defeat it. As Anakin gets
That
pinged
Anakin
into Rancor
Skywalker,
Keeper.
Champion of Mortis, very powerful card. In this situation, though, Ian Klein did not have a villainy card in the discard pile. That is one thing that this Lando deck can do because you are playing those villain cards on the high end. You can sometimes get the double -3/-3 trigger, which in this case would have been able to eliminate that TIE Dagger Vanguard. But Ian did not see a villain card from his Lando mill, so it was not an option.
For those of you that don't know, it's actually that Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis that was the reason this Lando Calrissian deck was ever even formed. Ian said that he felt it was in such a good spot because one of the main reasons was that Imperial Armored Commando, and he felt there has to be something here, and that was where it all started as Lando gets deployed following the Ogdo Bogdo coming into the ground arena for Cade Haggard. Lando Calrissian gets shot by Cad's Blaster for a damage. Getting into Cad's base here for 4, but now another copy of Tie Dagger Vanguard puts a couple damage on Lando Calrissian. It leaves both of these ground units with 4 HP remaining for Ian. And it looks like he's
Lots of
lining up a
resources
big
being
play.
spent. Ooh, Captain Rex. Okay. This Captain Rex unit is a 7/7, and when played and when it completes an attack, you give it and an enemy unit Sentinel for this phase. And this is rather favorable for Ian because he can freely give Sentinel to one of those TIE Dagger Vanguards where he doesn't have any space units to block, while Captain Rex forms a big obstacle for Cade.
Looks like another big unit coming down On Cade Haggard's side, the Chimera will trade his own Tie Dagger Vanguard for that Captain Rex, healing a couple damage from base, but 9 damage pouring through in the ground arena for Ian Klein. So it's 11-4. The damage totals right now in favor of Ian. Cade does ping his own Ogdo Bogdo, and it's the droid laser turret with Sentinel in that shield. And Ogdo Bogdo just going to eat the shield, and it's a direct hit from the main deck for Ian Klein to defeat the Chimera. You know exactly what those direct hits are for, Tower.
Yeah, absolutely. Direct hit, very clean answer. 4 cost event, defeating that Chimera space unit. Cade Haggard does deploy Cad Bane. And I would say it's hard to say for sure, Josh, but I would say this board is a bit favorable for Cade at this phase. Even though the Chimera was answered cleanly with the direct hit, its ability to remove Captain Rex when played leaves Cade in a decent spot here.
Yeah, Cade has done a nice job to try and weather this storm that Ian has brought forth early in game one. And one of the important units, one of the most important units in this matchup is Bo Katan, that 9 cost bomb from Ian's side. And if Ian can line it up, Ogdo and Tie Dagger Vanguard already showing that they could be defeated. So we'll see if that comes into play in the near future. 5 damage to Cade's base with Anakin as Ogdo Bogdo just trades with Ian Klein's leader unit. And it's another copy of that pesky little droid laser turret, but Pre Vizsla for Cade Haggard is a great response. That defeats both of those ground units for Ian Klein. 2 Mandalorian tokens are going to be created. The Pre Vizsla showdown has begun.
Yen Klein is in big trouble here because not only did we see pre Vizsla from Cade Haggard, I'm seeing a copy of Chimera in hand, a second copy there. And Chimera and pre Vizsla have very strong synergy because the pre Vizsla play gives you those Mandalorian tokens, which you can then easily defeat to fuel Chimera's ability. I think that Ian Klein might have a tough time recovering from this, but we'll have to see what happens. As you were mentioning earlier, Josh, a Bo Katan Kryze could potentially be huge. The problem is with that Chimera waiting in the wings, she might be quickly answered herself.
16-11, the damage totals in favor of Ian Klein still. Ian using that swoop bike Marauder to attack and trade with the Cad Bane leader unit. Gets a card draw off of the on attack ability. And now one of the Mandalorian tokens will swing 2 damage into Ian's base. The other Mandalorian token will have to say goodbye. Kanan Jarrus erasing that token. Can't be bounced back to hand, so just leaves play. And here is Casca Reeves for Ian after taking another 2 damage to base, but does bring along that Mandalorian token. So now Ian has a Sentinel in the way of this 6 power Pre Vizsla, but you called it, Tower. There is the Chimera, and it's going to be a Tie Dagger Vanguard for Casca Reeves trade. And just like that, Cade Haggard has pulled well ahead in the damage race. 21 damage on Ian's base after that attack from Pre Vizsla.
Very tough spot here for Ian Klein. We do see him with another Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis in hand. That is certainly a relevant card, but I don't know that it would be enough to bring him to a full recovery here. And look at that, Cade Haggard has the third copy of Chimera in hand.
Well, sometimes, Tower, you're playing well and you're running hot. And right now, I believe Cade Haggard is running hot. He had great results in the quarterfinals, drawing so well in games 2 and 3, and he has continued that momentum here in game 1 of the semifinals. As Ian Klein is going to play his own Chimera, does have to pay a couple extra resources, paying a total of 9, using up some of those credits to trade the Mandalorian token for Pre Vizsla on Cade Haggard's side. But Cade has another unit to just replenish this board instantly with that Casca Reeves bringing along the token. Now a Sentinel in the way of Kanan Jarrus. Ian just claims the initiative, and here comes that damage. Chimera ready, could put another 6 on base, but thinking,
Abe
does he
thinking it
potentially want to
through.
trade?
Yeah, could trade Chimera for Chimera and ends up opting to do so. Now, that's definitely a less aggressive play, but it opens the door for Cade to potentially play the third Chimera that he knows that he has in hand. You would normally, I mean, of course he could play it even with the other one already there, but he would have to defeat one of them thanks to the uniqueness rule. So by trading chimeras here, Cade Haggard playing a little less aggressively, but keeping his options open for the third chimera of the game for him. And this is actually something that we saw from Cade Haggard in the quarterfinals as well, where he, playing a very like conservative defensive game, even when he has the advantage, not trying to be too quick to turn the corner.
And one other thing, it does getting that Chimera off the board. Make sure that this healing capability that Ian had is shut down, as Anakin Skywalker did take out Cade Haggard's punishing one. But some more damage coming in with Casca Reeves. It's 23 damage on Ian Klein's base as Ian does put down the Barris Offie. And now we are going to see a trade. Kanan Jarrus for the Casca Reeves. More damage being healed from Cade Haggard's base as that Chimera comes down. 27 to 8 the damage totals. It's an HK 47 as well. 3 HP remaining on Ian's base tower.
Yeah, Cade Haggard now having played all three copies of Chimera, there might be some silver lining in this. Ian knows that there isn't going to be another one at this phase, but that might be cold comfort because Ian only has 3 HP left on his base. It's a very difficult situation that he finds himself in here.
Ian Klein with
Yeah.
the
Is he
initiative,
scooping?
going
I
to
think he's
just
scooping.
scoop it up. Yes, sir, that's right. Ian Klein comes up short. Cade Haggard continuing the momentum here in the top cut. 3 straight games he has claimed and now finds himself 1 win away from another final appearance in a major event. Cade Haggard made the finals of the limited regional qualifier back in Milwaukee earlier this year, where he was so close to taking down Mike Jim in the finals. But Mike Jim he was running hot that weekend. But right now, Cade Haggard seems to have all the momentum as we go through the sideboarding process. And we'll see if either one of these players shift in their sideboarding. Do things get a little bit more aggressive, or do they have some more of these cards that can really finish the game late, Tower?
Yeah. Should be interesting to see how things develop. Man, Ian Klein, the last non-Cad Bane player in the event, now fighting for his tournament life here, needs to win 2 games in a row if he wants to make the finals.
Is absolutely right. Still a lot to play for. Getting to the finals of a sector qualifier with the new point system would guarantee 450 points. It's 500 points for the winner, would be a massive boost on the leaderboard. As in the top 4
Yeah.
of these players have already locked up 400, so it's still been a great run this weekend regardless. As the top 32 players on the leaderboard, of course, getting the travel expenses covered to the 2027 Galactic Championship. They also have those great promos that are given out based on that
Yeah,
leaderboard position.
those leaderboard positions are coveted here. It's not just bragging rights you get. There are also some nice prizes being given out by Fantasy Flight Games. And so, these players have both already qualified by making it this far, but they are now playing for leaderboard position as well as the other prizes here at the sector qualifier, which are themselves pretty cool. Lots of reasons. You may be qualified, but there's lots of reasons to play on and go for more.
No doubt about it. Game number 1 for me, Tower. Cade Haggard really was able to outbomb Ian Klein. He was able to find all of the chimeras. That pre-Vizsla was also pretty unmatched because Ian did not have a unit of his own that could take out multiple units in one action, and that pre-Vizsla was so important in wiping Ian Klein's ground arena at the time. So let's see if things shift a little bit here in game 2. Again, Bo-Katan so important for Ian Klein in this matchup. We'll see if he finds it this time or finds that window of opportunity to at least get it down and force an answer out of Cade Haggard, as Ian Klein will be on the initiative here for game 2.
And look at this, Josh. We just saw Cade Haggard resource a copy of Chimera.
Wow. Okay.
He
Just
had one in his
really
opening hand, and look, he's drawn the second one immediately.
what seems like Cade Haggard is a chimera magnet tower.
Yeah. Now, Ian Klein doesn't have a turn one play, but does have a Lando Calrissian credit, and now is going to play the swoop bike marauder that we were discussing earlier on, a 4/4 that can draw a card on attack. But this doesn't line up that well into BT1. If Cade Haggard hits this top deck, he could potentially get the swoop bike marauder
Oh,
off the
he hits
field.
it. He does. He hits it.
But he played it conservatively, though. He
Oh, he
didn't
just went to base.
attack the
Yeah.
swoop bike marauder directly. He went for the base, maybe worried that he might miss. And because of that, Ian Klein is going to have the opportunity to attack with that swoop bike marauder and draw a card.
That's a great conservative play because if it's a miss there, that's not great, right? It leaves 1 HP left on that swoop bike marauder, so Cad is no longer able to ping it. No reason to make that kind of play here in this spot. I like that from Cade Haggard. Very disciplined. That gets the hit, and it means that Swoop Bike Marauder can be defeated by either one of these 2-cost units now, as Cade Haggard was also able to put down that Rancor Keeper. First action for Ian Klein with the initiative, attacking and trading with BT1. Doesn't want to see any more value out of the Blastomech, and Ian Klein will get another card and take another 2 damage to base, 4 damage on Ian's Klein on his base early. And look at this tower. It's going to be Casca Reeves for Casca Reeves. But Cade Haggard
Yeah.
is up on this exchange because he still has the Rancor Keeper in play.
Yeah, and to make things even better for Cade Haggard, Bane's pig ability is used here to remove the shield token from Ian Klein's Mandalorian token. So so now Cade Haggard has developed a bit of a board advantage there. Played it pretty conservative with BT1 not attacking into the swoop bike marauder directly. And I think Cade Haggard has played fairly conservatively in general, but has been, clearly it's been working for him.
He has been rewarded for this tight play. Kanan Jarrus going to dismiss that Mandalorian token on Cade Haggard's side of the board. And now it's just Casca Reeves for Casca Reeves. Both of those units defeated as that Cad Bane trigger continuing to get value, dealing a damage to Ian Klein's Mandalorian token, and that means that this punishing one can come out for Cade Haggard, dealing 1 damage and defeating that token, and once again leaving Cade Haggard up on the board, and the damage total 6-2 in favor of Cade as well.
Yeah. Ian Klein does have that Kanan Jarrus unit, which is quite relevant, but Cade Haggard with the stronger board at this phase. However, we are about to see the crucial Lando flip with the credits poised to be generated there. And that is going to be an opportunity for Ian Klein to potentially make some really big plays. We could even see that Bo Katan unit entering play under the right circumstances here. But let's see just what's going to happen.
Ian Klein continuing to take advantage of that restore 1 on Kanan Jarrus, attacking for 3, restoring 1 as the punishing one coming through, but now that Bo-Katan's gauntlet comes down and Cade Haggard has the response immediately with the no glory only results. Will not have anything to do with that gauntlet. Back over to Ian Klein. Can deploy if he chooses to do so. That is the next play. We'll turn that 1 credit token into 3 with the when deployed ability on Lando Calrissian, the Rancor Keeper for Cade. Deals 2 more damage to Ian's base, and the Rancor Keeper is attacked and defeated by Lando Calrissian. Now Cade Haggard deploying Cad Bane, and the droid laser turret is the response for Ian Klein to put a sentinel in the way as Cad just attacks in, takes off the shield, and pings another damage on Lando.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Ian Klein actually taking more of the control role at this point in the game, playing a bit defensively here. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens as we move on to this next turn. Now, Cade, I believe, could have defeated the droid laser turret if he used the. Or no, he couldn't have because the droid laser turret as a 1 HP unit is immune to Cad Bane's ping.
Yeah, just one of these units in the meta that gets around that pesky ability on Cad Bane. Ian Klein has the initiative. What's it going to be? It will be a lost and forgotten play, defeating the punishing one unit. 3 damage healed from Ian's base. And now Cad Bane going into the droid laser turret. The overwhelm going to allow Cade to get 3 overwhelm damage into base, as Kanan Jarrus is going to attack and trade with that Cad Bane leader unit. Brings the damage totals back 10-5 in favor of Cade. And now Cade's going to present the Imperial Armored Commando and a Marok as well, Tower. So 2 Sentinel units coming down, and Ian just taking the initiative, not attacking with that Lando.
Yeah, I mean, an attack with Lando. I believe Ian took initiative after the Armored Commando, but before Mark was played. And so an attack with Lando would only have done the shield. But look at this. Bo-Katan arrives, and that debuff clears the Armored Commando, gives an experience to Lando. And with Merrick also debuffed, Lando can now potentially attack, take no damage, and get Merrick off the board. But Chimera answers it.
Chimera, the response for Cade Haggard. He's had them when he needs them. Marok for Bo-Katan, both units defeated. Now, it is another experience token onto that Lando Calrissian, and Lando does get an attack in, but Cade Haggard has the initiative going into the next action phase. It's Chimera for Cade. Ian still has that buffed up Lando Calrissian. 10-9, the damage totals currently favoring Cade Haggard.
Yeah. That is Man, that is really something here. The experience tokens on that Lando Calrissian leader unit do mean that Ian Klein has a major threat on the ground, but Chimera is such a threat in space, and also represents a lot of potential healing over the course of this game if Ian Klein can't find some way to deal with it.
4 resources. Is it going to be the direct hit? It is. So Chimera unit defeated. Cade Haggard does have the Casca Reeves to follow up, generate the Mandalorian token, now has a Sentinel unit to slow that Lando Calrissian down. Damage total 16-15 after both the Chimera and Lando attacked this phase. Let's see if Ian has more board presence. He absolutely will. It's the Galen Urso, to see what Galen calls in this spot.
Galen Urso, very, very potentially relevant card. But the question becomes, does Ian Klein name the right effect? In this case, it is going to be Pre-Vizsla that was named there by Galen Urso. Cade now playing a little more aggressively, pushing damage to base with Casca Reeves. 20 damage on Ian's base, 15 damage on Cade's base, and now we're going to see Lando, I believe, attacking and defeating Casca, and it's not a trade because Lando has extra HP thanks to those experience tokens still. So Lando still on the field with 1 HP remaining.
Cade Haggard feeling very comfortable being the aggressor right now because he's the one that is presenting these Sentinel units and forcing Ian Klein to deal with them. So right
It's
now,
not
just
over yet. Looks like we might have a judge call or something though here. Maybe something with respect to that Lando unit. Not entirely sure.
yeah, maybe just wanting to make sure that the math, the damage is correct.
We are moving towards the conclusion of this game with both players' bases severely damaged. But Cade Haggard is the one who has a bit of a lead at this phase. However, Ian Klein's board is actually considerably stronger at this point. It's a very interesting situation.
Cade Haggard is able to take out that Lando Calrissian unit that has done a decent amount of work for Ian Klein in this second game. The token just losing the shield token, and now Galen Urso will clean up that Mandalorian token and has just 2
Ian
HP remaining after that CAD ping.
Ian Klein now the only player with a unit on the field. I think he may have passed there, and Cade Haggard plays Casca Reeves, generating that Mandalorian token. How will Ian respond?
These Sentinel units really becoming a problem for Ian Klein, but he does have a response this time. Finn coming in, ambushing in, defeating Casca, and will stick
Now,
to the board with 1 HP remaining.
Awkward spot a bit here for Ian Klein, though. The Finn unit that he used there has an on attack ability that can give a shield token to a non-unique unit. But Ian's only other unit on the field was unique, so not able to get value out of that. Cade has an Imperial Armored Commando, so now we have two shielded units on the field for Cade.
Now it's Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis for Ian Klein, and that is going to defeat that Imperial Armored Commando. And Cade Haggard just says, I'm going to wipe the board. You've pretty much spent all of your resources, the single reactor ignition, defeating 3 of Ian's units. So he takes 3 damage to base, brings the total up to 23. He has 7 HP remaining. Ian Klein does play the Owen Lars, but that's the only follow-up after that ignition. Cade Haggard once again has the initiative with this damage lead, 23-15 in favor of Cade, and it's Pre Vizsla first action to defeat the Owen Lars, and that puts 8 power in play for Cade Haggard.
Now, we saw an interesting play where Ian Klein actually used Lando's ability to mill Cade Haggard's deck there. Might be trying to set up for a potential mill endgame, thinking that's more valuable than the credit under these circumstances. And Pre Vizsla plus a Mandalorian token, now a fairly decent board for Cade, but he spent a lot of resources. Let's see what reply Ian Klein can make.
It's going to be just a Chimera, but there's no other units on Ian Klein's board to defeat. So Chimera is defeated itself and the Pre Vizsla. But that at least heals a couple damage from Ian's base. And then he once again milling the top card of Cade Haggard's deck. Believe it was a Night Sister. Pretty good hit off of that mill. But Cade Haggard will have the initiative, and he still has that unit in play. He's got the advantage. 23 damage on base now after the attack from the token.
With that Chimera now in the discard pile, any future copies of Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis, will be able to give out 2 instances of -3/-3 for Ian Klein. Uh, Kanan Jarrus bounces the Mandalorian token, clearing it from the field. Cade pings Kanan with Cad Bane's leader ability, and then we see Lando milling Cade's deck yet again.
And then Cade Haggard has the Anakin Skywalker after pinging the Kanan Jarrus with that CAD action ability. Anakin is able to give it -3/-3, defeating the Force Spectre unit. And it leaves Cade Haggard once again up on board. But Ian Klein still has plenty of resources, 6 ready resources, 2 credit tokens to work with. What does he have for
Look
us?
at that
Looks
in
like he has at
hand
least
there.
one
An
big
Arvel
card there.
Skeen here for Cade Haggard, a credit hate card that might prove very relevant because it can deal direct damage to the opponent's base while removing a credit as well. That could be an obstacle for Ian Klein. Captain Rex unit from Ian. The stats line up well into Anakin there, but the Sentinel is only temporary here.
And back over to Cade Haggard. 3 ready resources. He is going to fire off the Arvel Skeen unit that you just saw in hand, defeating one of the credit tokens. 1 more damage to base. It's 24-15 in favor of Cade. Ian Klein down to just 6 HP remaining as he does have the initiative, and Captain Rex can get Sentinel once again when he completes an attack.
Cade Haggard has a copy of Aggressive Negotiations in hand. If he's able to attack with almost any unit, Aggressive Negotiations can close this game. But Ian Klein attacks first with Captain Rex, clears that copy of Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis. Arvel Skeen would be blocked, killed by the
Oh,
TIE Dagger Vanguard, but Ian Klein answers with his own Anakin Skywalker, gets the -3/-3 on both units, and wipes Cade's board.
it's exactly what he needed, because that aggressive negotiations, like you called out, was set to take the game. Cade Haggard going to play the Ogdo Bogdo, but what a timely Champion of Mortis unit for Ian Klein as he continues to strip cards from Cade's deck with that Lando action ability. Now back over to Cade, has a few resources left to work with, does have some cheap units if he wants to try and present multiple threats, 1 in each arena. That is the call as the Onyx Squadron Brute comes out.
Now, it is a bit of an interesting spot here, though, because the Ogdo Bogdo isn't a threat yet. Until Kate Haggard pings him with Cad, he can't attack. Now we see that Cad ping. Now there are threats in multiple arenas. How will Ian Klein respond? He takes the initiative. Ian can handle Ogdo Bogdo, but does Cade have enough cards in hand to allow that Onyx Squadron Brute to close things out with aggressive negotiations? I think it's very possible that he does.
I think he does. He drew up to 5 total cards in hand, including the aggressive negotiations. He did not resource, so it would be enough with the Onyx Squadron Brute to deal 6 total damage, but it's going to be the Chimera for Ian Klein. Owen Lars trading for the Ogdo Brute. What a play. 2 damage healed from Ian's base, and now the aggressive negotiations isn't quite enough to finish the game.
Look at this. The Owen Lars, when defeated to believe, finds another Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis, an extremely powerful card for Ian, and he may have healed right out of that. But look, pre-Vizsla for Cade Haggard defeating Chimera and making a Mandalorian token.
Is exactly what Cade needed. Now it's just Anakin Skywalker in the ground arena for Ian Klein, and more power being represented for Cade Haggard. What does Ian have in store? I believe he's holding on to at least 4 cards in hand, still has 3 resources and 2 credits. But right now, that Anakin is just not quite enough to deal with the pre-Vizslas, 1 power short.
It's a
And
very
Ian still
awkward
finds
moment
himself
here
in a
for
tough
Ian
spot.
Klein, Josh.
Very awkward indeed.
He does still have 3 resources and 2 credits. Is there something that he can do with those? No, he's just going to take initiative. He takes 2 damage from the Onyx Squadron Brute. Only 6 HP left. Ian has to answer pre-Vizsla immediately, and even if he does, he will still potentially be in range of that aggressive negotiations. What can Ian do to try and keep his tournament hopes alive? Is there anything that can stop these threats from Cade Haggard?
It is once again, I believe, 5 cards in hand, if I'm counting correctly. So even if that pre-Vizsla is answered, the 2 power that's presented on both of these other units, paired up with aggressive negotiations, would be lethal. Does Ian have another way to heal? Does he have a way to potentially take out multiple units in one action, such as the Bo-Katan?
Maybe we could see
Even the
Lost and
Bo-Katan wouldn't be
Forgotten
enough.
here. Lost and yeah, it is. It's Lost and Forgotten. It
Oh, that's
clears
perfect.
pre-Vizsla and heals his base. He's once again out of range of that aggressive negotiations.
Ian Klein making a fantastic read. He knows that Cade Haggard is not resourcing, and he has to know. Of course, they exchanged deck list. It is open deck list at this point, and there it is.
Bo-Katan!
The Bo-Katan wipes Cade's board. Cade did get in for another 2, but this is a massive development as Bo-Katan sets Cade back to square one. 23-13 the damage totals, and it's 2 experience tokens onto Anakin Skywalker.
And look at this. Cade Haggard has a copy of Pre-Vizsla in hand, but those experience tokens mean that Anakin Skywalker is actually out of range. Now we see the TIE Dagger Vanguard being played, though, and pinging 2 more damage onto that copy of Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis. Ian now faced with an interesting decision. Does he want to attack or does he just want to take the initiative here? He may be worried about that aggressive negotiations, and if so, he's right to be.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Once again, how many cards in hand? Okay, it's 5 cards right now. So, yes, it would be lethal. That TIE Dagger Vanguard with the aggressive negotiations. Ian now getting a deck count for himself and seeing how many cards are left in Cade's deck as well. And I think we still have a ways to go before Ian can potentially win this by milling out Cade Haggard. Wow, what a decision right now. The entire tournament for Ian Klein hangs in the balance of this one decision because we know that that aggressive negotiations is waiting to claim victory if Ian Klein attacks with that Anakin Skywalker and doesn't claim the initiative.
Yeah, it's a very tough circumstance here. I think he may have claimed the initiative though, because we now see Cade Haggard playing triple zeros here, and then a Rancor Keeper as well. and a Cad ping on the Rancor Keeper to put a point of damage on Ian Klein's base. Can Ian manage to resolve these threats? He did the initiative claim that he needed to stay alive, but has Cade finally presented too many threats for Ian now? Let's see what happens. What an exciting match.
It's been phenomenal. Cade Haggard still holding on to that aggressive negotiations, has 3 units in play now, the 000 and the Rancor Keeper in the ground arena, the Tie Dagger Vanguard in the space arena. Ian Klein down to just 6 HP left on his base. He has Bo-Katan and a pumped up Anakin Skywalker in the ground arena. It is going to be Pre-Vizsla for Ian Klein, but there's the aggressive negotiations shown by Cade Haggard. He will close out the game with the Tie Dagger Vanguard. Cade Haggard, your runner-up at the Milwaukee Regional, is advancing to the final here in Indianapolis. What a show.
That was a great game, Josh. Ian Klein multiple times managed to stymie Cade Haggard's aggression and actually develop some very serious threats of his own. But in the end, it was Cade Haggard who managed to prevail. He just developed too many units, even with a pre-Vizsla there from Ian Klein. It wasn't enough to save him from the aggressive negotiations there. Very exciting final game. I will admit it would have been very cool if Ian had pulled off an amazing comeback there, but we are going to be moving to a double Cad Bane final. The question now is which of these Cad Bane players will be facing off against Cade Haggard, and we're about to find out here in the backup match.
Is absolutely right. Thrilled to be able to see we're coming in at just the perfect timing. The start of game 3, it's 1-1 between Carlos Apodaca and Taylor Grasso, and the winner will advance to the finals. This is going to be quite an interesting show. All comes down to this for these two. We've been treated to a fantastic day of Star Wars Unlimited already. And now we are coming down to our last few games of this Indianapolis Sector Qualifier. Cad Bane versus Cad Bane. Tower, what are your thoughts as we get prepared here?
You know, I actually think that the Cad Bane mirror match is a relatively interesting mirror match where there are some real dynamics here that lend themselves to skilled gameplay. You know, there are some situations where you want to have the initiative. There are some situations where you want to take it slow and see what your opponent's going to do. There are interesting interactions between cards. One dynamic that's definitely very relevant here is that if you're the first person to play a pre-Vizsla, you're very vulnerable to your opponent countering with a pre-Vizsla of their own. But we'll see whether or not we get there. And it looks like we've had some pretty close gameplay here with Carlos Apodaca winning one round and Taylor Grasso winning the other. They're now about to start game 3. Winner of this game will move on to face Cade in the finals.
Taylor Grasso, first time being in the final or being in the top cut of a major event. Carlos Apodaca, very comfortable in these kind of spots. Has been in the top cut of large events multiple times. Very familiar with the pressure under the lights. Be interesting to see who gets the best here in game 3. And it's also worth noting that Carlos is the only player in the top cut tower that didn't run the Fortress of the Great Mother's 30 HP Vigilance base. He brought the Shield Generator Complex. He had to be different, didn't he?
Yeah. He is not running the base that everybody else is on, the Fortress of the Great Mothers. Now, why is it, do you think, that everyone is running that base, Josh? Or almost everyone, rather?
I don't know. There's something clearly about that base with 7 of them in the top cut. But Carlos says, I will not be a meta slave. I will make a bold move to the Shield Generator Complex as we get ready. Looks like Taylor Grasso is going to be starting with the initiative in this Cad Bane mirror match. Of course, very tricky. Do you play your unit first? Do you open up to that Cad ping right away? I think it depends on the curve that you have in your hand. Did you draw a strong curve? and be able to set yourself up going into the mid game. See how these players navigate it.
Taylor with the initiative here. Both players have made their resource choices. Let's see how we lead off. I believe Taylor may have missed a turn one play, or no, rather he passed. Carlos Apodaca plays the Onyx Squadron Brute. Taylor pings it. Carlos then passes, and Taylor just takes the initiative.
Yeah, Taylor not putting down a turn one play of his own, but does have the initiative going into the second action phase, just going to further damage that Imperial fighter, the Onyx Squadron Brute, as it does attack into Taylor's base for 2. Here comes the first unit of the game for Taylor. It is 000, and Carlos playing the Arvel Skeen. So a couple 4 power units coming down in the ground arena for both players, as Carlos is going to ping that 000 for 1 damage.
Yeah, very interesting here that Carlos Apodaca is playing the Arvel Skeen in a matchup that generally does not feature credit tokens. But Carlos is a very experienced tournament player, and he may know something I don't here, Josh.
He is absolutely that. 4 damage from 000 into Carlos Apodaca's base, and a couple damage from the Squadron Brute makes it 4 on each base so far. But now the CAD pings will continue. Arvel Skeen gets pinged as he then attacks for 4, and here is the first Sentinel of this deciding Game 3, the Imperial Armored Commando. And Carlos is going to play 000 and then just ping off that shield token from the Armored Commando. Of course, Cad just so good about essentially just negating these shield tokens.
Yeah, shield tokens do not tend to last long with Cad Bane, as the leader. And so that Imperial Armored Commando, while still a valuable card, is a lot less valuable here than it would be in most matchups. Ironically, Cad Bane can sometimes have a bit more difficulty dealing with the humble droid laser turret than with the Imperial Armored Commando. As we saw earlier, Cad cannot ping the droid laser turret because it only has 1 HP. So the Cad Bane leader unit is forced to spend 2 different attacks to clear a droid laser turret, whereas he can clear an Imperial Armored Commando in 1 attack.
I like this move from Taylor Grasso. Make sure you get in that 4 damage with the Armored Commando right away before Carlos Apodaca is forced to attack into it with that Arvel Skeen. Both units defeated. Leaves 8 damage on each base. And Carlos still just ahead here, as he did have that turn 1 play, and that Onyx Squadron Brute has been able to put a little pressure so far.
Yeah, I think Carlos here with a bit of advantage, but Taylor bringing out a Casca Reeves ground unit here, and that comes with a Mandalorian token. Now, the shield token on that Mandalorian probably isn't going to be that relevant, as we were discussing earlier, Josh. Shields don't last too long with Cad as the leader, but that's still a lot of stats that Taylor just got to develop. And it also means that the Zeros unit here for Carlos Apodaca is not going to be able to attack Taylor's base directly, instead attacking and trading with the Casca Reeves ground unit. We do see 1 direct damage to base via the on-attack ability, sending that Arvel Skeen back to the bottom of the deck.
Onyx Squadron Brute once again getting in for 2, although Taylor Grasso has pulled just ahead in that damage race. But how about this? We're going to mimic one another now. Carlos Apodaca playing the Casca Reeves on his side as well, getting that Mandalorian token, and now it's Carlos with the Sentinel going into the next action phase. 12-11, the damage totals going into this phase. Taylor 1 damage ahead in the race at the time being.
And now Taylor opts to take the initiative here rather than using Cad Bane's ability to ping off that shield. This does mean that his copy of Zeros can attack and defeat the Casca Reeves unit, but it also means that Carlos Apodaca actually gets some value out of a shield token for once. His shielded Mandalorian able to attack and defeat Taylor's unshielded Mandalorian.
Definitely a favorable exchange there for Carlos Apodaca, as the HK-47 unit comes down for Taylor Grasso, and we see some damage coming in from that Onyx Squadron Brute once again. Really has gone the distance so far. It's still at least 6 damage. 13 damage on Taylor's base, as we see a couple CAD pings, and these small ground units both have 1 damage on. Both Cad Bane leader units have been deployed. It's Taylor that struck first, and he is going to be thinking of whether he wants to go to base or not.
Yeah, now we're seeing the players kind of attacking. They swapped CAD pings, they swapped CAD leader deploys, and now Taylor is playing yet another Casca Reeves unit, a very powerful card.
Truly a mirror match indeed. And Taylor Grasso once again has a Sentinel unit that Carlos has to respect. Does have Cad Bane at the ready, but if Cad Bane goes into that Sentinel unit, could set up a favorable trade for Taylor Grasso and his own Cad Bane leader unit. Would leave Carlos and his leader unit damaged after attacking into that Casca Reeves. We'll see if maybe there's another way around it, as the ground arena is starting to favor Taylor just a bit. But no resources have been spent at this point for Carlos. And now Carlos is going to play the Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis, -2/-2 to the Mandalorian token. And just like that, Casca Reeves no longer has Sentinel.
Yeah, that's a good point, Josh. There's no token unit on the field for Taylor Grasso, so the conditional nature of Casca Reeves' Sentinel ability uh, removes that. Now we're going to see Taylor making an attack with Cad Bane, actually attacks and defeats the Mandalorian token that Carlos had on the field. But this means that Carlos can potentially attack with his Cad Bane and defeat his opponent's Cad leader unit. That's exactly what we see here.
Yeah,
Or
this is
no,
a
no, wait. It's an attack to base and just a ping on the opposing Cad Bane.
Yeah, looks like Carlos says, I'm just going to go to base. We did have some overwhelm damage that trickled into Carlos's base when Cad Bane attacked into that Mandalorian token. So it's actually Carlos now that has just pulled ahead in the damage race. 17 damage on Taylor's base, 16 for Carlos. And it is Taylor that has the initiative. See how he chooses to act. Cad Bane right now cannot clear either of these units with an attack plus the ping because they both have 6 or more HP left, that Cad Bane leader unit and Anakin Skywalker. And here comes Taylor with the first action. It will be an attack with Cad Bane. Where does it go? The ping damage will go to Anakin Skywalker, and it is attack of 4. Carlos's base, 20 damage on.
These players are really actually racing here. Both players with substantial boards, but both players choosing to target the opponent's base instead. Will either of them start to be the controller? Are we going to see a race between two decks that normally play a slower game? They're running out of base HP if anyone does want to start playing defensively. Very interesting situation.
It really is. At what point and which player believes they have to be the control first, because at this point they've both been under the assumption that they can be the aggressor. Taylor going to be the first to act with a 9th sister. Let's see what Carlos has in hand. He will have to discard a card. And if it's not
Wants to
something
have a
cheap, this could be trouble.
Even with a cheap card, we could still see this damage defeating the Onyx Squadron Brute, although at least Carlos would get some healing out of that when defeated effect. In the
That is
past, you
absolutely right.
sometimes saw Force Throw countered by discarding a 0 resource card. It was always a good feeling for your opponent to hit you with Force Throw and then discard like a Metal Ceremony. Carlos Apodaca discards an Aggressive Negotiations, which could have been a game-winning card under some circumstances. Taylor defeats the Onyx Squadron Brute and adds some damage to Carlos's Cad Bane leader, but we do then see a net heal of 1. And the reason that it's 1 is that the Onyx Squadron Brute heals for 2, but HK-47 deals 1 damage when a unit's defeated.
Now the action back on Carlos. Looks like he is going to attack into base. 26 damage on Taylor's base. The ping damage goes to HK-47. Taylor Grasso has to claim the initiative, and now it is Chimera for Carlos Apodaca. Does he trade? He absolutely will. The Anakin Skywalker for 9th sister. Both units defeated. 2 damage going to be healed. Although I guess it
Now there
should be
should
a net
also
of
be a
1.
point of
Yep,
damage
there it
added
is.
from H. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
And so now 18 to 26, Taylor Grasso in a spot of trouble here. Can he somehow answer both of these units? What could he have? Well, so a single reactor ignition would, of course, reset the board here, put 2 damage on Carlos's base, but Taylor Grasso may be in some trouble. I don't think Carlos is in range of aggressive negotiations at this point, even if Taylor has it, unless he has a truly huge number of cards in hand, which seems unlikely. What can Taylor do to potentially get out of this situation? He's pondering his options.
It is certainly a difficult situation to be in, looking as though he is exhausting quite the number of resources. His own Chimera. It's going to be a trade of HK-47 for Carlos's Chimera. Healing 2 is Taylor Grasso. And that means that Cad Bane leader unit is now no longer enough for lethal. And that aggressive negotiations was discarded earlier by Carlos. That would have been the pump to close the game right here. But he doesn't have it in hand.
Yeah, and additionally, Taylor could potentially heal further by defeating Carlos's Cad Bane leader unit if that Chimera stays in play. Very interesting situation here, but Carlos has a big response of his own. I think it's a pre-Vizsla clearing the Chimera, and pre-Vizsla also threatens lethal with one swing. Taylor might be forced to take the initiative again here.
Think you could be right. Because even with these units, so Taylor Grasso, let's think through this. In the ground arena, he can, but he would have to trade both of these units for that pre-Vizsla, and that would leave the CAD open to attack. It would take 2 actions for Taylor to defeat that pre-Vizsla with these 2 units, and Carlos could get an attack in and then claim and just win the game. So Taylor in a tough spot. He has to claim the initiative. It's going to be CAD getting in for 4, 28 damage on base. Taylor's leader unit is pinged yet again, and once again, Taylor in a tough spot because now there's 3 units in play that represent lethal with just 2 HP left on his base.
Taylor Grasso needs a single reactor ignition would reset things here, but Carlos would have the opportunity to develop further threats. Pre-Vizsla would not save him. I don't think Chimera would save him. Yeah, so Pre-Vizsla defeats Pre-Vizsla, gives a Mandalorian. But wait, that Mandalorian token enables Casca Reeves as Sentinel.
But it's a single reactor ignition from Carlos to wipe the board. 4 damage to Taylor's base because he had 4 units in play. We thought it was Taylor that would bring out the single reactor ignition, and instead it's Carlos to close out the game. What a run for both of these players. It's Carlos Apodaca heading to the finals here in Indianapolis.
Very interesting dynamics there. You know, we saw that was a Cad Bane mirror where both players were playing pretty aggressively until it became clear that Carlos Apodaca was out racing Taylor. Taylor started to play more defensively, was able to slow Carlos down for sure, but ultimately that single reactor ignition for the direct damage to base. Very exciting play from Carlos to close things out there. And one other thing that I thought was very interesting about that round is that we really saw Casca Reeves's conditional nature become a major problem there for Taylor Grasso. So, you know, we were in a situation where that Casca Reeves unit remained in play for multiple turns, but was not actually a sentinel because Carlos Apodaca had cleared Taylor's only Mandalorian token. And then at the very end, that pre-Vizsla play from Taylor, re-enabling Sentinel only for it to be too late thanks to that direct damage. That was a really exciting game. You know, Cad Bane, certainly a very powerful deck, certainly something that we've been seeing a lot of this season. But the Cad Bane mirror, in my opinion, is a legitimately interesting and exciting mirror in the right situation. Additionally, while we do have a Cad Bane mirror for the finals, we are not going to have a Cad Bane base mirror for the finals because our one shield generator player has made it through. And we are not going to see the Fortress of the Great Mothers reigning supreme. All right, that was the semifinal. The final is looming here. What do you think about that, Josh?
Wow, that was incredible. What a performance from both of these players, Cade Haggard and Carlos Apodaca, players that have been here before in the top cut of major events, and now they get to compete to be crowned the champion of the second sector qualifier in season 2. And my goodness, what a back and forth one that Cad mirror was.
Yeah, that was really something, and we saw some very cool dynamics there. But now we will soon see what the dynamics will be in a Cad Bane mirror finals, which I think is going to be, hopefully it will be as interesting as the that last game between two CAD players that we saw, because I think that was some exciting Star Wars Unlimited, Josh.
It was. It really is quite interesting when you get in the Cad Bane mirrors. I know typically that people aren't a huge fan of mirrors, but I think it's one of the more fun mirrors to play and also watch. There's just so much going on. There's this great back and forth happening, and it really is exciting. And of course, Cad Bane, really the story this weekend. 5 Cad Bane decks making it to the top cut. And it is going to be Cad Bane, without a doubt, being on top here in Indianapolis. Cad Bane leader was on top at the Galactic Championship, fell in the finals in Berlin last weekend, but going to have some redemption this weekend here in Indianapolis.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is going to be this is going to be a cool final, hopefully. With, yes, it's a mirror, but it's an interesting mirror. And tomorrow there is going to be a meta update stream, and we'll see what happens. Maybe there will be some changes, maybe there won't. You know, but this will be the last event, the last major event at least played before that, and we'll see what the outcome is going to be. Cad Bane will be the winner, but which of these players and which of these bases is going to prevail?
Yeah, that's a great question. It was kind of the meme of this top 8 with Carlos being the only one not on the Fortress of the Great Mothers. So let's see if the one of can get it done there. But yes, it has been a great event. You talked about the meta update tomorrow. I think the entire community so interested and excited to see how it is going to play out and if any changes will be made as we take a look here at both of these deck lists as we get ready for the final match. And first thing that I want to look at is the main deck and see if there's anything that really stands out for these mirror matches. I know aggressive negotiations can be very, very strong in the mirror match, as well as that single reactor ignition, which Cade Haggard actually does have in the main board, but Carlos has to go and find it out of the sideboard.
Yeah, we're looking at the deck lists here, and we'll see. It's interesting. These deck lists are very similar, very, very similar, but there are some real differences. You know, some of the differences I think are less relevant in this matchup than in some others, to be frank with you, Josh. Um, so, for instance, I think the B Wing rear guard that's in Carlos's sideboard but isn't a feature for Cade Haggard is unlikely to see play here.
Yeah, that's a great point. Definitely one that's more geared towards those space-oriented matchups against the pilots. Something else that's really interesting as I'm just going through the list here, Carlos is actually not running any copies of BT1, which I don't think I've really seen yet. Usually there's at least a couple copies. You can actually see Cade on 3 copies of BT1,
Oh, very interesting.
but
It does
Carlos
appear
is,
that
yeah, he's not
Carlos
running
has
BT.
opted. Yeah. Yeah. Now let's see there. It looks like, what is he running instead, if anything? Maybe his deck has skewed a bit more towards the late game.
So it
Oh,
does look.
that's odd. Look at that. 2 copies of the Special Forces TIE Fighter as an early game option. I do think there's a chance those have been cited out. That's not a very commonly seen unit. It's a 2 cost 2/3. When played, if an opponent controls more space units than you, ready this unit. I think it may be that Carlos has figured here, I need to target those space aggro builds. Special Forces TIE Fighter could be a very solid card against a Darth Vader deck, for instance. And giving up that BT1, I do also think that as a matter of personal playstyle, BT1 is not a consistent card. The full effect of that card is reliant on top decks. And we actually saw a player being brutally punished for that earlier. I think I don't remember if it was you or Dan that I was casting with at that time, Josh, but it was that match with the Armorer yesterday
Yes.
where we had a player. I believe it was I believe it was a Boba Fett player attack with BT1 into his opponent's buffed Han Solo unit. He needed to hit the top deck and he hit I believe it was a TIE bomber, missed the one damage he needed to defeat his opponent's unit, and then that Han Solo went on to do massive damage. And it was a brutal scenario, but things like that do happen with BT1 sometimes. Yeah, I do think that player had some bad luck. The odds of hitting a an aggression card in a deck that is, very heavily playing aggression might be like 90% or potentially even more, potentially a bit less. But I do think odds are that you hit it. But some players really don't like being in those situations where maybe you don't, and it has a very negative impact.
Yeah, and in Boba, that Boba Lake Country deck, you're generally going to hit it a vast majority of the time. But here in something like this Cad Bane Vigilance build, there are plenty of cards in this deck that just have the vigilance or that vigilance villainy aspect pairing, don't have aggression aspect on it. So it's way more risky in the CAD build than it would be in something like that Boba deck that we saw yesterday, where that player just was extremely unlucky. But that is what BT can do, right? Sometimes it can be absolutely massive and snowball into this huge favorable board state, but then sometimes it misses and you're absolutely punished for it. So it is interesting that Carlos is a little bit more skewed early in the space arena with 5 turn 1 plays in the space arena in the main deck, and I'm sure that that could be changing once we get to the sideboard. But it is going to be Cade Haggard. It appears to be starting with the initiative, Carlos and Cade, and this is it. This is for the championship of the Indianapolis Sector Qualifier, the showdown of Cad Banes. Which bounty hunter, which player will prevail?
Yeah, should be interesting here. Carlos Apodaca versus Cade Haggard, Cad Bane versus Cad Bane, Shield Generator Complex versus the Fortress of the Great Mothers. Here we go.
Last game we saw with Carlos, his opponent, Taylor Grasso, didn't have that turn 1 play, and this time, Cade Haggard is going to throw down that BT1 right away as Carlos puts an Onyx Squadron Brute in play. Both players taking advantage of the Cad Bane action ability to damage that turn 1 play, and it will give the initiative over to Carlos Apodaca.
Yeah, there's the BT1 that Carlos Apodaca is not playing, and we'll see how it does. Carlos swings on in 2 damage from the Onyx Squadron Brute on Cade's base.
Here comes the
Cade with a
first.
copy of Merrick.
Yeah, that Sentinel just so good. Such a great way to gum up the ground arena. It gets pinged by the CAD action ability as we just trade
Yeah,
actions here. And now it's 0-0 for Carlos Apodaca. So definitely a bit more aggressive in his turn 2 play. And BT1 attacking in, and it actually discards a Chimera off the top. Cade Haggard cannot be thrilled to see that.
Yeah, not only did Cade Haggard's BT1 on attack ability miss, it milled one of the strongest cards in the deck, Chimera. Definitely a bit of an unlucky development there for Cade Haggard. Now, Carlos Apodaca could potentially clear this copy of Merrick with the triple zeros unit, but only if he uses a Cad Bane ping first. Going to go for the base with that Onyx Squadron Brute as the first action, and now it's going to be Cade's turn to reply.
Cade is going to reply with another attack from BT1. This
And
time it
another
is the
miss, Josh.
Condemn. Yeah, just continues to miss. Condemn being discarded as 0-0 is going to attack in. 5 damage on Maroc now as it swings for 2. 6 damage on Carlos's base. 4 for Cade. Both players just pinging, throwing around the damage
Now, this
with
is
Cad.
interesting. Carlos could have cleared that copy of Merrick if he had used the Cad Bane ping first. Oh, but look at this. He was setting up for IG 2000, Josh, and that's going to do the final point of damage he needs.
And it's
And
an
the
IG
IG
2000 on
2000's
the
got the
other
ping.
side. Oh my goodness, that's gonna take out 000 and the Onyx Squadron Brute, and it actually leaves Cade Haggard up a unit in play as the BT1 survives the chaos in the ground arena with 1 HP. Carlos will have the initiative, but it's Cade Haggard that really starting to grab the momentum here.
Yeah, and this situation is further favorable for Cade because Carlos's IG 2000 was pinged here, so Cade could potentially attack and defeat it. Now Carlos avoiding that by using his Cad Bane leader ping on the opponent's IG 2000. Now it would be a trade. Cade swings base. Now Carlos trades, and that BT1's the only thing left.
And it's put Cade Haggard in the spot of being the aggressor, but Carlos Apodaca has the Casca Reeves. A unit has been defeated for Carlos, so he gets that Mandalorian token. Casca becomes a sentinel as that shield.
Cade Haggard finally hit a BT1 on attack, finding an aggression unit with that Rancor Keeper, but he hit it when it doesn't matter anymore because there was no enemy unit to ping.
Yeah, that's a good call. Initiative now for Carlos.
Justifier for Cade Haggard pinging Casca Reeves. That does mean that if BT1 hits the ping, we could see a trade here with that attack. And Justifier is a reasonable threat of its own, but Carlos Apodaca does have the initiative. Let's see how he manages this scenario.
And something to keep in mind is that BT1, if it hits, could trade with the Casca Reeves. It's going to be a Cad Bane ping into that Mandalorian token on Carlos' side after Carlos was able to get in for 4, now a total of 6 so far this turn. 10 damage on Cade's base. The Justifier going to attack in for 4, pinging off the Mandalorian token and keeping Cad ahead in the race.
Now, that should generate an advantage token. I don't see it.
So I
But
believe he put it on
perhaps.
the Justifier and it came off on that combat.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah, doing the extra damage immediately. And once again, we see a copy of Casca Reeves losing Sentinel because there's no Mandalorian token in play, freeing Cade up to attack base with BT1.
Both Cad Banes have been deployed, 16 to 10 the damage total in favor of Cade Haggard. Carlos a little bit behind in the race, behind in the board, especially with that Justifier in play. So now Cad Bane for Carlos, forced to attack into that BT1, will deal 3 overwhelm damage and ping 1 damage onto that Justifier unit, but Cade continues to have the green light to base with his Cad. That's 20 damage on Carlos's base. And here is the Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis for Carlos Apodaca to give -3 to the Justifier. It's enough to defeat it, taking out the very good space threat. And Cade Haggard going to flood the ground arena. The Marok coming out as well as that Outer Rim Constable. So has a Sentinel in the ground arena to try and continue to put on the pressure.
Yeah, very interesting here. Cade Haggard looks to have become the aggressor in this matchup. His board now actually a little weaker than that of Carlos Apodaca, but the damage that he's managed to do to Carlos's base is considerably higher. So it's interesting too because we saw Cade Haggard playing quite defensively and conservatively in some of the games earlier in this tournament, Josh. But now he's playing a more aggressive game plan. Maybe showcasing some real adaptability here.
Something that these players absolutely have to get to this point of a major event. Be adaptable to these different situations. Now, Cade Haggard was really pondering that resource decision, laboring a bit over it. And right now, in the ground arena, it is 9 damage being shown for Cade Haggard, which is just 1 shy of what he needs to deal. And Carlos Apodaca has to get through that Marok Sentinel unit before starting to try and deal with the other threats.
Yes, and Carlos's own Sentinel unit, Casca Reeves, isn't actually a Sentinel right now because Carlos doesn't have a Mandalorian token in play to enable that conditional Sentinel ability. It should be interesting to see whether Carlos can potentially correct that. If we were to see a pre-Vizsla defeating some of Cade's units and giving a Mandalorian token, that could change things. But it looks like Carlos is actually just going to attack with Casca, 4 damage to Marek, but the Casca Reeves unit is defeated.
That is going to be just 2 HP left on Marak. Cade now with the next action. Going to attack into base for 4 with Cad Bane. Another damage on the opponent's Cad Bane. So it leaves Carlos with just 3 HP left on his leader unit and 6 HP left on his base. Let's see what he has here. It is going to be the Ninth Sister. And Cade
What?
Haggard, he only has big, expensive cards in hand. He discards the pre-Vizsla. Oh my
A
goodness.
sh a
This is
shocking
huge.
discard there. He must not have had anything cheap, but he has a ninth sister of his own. However, Carlos Apodaca does have a cheap card in hand, discarding an Outer Rim Constable. Cade took 8 damage from ninth sister and is only dealing 2 when he plays his own.
Killed 2 or defeated 2 of those ground units that Cade Haggard had. It put 5 damage or brought Cad Bane up to 5 damage, as his own Ninth Sister is only going to deal 2 to Carlos's Ninth Sister. This is a massive development for Carlos Apodaca, who appeared to be quite behind. It is going to be the Anakin Skywalker champion of Mortis crashing into Ninth Sister. And now Cad Bane will have to finish that Ninth Sister that was a lethal attack, getting in a little bit of overwhelm damage. And now Cade Haggard will have the initiative, just 1 HP on his leader unit, and needs to find 6 damage to close this game out.
And aggressive negotiations would close the game here, Josh, but I'm looking at Cade Haggard's hand, and I don't think he has one. Let's see what he can do. Very interesting situation there with that ninth sister exchange. Very favorable for Carlos, but Cade still has a big advantage on base HP. Let's see what he does here. Is he going to keep the pressure on the base? Yes, he is. Up to 28 damage on base now, and another damage with the on attack ability sent to that ninth sister. Now, this ninth sister could attack, defeat Cad, and send a lot of overwhelm damage to Cade's base, but she would be defeated in the attack herself. And so the ninth sister unit would trade with the Cad Bane leader unit and leave an empty board.
And take a look at what is in Cade Haggard's hand. It is a single reactor ignition. So if Carlos Apodaca was to play another unit right now, this game is over, because it would be 2 units on Carlos's side of the board, and it would be 2 damage. That is not going to be the play. The Ninth Sister is going to attack in for a total of 8, and that means that Carlos Apodaca is showing lethal as well with his Ninth Sister, as the Rancourt Keeper gets played for Cade Haggard.
Now, Carlos Apodaca could actually just take the initiative here. And he does. He's gambling, but look at this. An Imperial Armored Commando, that Sentinel is a big obstacle here. He was
Oh, that's
gambling that
huge.
Kate Haggard didn't have any way to deal with Ninth Sister, but Kate Haggard did have a solution, and it looks like Carlos Apodaca is packing it in.
Backing it in, and I do believe that Cade was actually 1 resource short of firing off that single reactor ignition last turn, but in the end, it's just not going to matter. That Sentinel unit with the shield, absolutely crucial. It's exactly what Cade needed, and he has the early lead here in the finals of Indianapolis. What an opening game, and again, these Cad Bane mirror matches continue to give us such interesting back and forth gameplay.
Yeah, that was really something, Josh. Interesting match there. Carlos Apodaca at the end with the very bold decision to just go for the initiative immediately, try and sneak that attack in, hope that your opponent has miscalculated or is bluffing. But Cade Haggard had a solution with that Imperial Armored Commando in hand, able to set up that powerful Sentinel to intercept the attack. And it's he who will be moving into this next round with a win. Carlos Apodaca now has his work cut out for him. Will have to win 2 games in a row if he wants to take down this sector qualifier, while Cade only has to win 1. Let's see who will prevail.
Now, going into game two, we were privileged to see the deciding game three between Carlos Apodaca and Taylor Grasso. And we actually did see Arvel Skeen in that game. So that would have come out of the sideboard for Carlos. He also does have two Devastator and one copy of his own single reactor ignition in the sideboard. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if some of these find their way in. They are great ways to close out the game. And that single reactor ignition can be very important if this game goes long. So we'll see what adjustments Carlos can make to try and give us a deciding game three.
Yeah, should be an interesting one. Now, I'm always a big, I I like it when we see those game threes, Josh, and I'm hoping, I'm not especially, I'm not especially favorable to one player or the other, but I do kind of hope that Carlos gets this one simply so that we then get the full 3 game match and have a more exciting finals, regardless of who ends up taking it in that game three. However, it's very possible Cade Haggard will forestall that with a victory here, and we're about to see whether or not he can do it. Now, it does appear to me, unless they haven't moved the initiative token, it appears that Carlos has actually given his opponent the initiative.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that may have happened in the first game as well because Carlos was actually the higher seed going into this final match. So he would have been able to take that initiative if he wanted it, but it looks like in the mirror match, Carlos is not interested in that initiative token.
Yeah, very interesting choice there. And now we are going to see Cade Haggard lead us off with a Rancor Keeper. That's a nice option. If Carlos Apodaca pings, which he does, that'll be 1 damage to Carlos's base from the Rancor Keeper's ability.
One of the great ways to open up against the opposing Cad Bane, the Rancor Keeper. So they get a bit punished if they want to use that Cad Bane. And Carlos Apodaca playing the Outer Rim Constable on his opening turn of the game does potentially line up a trade with this Rancor Keeper. Cade Haggard has the initiative, and he's got the Maroc, the big 2/6 Sentinel unit, and that's going to stand in that Constable's way to try and pick off the Rancor Keeper. Strong follow-up for Cade.
See, Carlos Apodaca, I believe, might have a copy of that same powerful Sentinel in hand, but is going to choose to use the ping ability first, puts a damage on the Rancor Keeper. Now he plays his Merrick, and that makes a lot of sense because if you think about it timing wise, Josh, if Carlos were to play that Sentinel immediately, the Rancor Keeper could attack into it and then be on 1 HP left and therefore unable to be targeted by Cad Bane's ability.
Let's give Carlos the initiative. Not attacking with that Constable. The Maroc really putting an end to that proposition as we go into the 4 resource turn and all the damage so far
Yeah,
on
yeah,
Carlos's
and
base.
we're gonna see what happens there. That Constable does attack into Merrick on Cade Haggard's side of the board.
Carlos able,
Now, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Carlos able to take out the opposing Moroccan. Just have this battle in the ground arena, just kind of heating up. Back over to Cade. Could trade if he wanted to, but let's see if he has a better option. It's actually going to be that Casca Reeves coming down for Carlos, a Mandalorian token. So now a couple Sentinels is what Cade Haggard is being faced with. And it's the Tie Dagger Vanguard to clean up the Maroc. Exactly what you want to see. Not having to bring the Rancor Keeper into it.
Yeah. Now, Carlos Apodaca's Casca Reeves is still a daunting obstacle for that Rancor Keeper. And indeed, we see Cade Haggard passing the turn without making an attack there, knowing that his unit would just be defeated for a small amount of damage on that Casca Reeves, a powerful Sentinel unit on Carlos's side of the board. But if Cade can remove that Mandalorian token, Casca will lose Sentinel. And that interaction has been very relevant in some of the games that we've seen today, Josh.
It really has. And with that shield token, the Mandalorian token is able to crash in, defeat the Rancor Keeper, remain in play. As Cade Haggard gets into base for 2. It's 7 damage on Carlos's base, and now Carlos will finally strike into Cade Haggard's base here in game 2 with that Casca Reeves. 7-4 the damage totals now as Cade pinging the Casca Reeves with that CAD action ability.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting dynamics here. The board that Carlos has been able to develop is significantly stronger at this point.
Imperial Armored Commando for Carlos Apodaca immediately met with a copy of Outer Rim Constable to defeat that shield token. And now Cade going to play a couple units out now with the BT1 as well. Does leave Carlos with the initiative, and the board still favoring Carlos with a couple Sentinels in play. A bit more power in the ground arena.
This is definitely a close game, though. You know, Carlos has a bit stronger board, but not overwhelmingly stronger, and has taken a bit more damage on his base. Now we'll see how he starts this turn. There's certainly a temptation to trade the Mandalorian token for the Outer Rim Smuggler, but the problem with doing that is you would then lose Sentinel on Casca Reeves.
Yeah, it's an interesting question for sure, because the Outer Rim Constable could trade with that Imperial Armored Commando, so Carlos has to decide which trade is more valuable for him. Is it worth keeping Sentinel on Casca Reeves and giving up the Armored Commando? Because that Outer Rim Constable could really actually take out either one of these Sentinel units, as they both have 3 HP, and it's actually going to be the Anakin Skywalker. -3 onto the Armored Commando after Casca Reeves attacked for 4, leaving Cade Haggard with 8 damage on his base. But now only 1 Sentinel remains for Carlos.
Yeah, what can he put together here? The Mandalorian token, now if it were to attack into one of those units and be defeated, Carlos would not have any Sentinel at all, because the Imperial Armored Commando was cleared out by the Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis when played ability. Carlos opting to use the ping ability on his Cad Bane leader, inflicting 1 damage on that Anakin Skywalker unit, and that leaves Cade free to make the trade. Casca Reeves' unit defeated by that Outer Rim Constable unit. Now, Carlos just swinging for base here.
Yeah, both players doing a couple more damage to each base. Cad Bane deployed for Carlos first. BT1 is going to attack into that Mandalorian token, and back-to-back games, BT1 milling a copy of Chimera off the top for Cade Haggard. Not what he loves to see, but in the end, in game 1, it didn't matter. He was still able to claim victory. Back over to
Yeah,
Carlos.
it's interesting here.
Carlos has yet
The
to even
Cad
spend any
Bane leader.
resources.
Yeah. So we have a swing to base. Carlos really holding back his resources this turn.
Now he
There it
plays
is.
his own Champion of Mortis, defeating the Tie Dagger Vanguard. But now Cade Haggard going to bring out Cad Bane, his own leader unit, attacking for 4, pinging the opposing leader unit. Carlos Apodaca does have the initiative, and just slightly behind on board right now as both players hold on to the Cad Bane leader unit and that Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis. It's BT1 that separates the board states in favor of Cade Haggard.
Yeah, this game is still in a racing dynamic. Neither player clearly playing control here. Neither player clearly going all out on aggression. 13 damage on one base, 14 on the other. But now it's Cade Haggard who has the board advantage.
Right now it is Carlos Apodaca just barely ahead in the damage race as we start this action phase, 14-13. Carlos 1 damage ahead, and Carlos going to attack into BT1, dealing 2 overwhelm damage to the base and 1 more damage to Anakin Skywalker. But Anakin, for Cade Haggard, is able to attack and put him ahead in the damage race. 18 damage on Carlos's base, but Carlos is going to quickly respond with his own Anakin, and that brings Cade up to 21 damage on base, so some great back and forth. What is going to be the play that changes the dynamic of what we are seeing? It's Ninth Sister
Ninth
for
Sister.
Cade Haggard, and it is a Rancor Keeper in hand, so only 2 damage will come through. It won't be enough to defeat either unit, and it will be 2 damage on Carlos's Anakin Skywalker.
By keeping that Rancor Keeper in hand, Carlos Apodaca has put himself into a position where that Ninth Sister, when played ability, is not catastrophic at all for him. But the question is, what is he going to do with his own resources this turn? He still hasn't played a card. He's just been making attacks. It's a copy of Chimera, but he doesn't have a cheap unit to defeat. He could defeat either the Cad Bane leader or that Anakin Skywalker champion of Mortis. He's going to defeat his Cad Bane leader unit as it's taken more damage, and that removes the Ninth Sister that was just played, plus represents a nice chunk of healing here for Carlos Apodaca.
Yeah, it does bring him further ahead in the race, healing 2 damage from Carlos's base. Now Cad Bane is going to attack into the Anakin Skywalker, and with that 4 power plus the on-attack trigger, the champion of Mortis is defeated, so it leaves Carlos Apodaca with the initiative. Chimera, his only unit in play, and for Cade Haggard, he's just in the ground arena with that Anakin Skywalker and the Cad Bane, and 9 HP left on Cade's base.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. It does look like the dynamics that turn shifted, and Carlos Apodaca now in kind of the more aggressive role, perhaps, in this game. Let's see what happens here. That Chimera poised to swing into Cade Haggard's base and leave Cade on only 3 HP remaining. And aggressive negotiations could close the game, but I think he doesn't have it, or else he would just be immediately playing that. There's the swing from Chimera. 3 damage left for Cade Haggard.
And Cade responds
Devastator!
with the Devastator after an attack from Cade. Devastator closes it out, and Carlos Apodaca has given us exactly what we wanted, Tower. The Devastator coming in from the sideboard, and we will have a deciding Game 3 in the finals. We don't want it any other way. 2 tremendous players going back and forth for the trophy.
Yeah, that was really something. We saw Carlos Apodaca able to push through there. The indirect damage from Devastator, where you get to control where it goes thanks to that card's ability, pushing the damage that he needed onto Cade Haggard's base to close things out. And that was a really interesting one also in terms of the dynamics of who was or wasn't attacking. At first, things were kind of a race dynamic. And then on that last turn, Carlos was able to kind of shift into the aggressive role. Cade ultimately not quite able to stop him. Very interesting game. And now we're going to be moving on to game 3. We will see which of these players can prevail.
Well, one thing is for sure, these Sentinel units are still very important because at certain points of the game, that Sentinel unit is what will allow these players to be aggressive, keeping your opponent from attacking your base while you can get in. We saw Carlos finding really the curve of Sentinels in that game, had the Maroc early, the Casca Reeves came out, the Imperial Armored Commando, so it was quite a lot for Cade to get through. And we'll see if that comes into play again here in the deciding game. And continuing this trend, Tower, so Cade Haggard could be the one to start with the initiative, but now he's going to let Carlos start with the initiative for the first time in this match.
Yeah. Should be interesting to see how this one goes. Cade Haggard versus Carlos Apodaca. And, once again, Cade Haggard, I think, has the opportunity to take the initiative for this game, but chooses to give it to his opponent. These players clearly have decided that going second is superior in this matchup.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Both players find a solid turn 1 play. It's HK47 for Cade Haggard, and the Rancor Keeper for Carlos Apodaca does mean that Cade Haggard gets punished just a bit for using that CAD action ability, dealing that 1 damage to the Rancor Keeper, taking 1 to base.
And that does also mean, Carlos Apodaca a little bit, a very, very small amount ahead here. Cade Haggard opens things up with an attack into Carlos Apodaca's base. Carlos looks to be considering a CAD ping, but opts not to do it.
Here's something that I don't believe we've seen yet in this match. Ogdo Bogdo, and both players have it as their turn 2 play of the game. Cade's
Both
going to
players
ping his
now.
own Ogdo. They'll both ping their own Ogdo, but this does send a damage. Wait, we're going to back up just a little bit. There it goes. Yep. So both players damaging their own Ogdo Bogdo with that Cad Bane ping. The Rancor Keeper sends another damage to Cade Haggard's base. So this may be a little bit of a different dynamic tower here in this final game.
Yeah, we hadn't seen as much of this today, I think, as we had on Saturday, Josh. But sometimes the best play with Cad Bane is to ping your own side. And that is what we're seeing with Ogdo Bogdo. Now, Cade is going to trade the two Ogdo Bogdo units. And that does mean that HK47 gets a point of ping damage in on Carlos's base.
Now both players just trading a couple damage to base with these two power units in the ground arena. Carlos Apodaca, the next one to act.
Yeah.
What does he have in hand here?
The players are racing a bit here for sure. There's a ping from Cade Haggard. I think we might have seen a pass from Carlos Apodaca. The ping on that Rancor Keeper does actually activate the ability again. So that's another point of ping damage onto Cade's base.
Now Cade Haggard has a fantastic 4-resource play with that Casca Reeves to get the Mandalorian token as well. And Carlos Apodaca, this is not really the play he wanted to be making with his 4 resources. It's the Onyx Squadron Brute, and that's not going to compete at all with this very strong ground arena that Cade Haggard has presented. He's got the first action, and that shielded Mandalorian token is going to attack and defeat the Rancor Keeper. So a little bit of a setback from Carlos as he uses the no glory only results to take control and defeat that Casca, but HK47 just continuing to chip away.
Yeah, Carlos Apodaca really stumbled last turn, Josh. It was looking like a very even game, but playing only an Onyx Squadron Brute on your 4-resource turn is not what you want to see.
You desperately want to curve out, and if you can curve out into the Casca Reeves, that is premium. Cade Haggard was able to do just that. He plays the Justifier to deal yet another damage to that Onyx Squadron Brute. Now, at the end of the day, the Brute will give at least a couple damage worth of healing for Carlos, but this board has turned in a major way. And right now, all the momentum for Cade Haggard as Carlos Apodaca will start with the initiative on the 6-resource turn.
Very negative development for Carlos Apodaca over these last 2 turns. On the 4-resource turn, having only the Onyx Squadron Brute was bad, and then a no glory only results against Casca Reeves isn't very high value. You spend more resources than the opponent spent to defeat a unit and not even clear the Mandalorian token in the process. And look at this. Cade Haggard sees an opportunity. I think it's an aggressive negotiations. He's going to try and resolve this game quickly.
Is absolutely right. Attacking for a total of 7, I believe it was there, with that Justifier getting +3. We also see or actually attacking, I believe he put the advantage token on, so he actually
Yeah.
attacked in for 8, and then that Onyx Squadron Brute does heal 2 with the when defeated trigger. But Cade Haggard
And
right now, he's ahead.
HK47 did an extra 1. Man, normally I'd be saying this was too early to play in aggressive negotiations, but Cade Haggard has secured a significant advantage over the last 2 turns, and now Carlos Apodaca playing defensively, trying to control the board rather than sending more attacks to base. His Cad Bane leader does clear HK47 and pings the Justifier, but Cade Haggard now flips his own Cad Bane, and Carlos Apodaca in some trouble here.
Carlos Apodaca going to play the Anakin Skywalker to defeat Cade Haggard's Justifier. But it is a ready Cad Bane leader unit for Cade Haggard, 4 damage to base. Leaves Carlos Apodaca with just 6 HP remaining. He does claim the Outer Rim Constable comes down as well. So lethal in the ground arena for Cade Haggard here in the deciding game 3 of the finals at the Indianapolis Premier Sector Qualifier. Can Carlos Apodaca stabilize this board and keep things rolling forward?
Yeah, very interesting situation here. Carlos Apodaca, after stumbling in the mid game, now in a defensive role, and he can't do it. It's a
He
fist
can't
bump.
do
Cade
it. That's
Haggard
going to do
wins.
it. Unbelievable. Cade Haggard is your sector qualifier champion in Indianapolis. He made it to the final in Milwaukee. He does it again here in Indianapolis, and this time he will call himself a champion.
Very interesting stuff, Josh. And, we saw how quickly the tide can turn. Carlos Apodaca stumbled a bit in the mid game, and Cade immediately just put on the pressure, attacked relentlessly, played that early aggressive negotiations, and was able to close things out in a quick win. Also, great contrast to some of his more defensive play earlier. Cade Haggard playing quite well, being the aggressor when he has to be the aggressor, being the defender when he has to be the defender. And now he's taken that to a sector qualifier win.
What a performance for both of these players. But Cade Haggard coming out on top. And in that final game, Tower, he really just had such a great curve. He was able to get out the turn one play, the HK-47, into the Ogdo, into that Casca Reeves when Carlos Apodaca slipped up just a little bit into the Onyx Squadron Brute, being that only play on the 4 resource turn. And at that point is where the momentum in that game 3 shifted, and Cade Haggard was able to carry that momentum across the finish line and become a sector qualifier champion. What a day, what a performance. So many great matches. What a weekend it's been.
Yeah, Josh, this has been a very exciting event to be covering here. The sector qualifier here in Indianapolis, might be, we'll have to see what happens. It might be the last hurrah of the current meta, depending on whether or not the designers and developers make any changes in the upcoming meta update. But I think all things considered, this was a very exciting event. We had some really good games on stream, Josh.
We did. We had some memorable matches for sure. Some great spicy rogue decks showing up yesterday. Some spicy decks getting into day 2. Unfortunately, not able to find their way into the top cut as Cad Bane and Lando continue their run at making the top cut of all of the major events so far here in the Ashes of the Empire meta. But it was Ahsoka Tano striking for the first time, getting that top cut appearance with Christopher Patrick. Unfortunately, just couldn't get it done against Cade Haggard. Again, Cade, he was playing fantastic, running hot. This was his day, and that is going to do it. So it looks like just momentarily we are going to have a winner's interview. Can't wait to hear from Cade. Should be phenomenal. Again, someone who was so close in Milwaukee, and he has done it this weekend. But Tower, I couldn't agree more. It's been a fun weekend. We've seen great matches, and I think ultimately it's been a big success. Around 500 players in Indianapolis this weekend for this event. And hey, 2 weekends from now, we're back at it in Dallas-Fort Worth for another sector qualifier. It will be the limited format. But if you haven't got your tickets, make sure to do so, and we hope to see you there. So still a lot more to play for in the coming weeks.
Absolutely, Josh. And I think that this sector qualifier, I believe Dan was saying earlier, is actually the biggest sector event that we've seen in the United States. So, Star Wars Unlimited organized play, continuing to grow here, I think. Lots of exciting events going on. That limited sector I think is going to be super cool. I'm actually a big fan of limited gameplay. Just the other weekend, I managed to get top 8 in a limited PQ. I felt like I was doing great in the sealed component, and then when it came draft time, I might have slipped up a bit. But so top 8 was as far as I got. But I'm a big fan of limited in this game. I think it's really cool, and I'm going to be excited to see what happens in Texas.
Definitely. Limited format is tremendous in this game. I think the particular limited format with the Ashes of the Empire is some of the most fun limited gameplay we've seen in quite some time, especially in the draft. I think this particular set just lends to such interesting draft pods that are a ton of fun to watch. So I can't wait to see what unfolds at that sector qualifier in a couple weeks. And Tower, you were so close. I know you've made the top cut multiple times in PQs, and I'm sure you'll be at the top table taking it home again soon in no time.
Yeah, maybe one of these days, we'll see. But it was a great event. I had a ton of fun. It was really cool. The limited format here, I think, is actually quite good. I think that in the past, there have been some sets in Star Wars Unlimited where what leader you have is extraordinarily important. So I'm thinking in particular, Twilight of the Republic really had this dynamic because the Anakin Skywalker leader was so powerful. And I think we also saw actually a similar thing occurring in, I believe it was the Secrets of Power set, where that Leia Organa leader, even though she wasn't necessarily a big deal in Premiere Constructed, was incredibly powerful in Limited. But here in Ashes of the Empire, there are really a lot of different leaders that are very strong contenders. So, we have Cad Bane, Grief Karga. You can put together quite a strong deck with Ahsoka, with Ezra. I mean, there's really quite a lot to choose from. And it has created an environment, in my opinion, where you have a lot more flexibility with respect to which direction to take a pool or what to go for in a draft.
I definitely agree, Tower. I think as good as Cad Bane is in Premiere, it's not quite as strong and limited as those other leaders that you mentioned in the past. I do believe there's a lot more counterplay, and we are seeing a lot of different leaders have success at that PQ level and even at the top level. So I totally agree with you. I think that the leaders, especially the common leaders here in Ashes of the Empire, lend for some very interesting gameplay in the limited format, especially again once you get to draft. It's just so much fun, and I think the leader draft is one of the coolest aspects of the limited format in this game. But yes, I totally agree with you. These really strong heroism builds like Grief or Ezra can certainly give Cad a run for his money. Balin is fantastic as well. Sloan has really been a good player. Now, that's a rare leader, but nevertheless, the other common leaders just have really lended to some good back and forth gameplay, and Cad Bane is strong, but I definitely think these other leaders have some really good options to deal with him and to still have a running shot at taking down an event, especially once you get to that draft.
Yeah. I think it's hard to say what, my pick might be the leader that I most like playing, might be Grief Karga in this format. I think, my sealed deck at the PQ did end up being Cad, but I actually had a really interesting pool. However, we're gonna have to save that story for another day because here is our winner, Cade Haggard. Welcome, Cade, and congratulations on your victory.
Thank you so much.
Cade, that was an incredible performance. And once you got into the top cut, my goodness, you were just running hot. You were drawing incredibly well. You were
Yes.
sequencing well. You had it all going for you. What's going through your mind right now after this fantastic weekend?
I'm just shocked to be here. The plan for this weekend was to just play Premiere, do whatever. I'm more of a limited player, but I started 2-2, and after that, I was like, okay, I'll just keep playing until I lose, and I just kept winning, kept winning. And then once I got to the top 8, same philosophy, but I kept winning, and I got some good luck. Like R4, Carlos only had an Onyx when I had perfect curve, so that kind of stuff matters.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's very impressive, to go from a 2-2 beginning to being the champion. Congratulations. Really cool. One thing that I noticed during some of the games that we were covering, we had you on stream multiple times. And one thing I was impressed by was sometimes you were playing quite defensively, but there were other games where you really switched it up and you were the aggressor instead. What's your philosophy on that?
It's just matchup dependent. I think CAD mirrors are you have to play like very aggressive because it only goes back and forth in haymakers if you wanted to. If you want to like go bomb for bomb, but you can just out attack them, get them to 30 first, and then for games like Lando or Ahsoka, you have to play a little slower. Ahsoka, you just want to clog up the ground, and then Lando, you maybe can get there, but sometimes you just have to sit back and outgrind them.
Now,
Yeah, very
talking
cool.
about CAD, and you were talking about the CAD mirror specifically, but if you could just give us your thoughts in general on Cad Bane. You said you are mostly a limited player, and of course, coming into this weekend, Cad Bane was kind of the boogeyman, right? Everybody believed that Cad Bane was the best leader, the deck to beat. What are your thoughts in general about this leader and about this deck?
Cad's really strong. Just the deck has so many pieces from one set, so they might take a look at him. I think his pings are a little more on the fair side. I just don't think he should have overwhelm and probably shouldn't have the support that he has. But Cad as a leader, amazing. Everything you want him to do. The color pairing has all the bombs, all the curve, just everything you could want.
And is Cad Bane your favorite option for limited play as well?
I think Cad's actually more overrated and limited. He's still good, but I think Space Aggro and even Sabine are probably a little better.
Okay, yeah, yeah. My personal favorite in limited has got to be Grief Karga, I think.
Sure.
But yeah, Cad is good there, but nowhere near as dominant as he is in Premier.
Now, Kate, I want to ask you another question here. Of course, we saw you on stream in the top cut, but was there a defining moment for you this weekend outside of the stream matches? Was there a defining moment that we didn't see that really stood out to you?
I mean, there was a lot. My fifth game where I was 2-2, I was able to top deck a hyperspace on 7R versus a Luke pilot. And once I
Wow.
got that, I was like, okay, maybe I can keep trying. Earlier today, I played an Academy. We both got to pass, and I got to hit him for aggressive for 25 damage. And just also the amount of team kills. I had to play 2 teammates to get here earlier today.
Oh, no.
So just really eventful for a lot of reasons.
For sure.
Well, it's been eventful, but it's been a very successful event for you, Cade. Congratulations again on your win. And are we going to be seeing you at the upcoming limited sector qualifier in Texas?
Yeah, that was the main plan to get my points. This was just kind of, I mean, it just happened. But yeah, I'll for sure be at Texas.
Well,
Well, that is
awesome. Perhaps we'll see you on the stream there doing well again.
Hopefully.
Yeah, that is great to hear. Glad you'll be in Dallas, Fort Worth. I remember back in Milwaukee, you made it to the finals
Yes,
of
sir.
the regional. You were so close there. So we'll see if you can keep this great run going in Dallas, Fort Worth again. Congrats on the win. Thank you for your time, Cade. Best of luck in a couple weekends at that next sector.
Appreciate it, fellas.
There
All
you go,
right,
Tower. That was great.
yeah, that's gonna be the event, guys. That was the sector qualifier here in Indianapolis. Cade Haggard, our winner after a 2-2 beginning. Very impressive result for Cade. And perhaps we'll see him again in 2 weeks in Texas for the upcoming limited event. For now, though, we're going to be closing down the stream. And I want to give a big shout out, though, to Fantasy Flight Games for making this great game and running these events, to Star City Games for putting this one together, and of course, to Tim and Claire from McClunky Gaming for doing all the production stuff behind the scenes and making this stream possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys so much, everyone involved, for making this incredible weekend a reality. Thank you to everyone for tuning in. It's been so much fun. Huge thank you to you, Tower. Working with you has been great. Big shout out and thanks to Dan for all the great work he did, and it was great commentating with him as well this weekend. It's just been a weekend to remember, a lot of fun, and certainly hope you guys will tune in a couple weeks from now for the sector qualifier in Dallas, Fort Worth. We will be streaming that one once again here at McClunky Gaming, and you will not want to miss it. So again, on behalf of the entire McClunky crew, myself, Dan, Tower, we thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you in a couple weeks. May the force be with you, and until next time, take care.